Chapter 1. A.N. Cross-posting from other websites. For a synopsis, a Cyclops decides he's going to be a cultivator in the world of Percy Jackson. That's it, that's the plot. He sat there in the sands, watching the ocean's tides. It was hypnotizing for him, to watch the water push and pull at the world. Gradually, it would move closer and closer to him until the first splash of sea water touched his toes. It was warm, inviting, despite the coolness of the water. The sun shined down from the sky, and ever so slightly, if he squint his eye, he could see the outline of a chariot, and the silhouette of a person pulling the sun across the sky. As fantastical as that was, his mind remained numb. Instead, he seemed to focus back on the water, as the sky seemed somewhat hostile to him for some strange reason. Well, that wasn't entirely true, he knew the reason. He was born, but minutes ago, maybe hours. It was hard to tell because his mind wasn't fully formed until but a few moments prior. But with it, came memories, inherited memories. On one side, it was the memories of his parents. His very inhuman and not mortal parents. There was a reason the sea felt so inviting to him, being a child of Poseidon. Unfortunately, he didn't land on the correct side of the half-blood wall. His singular eye blinked. He was a monster. A Cyclops. He barely remembered the face of his mother from the inherited memories. Was it simply something that all monsters were born with? An innate understanding of who, what, where and why. It would be weird if a monster didn't know they were a monster. Or maybe it was the tiniest amount of pity his supposed mother had left for him after abandoning him on this small island after giving birth. He basically knew everything involved in being a monster. How to be the best monster he could be. His memories basically told him to go out and nom on some delicious demigods in particular. Frankly, his core practically salivated at the thought. It was an odd feeling accompanied by the many other oddities. And on the other side, he had other memories he inherited. Of a time when he was human, in a time before this life. They were more mute in comparison. Like a faint echo, but one that resonated with his very soul and he refused to let go of. He knew where he was, and what he was. This world had so many rules. Fate, destiny, providence, the names for the driving forces of creation, they all conspired in a very specific way. And he was an outlier amongst outliers, a piece on the board that shouldn't be here. He hesitated on what he should do. In a world of gods, monsters, titans and more, what was a small, relatively speaking, Cyclops to do? He was no true demigod that inherited his father's domains to the extent of a certain boy he will probably hear about in the coming years. He was also no legendary creature that had myths and legends to back up their existence beyond the simple racial ties. He had no legendary arms, no magical might, he had nothing currently. He had many paths he could take. Try to develop his bloodline perhaps. Maybe see if he inherited any racial abilities towards forging. Explore the myriad possibilities that came with the magical side of this world. However, he seemed to settle on one conclusion, a resolute look overtaking him. Fuck it, I'm going to be a cultivator. Now, what would a cultivator do in this situation? He pondered that question and came to a conclusion. A true cultivator would make a name for themselves. Literally, not figuratively. He didn't have a name. He needed something elegant, somewhat imposing, but nothing cringy. Something that points back to his origins, with a subtle overtone of arrogance. Okeanos asma, the ancient Greek words left his mouth, his innate ability to both speak and understand the dead language. It meant ocean song. He would now be known as Taoist ocean song. It was the first thing he woke up to in this new world and life. The song of the ocean all around him and its majesty that he aspired to. Now, he had to figure out how to be a cultivator in every other very important aspect. Did Qi exist? Did other pantheons exist? If so, then the Chinese pantheon exists, therefore Qi is a thing. Maybe it was just what they called magic here. Wasn't he a magical creature? Shouldn't he be able to absorb Qi just by breathing then? He plopped down, sitting cross-legged and closed his eyes, trying his best to feel the world around him. Trying to sense the minute Qi in the air was an effort in futility for him because it was completely and utterly overshadowed by the Qi the ocean was exuding that he seemed so synchronized with. It was then that realization dawned on him. Of course, he was a son of the sea. Obviously his spiritual root alignment was water and he should focus on drawing the ocean's Qi to properly cultivate. He pulled the water Qi to himself, the refreshing feeling, the embrace of the ocean, it washed over him and refused to remain within his body, circling within himself before leaving. He briefly pondered if that was how demigods utilized their godly powers. Regardless, he wasn't one to give up. He tried his hardest to grab hold of the water chi and store it in his body, to plunder it and ascend the heavens in a single step. Or whatever a true cultivator would say in this situation. But as the sun slowly moved across the sky, he hadn't once been able to store the supposed chi in his body. Thankfully, with his vast experience reading many different ancient texts in his past life of the animated and fictional variety, he knew quite a few things about being a cultivator that he could try. First off, maybe he should try storing the chi in his meridians. That was a term often used in the sacred texts. He even knew where they were located, approximately. He marveled at his past life's insight in spending many hours looking into the sacred texts of Wikipedia. There were 12 major meridians in the human body. He wasn't human, but he assumed it was the same. Probably. Was he supposed to start with the heart meridian? Or was that supposed to be last? Oh well, heart it was for the monster Cyclops. Somewhere in the heart, maybe. He didn't know the exact spot. Was there an exact spot? Or was it something like it being different for everyone? He pulled on the water chi and pushed it into his heart. He could sense the water chi due to his innate connection to it as it ran through his body. Through the connection, he could see every point it circulated inside of him. Slowly, his heart began to fill and he felt a pressure in response. That must be it. He fought against it, pushing more chi into it. He must forcibly open his meridian. He pulled on as much water chi as he possibly could, pushing it into his heart, circulating it as best as he could so it didn't immediately escape. Eventually, he felt something give. He was ecstatic. It was as if something broke. A dam had been opened. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. Why did his chest hurt? He fell over, face first into the sand. Slowly, gradually, the Cyclops' singular eye flickered open as the ocean's waters tickled against him. The sun was still out, that was good. Wait, he noticed that the sun was on the wrong side of the sky. Oh, it was a new day. His chest felt a lot better. Conveniently, he recalled how the children of Poseidon healed at tremendous speeds when submerged in the water, specifically ocean water for the best effects. Oddly, he felt brimming with energy. He could feel something inside of himself, in his heart, the chi was circulating and not escaping from his body. Holy shit, it actually worked. He jumped to his feet, pumping his fist into the air, before quickly clearing his throat. I mean, it seems I broke through the first level of chi condensation. That which he was tentatively naming what he had done. 12 major meridians, 12 realms of chi condensation. Though truly, he felt powerful. The water chi he absorbed, he felt it answer his call and he could call upon it. He ushered it out, around his fist, and threw a punch. The air whipped at the force. However, just that much was a bit tiring. Of course he knew that he had barely stepped upon the path of immortality, thus he only had a tiny amount of chi to utilize. Now that he officially stepped on the path of cultivation, he needed to choose how to proceed. There were many Taoes to consider here for a budding cultivator. The Tao of alchemy was a popular one, but he didn't think he had the patience for it. The Tao of forging was another, but that was the same trouble as the first. Actually, there was a Tao for everything, he could just pick what he liked best. And a true cultivator should use a sword. He looked around at the island he lived on, for all 2 days of his existence. There wasn't much to work with, perhaps enough trees to make a raft if he wanted to drift away somewhere, but he wondered if there were any actual animals living on the island. Oddly enough, he hadn't felt hungry yet. Maybe it was because he almost died, broke through. Well, there was always one surefire method to acquire a proper magical artifact. Nepotism. Dodd. He called out, touching on the surface of the water. I want a weapon. Surprisingly, he felt a vague response. Not talking, more like a relay of emotions that he could decipher upon the waves. From his memories, he knew that gods weren't technically allowed to interact with their non-godly children in any meaningful capacity for some stupid and probably made-up reasons. But right at this moment, he felt like he had the attention of the sea. He felt a mild amount of amusement as the eyes of a god looked at me. Over his head, he felt the ocean's power solidify into the shape of a trident. A minuscule show of divine might from the sea god as it condensed and truly transformed into a real weapon, landing upon the sands at his feet. The Cyclops hesitantly poked at it to make sure it was real before picking it up. Dad. The Cyclops whispered, caressing the trident. He felt the gaze of his father, warm and loving in this moment. He caressed it a few more times then threw it into the water with a huff. I want a sword. The sea god was bewildered. He had never encountered one of his children react this way. Far away, from the deepest depths of the ocean, Poseidon, god of the seas, pursed his lips and raised a finger. The trident shot back out of the water, smacking the Cyclops in the head as if to chastise him. With that, he turned his gaze away, feeling he directly interfered enough. Dad, a sword, I want a sword. The Cyclops continued to whine, but it fell on deaf ears as the god intentionally ignored him. What kind of cultivator uses a trident? The sea god heard the words, furrowing his brow as to why one of his children wanted to be a farmer, in which case, why would he want a sword? He chalked it up to a quirk of his monster child compared to his normal children and truly turned away, ignoring him completely rather than just his whining. Ocean Song realized rather quickly that his whining wasn't going to accomplish much anymore. It seems that nepotism had indeed failed him. Unless he can find somewhere to trade his trident for a proper sword. But that seemed unlikely due to the fact that he was a monster which would probably be killed on sight. Thus, he changed his methods. If whining didn't work, then the next method was audacity. He walked to the forest, using his newfound weapon to chop down some trees, making enough firewood for a decent bonfire. Thankfully, he also found a decent stone that he could probably make some sparks with his trident. It took some effort, hours, to make a fire, but he was able to use his newfound chi to somehow exuberate the process. In the sand, he drew the symbols of Poseidon, the sea god. You are called Earthshaker, father of horses, and lord of the sea. You are Stormbringer and Atlantis king. You are the protector of sailors, and their bane. You are the summoner of hurricanes, the commander of floods, and the bringer of droughts. He shamelessly began to rip off other source material, making things up as he went along. However, he felt his father's attention snap to him, a strange sense of pride. He felt his father's self-pride among a hint of arrogance. You have as many names as there are winds, and as many titles as there are ways to die. You are Poseidon. He threw his hands up with a flourish, and the flames of the bonfire intensified as he felt the gaze of his father much more than earlier. If before he was spared a glance, now, it felt like he had the full and undivided attention of the sea god. Poseidon himself was pleasantly surprised at the ceremonial offering. He wasn't unfamiliar with the ritual, barely paying it any heed as mortals paid their proper respects to him. But rarely had someone been so verbally grandiose in their rites before. The Cyclops in question slowly picked up the trident he had received not a few hours earlier, and unceremoniously threw it onto the fire in offering. With a wisp of flames, it disappeared. Maybe it was the audacity of his newest son, but he seemed to have accepted it without a second thought as the trident he had given him earlier now clanged to the floor right in front of his throne. The sea god moved a hand up to the bridge of his nose, and let out an uncharacteristic sigh, thankful that he was alone in this moment. I ask for one boon, or great Poseidon. Poseidon's newest son declared. Dad, I want a sword. Ocean Song felt a wave of odd feelings amidst the waves of the ocean. Exasperation was among the forefront, along with a hint of, well, not quite anger, but he felt like it was more along the lines of wanting to smack him upside the head for some reason. You are a son of mine, just use a trident. Poseidon, both impressed and annoyed in equal measure with his newest son, answered him directly, verbally, to his own detriment. The ancient rules forbid interaction, but there was a bit of leeway. I want a sword. He shot back. It's a good trident. Ocean Song blew a loud raspberry. Are you a child? Poseidon grumbled in irritation, still verbally connected with his son across the distance. Yes. He answered back without hesitation. I'm literally 2 days old, give me a damn sword. At this point, it was a matter of pride for Poseidon. He didn't truly care if his son preferred another weapon, but his newest son needed to be taught a lesson. Sure, he wouldn't harm his son, but at the very least, he would make him suffer just a tiny bit in this way. You're using a trident, and that's final. If you dare throw it away again, I'll make it so that any other weapon rusts in your hands. Ocean Song furrowed his brow, realizing that his second method of attack didn't work. Nepotism failed. Audacity didn't quite hit the mark. He was left with his final weapon. He took a deep breath, reached deep inside himself, and began wailing like the infant he technically was. Poseidon was taken off guard once more. He admired his new son's shamelessness in a way. Though in equal parts, he felt like his son was in need of a very thorough spanking. Poseidon looked afar from his throne in Atlantis, as his newest son, sitting on the beach, crying. It wasn't fake tears, well, it was fake, but he was fully crying with everything he had. The sea god wasn't fooled, but simultaneous, he felt a small twinge in his heart seeing his newborn son actually crying. Though he hardened himself. He would not be extorted by a newborn son of his. Instead, he just chuckled. Son, do you think this is the first time I've had to deal with a crying baby? Rather quickly, the Cyclops' tears abruptly stopped. Poseidon felt good, seemingly as he won. He would never mention to anyone that he felt prideful at getting a win over his literally 2-day-old son, but the fact of the matter stood. He narrowed his eyes, however, noticing his son going very still. He watched as his son stood up, moving to the fire, the method of offering amateurish and primitive, but he didn't blame his son for that aspect. Intent, he felt, was important when mortals gave offerings. He didn't have much to work with, but his son started to do something around it. Of course, it's not like him destroying the small altar would cut off any connection. He was a powerful god, keeping it connected was literally effortless. He looked at what his son was doing. His son had originally drew a few vague images of his symbols in the sands, smart if nothing else. But he started to change them. Son. He whispered almost unconsciously as the first symbol appeared, a dolphin. The second one, a seal. The third one, a trident. Poseidon's son looked out onto the ocean, a rather mischievous smile appeared on his face. Hey Dad, these are the symbols of your wife, right? He asked, knowing the answer to that question already. Son, what are you doing? I'm just paying respects to the wife of my father, that's not wrong, is it? He said with faux innocence. If I just start crying, well, I can't be faulted for that, can I? I'm only 2 days old and my dad won't give me a sword like I want. Poseidon didn't know what was more impressive. The fact that his son had the gall to blackmail him, a god, a being that could smite him with but a gesture. Or the fact that he succeeded in doing so. What do you want? 47 comments 0 vote. Chapter 2. Ocean Song had been in secluded cultivation for an uncountable number of years. That was mostly true because he didn't know how long the handful of days he forced himself to try and mediate equated when factored into the percentage of a year. Math wasn't his strong suit. Nor was secluded meditation, it seemed, because he was having a hard time sitting still. Technically, it wasn't really secluded either because he often got up and walked around the island when he was bored. And also he didn't mediate the entire time, so was it actually cultivation? Truly, for the young Cyclops, the Tao was fleeting and impossible to understand at his current cultivation. However, he was about to make a large leap forward. His second meridian was about to be unlocked as he made all the preparations to break through to this vast new realm. He knew he succeeded when he started throwing up mouthfuls of blood. And he didn't even pass out this time, that means he was getting stronger. It just proved his path to be the orthodox one. So what if he had to quickly run to the ocean, crying out in pain as blood exited all the wrong places so suddenly? His father's bloodline assured his success. Second realm of chi condensation. He was ecstatic, his power doubled. Though, each new meridian unlocked only gave him about the same amount of chi as the others, so there were diminishing returns in flexing his power. While he's celebrating, he sensed something among the ocean's currents. He would call it his divine sense, but he was fairly sure he hadn't reached high enough in his cultivation to have that yet. So probably, it was his bloodline as his connection to the sea. Something strong was coming, and it was coming fast. He may have been worried otherwise, but he was expecting a delivery. His sword was here. Funny enough, he still had his trident. His father had been kind enough to let him keep it, after it magically smacked him on the bottom for several hours after their negotiation. Yes, he was taking good care of the trident, making sure to creating ropes and tying it down nice and tight, so it couldn't get stolen, of course, and for no other reason. However, he became a bit more concerned as he could better feel the presence approaching. Initially, it felt powerful to his senses from the distance it was. Now, he was very sure a god was coming at him. Not his father though, but it had a very similar feeling. Something shot out of the water, like a torpedo, landing gracefully onto the sands of the beach. When he got out of the water, the Cyclops could just vaguely get a glimpse of a mermaid-like body, but it quickly changed upon landing as to human-like legs pushed into the sand. Ocean Song would admit, he was a bit frightened, meeting such a senior in this situation when he was but a second-stage chi condensation cultivation. So, you're the one that father had been complaining about to the Smiths for the past few days. He looked at Ocean Song. Ocean Song realized his identity immediate, and with his quickest speed he jumped down to a kneel, and clasped his hands in a proper greeting. Greetings, senior brother. Triton, the godly son of Poseidon, looked upon his youngest brother. Senior. Brother. He repeated the words as they sounded odd. You are my brother, and my senior. I pay respects to my senior brother. Ocean Song repeated, doing his best to appear polite and deferential to a god that could smite him by accidentally sneezing. Triton rubbed his chin. Originally he carried a rather cocky grin when he appeared, but it morphed into something a bit more warm. Senior brother. Senior brother. I like that. It comes off as polite, but also carries a hint of familiarity due to our shared blood. He walked up and put a hand on Ocean Song. It seems like you got a good head on your shoulders, little brother. Thank you for the compliment, senior brother. Triton snorted, waving dismissively. All right, enough of that. I don't usually meet with the monsters that father sires, but maybe I should pay more attention if they're like you. But that's besides the point. Father had been ranting for the past few days to his smiths as he demanded a weapon be made. What exactly did you do to get pops like that, little bro? He started acting more familiar with the Cyclops. Ocean Song looked at his brother straight in the eyes. I extorted him. Triton paused, blinking in disbelief before breaking out in a laugh that caused the ocean's tides to climb and fall to an extreme. You extorted father. Yes, senior brother. Ocean Song confirmed. How did you do that, little brother? I threatened to cry to his wife. Triton snorted again, doing his best to hold back another monstrous bellow. You got balls, little bro. Just so you know, if you were the son of anyone else, that wouldn't have worked. I know senior brother. Despite being a monster, father showed care and concern for me. I am forever grateful to him. Oddly, Ocean Song felt a strange sensation in the waves as if someone were peeking and pulled back quickly. Triton as well jerked his head to the side then looked back at the Cyclops. You're not a normal one, are you? It's like you said little bro, dad does care about all his kids, maybe to his own detriment. But that has its limits too. One thing that would have him cut you off is if you kill any of his other kids. Senior brother, are you warning me because I'm a monster? Ocean Song asked. Triton shrugged. Pops isn't an idiot. If another of his tries to kill you, he isn't going to make a big mess of things if you defend yourself. Especially if they're another monster and reform in Tartarus. But if you want to go eating some demigods. I don't plan on eating any demigods, senior brother. I just want to cultivate in peace. Ocean Song replied. You want to farm. Triton furrowed his brow before shrugging again, not really caring about the plans of his monstrous younger brother. Well, it's whatever. I was just coming because I was bored. Heard Pops ranting about his shameless bastard of a newborn son, and I wanted to check it out. Wasn't even supposed to be the one to pop over, but it's nice to stretch my land legs every now and then. You honored me with your visit, senior brother. Ocean Song quickly flattered him once more. Triton seemed to enjoy it, so Ocean Song noted to do so more in the future. Alright, I can see the anxiousness in your eyes. The lesser god waved his hand through the air and summoned a sword in a black and blue sheath. But that wasn't all. A few hundred feet of rope landed on the ground, along with what appeared to be a few basic tools. Pops also was going to send this stuff over. It's just some basic crap, but since you're stranded on this island, it'll help you to build a basic ship. Ocean Song, well, there were the beginnings of tears forming in his eye. Thanks dad. He whispered. Triton seemed to smile genuinely at that, his cocky smirk disappearing for just a moment. Ocean Song wiped away the tears, regaining his composure. And thank you, senior brother. He clasped his hands, bowing his head. I have nothing worthwhile, but when I hunt something good, I'll make sure to sacrifice something to you. Triton looked at his youngest brother, his smile growing. He looked around and found a conch shell on the seashore, waving his hand and pulled it to him and imbued it with a smidgen of his power before tossing it to the strange Cyclops. This is a little gift from me. Blow that and it'll give you a gentle current back to the mainland when you finally decide to leave this place. Ocean Song smiled brightly towards his eldest brother. Thank you again, senior brother. Yeah. Triton rolled his eyes, looking casual about it, but deep down, he was starting to like his youngest brother. Generally, he was either neutral or he disliked the kids his pops had when cheating on his mom. He'd be the first to admit that he wasn't particularly thrilled with every bastard that popped up. But his heart wasn't made of stone, he was willing to accept them if they proved themselves and knew their places. Of course, Ocean Song knew how to handle this sort of character. As the saying went, you don't slap a smiling face. Being able to properly lick boots was important for every cultivator. The god unceremoniously turned around and jumped back into the water, having simply dumped the things into the sand before leaving. Giving it a moment out of politeness, Ocean Song then quickly ran over and grabbed at his sword. He may or may not have hummed a certain tune under his breath as if he were opening a treasure chest. Was it his bloodline? He didn't quite know, but as soon as he put his hands on the sword, he knew it perfectly matched his specifications that he told his father. It was made of celestial bronze, as was tradition. But it had other things in it. The celestial bronze was actually the minority here. The sword itself, it could change shape. It would grow, according to his own size, but he could change it to a different type of sword. It was a Xiphos at its base, but as soon as Ocean Song willed it, it changed into a proper Jian, a cultivator's sword. From this moment forth, he was a sword cultivator. Though, the true power of this sword was yet to be revealed. The materials it was made of meant it would take in his chi more easily. He wasn't sure what the material was called, only that his father confirmed that there was a type of metal that could absorb magic, or some other nonsense. He bent over and grabbed the flayed end of the rope and pulled off quite a few strands, gently binding them together until he made a new, smaller rope and made sure to resheath his sword, then tie it up so it couldn't be easily unsheathed. Obviously, to be a proper sword cultivator, he had to seal his own sword, never using it unless he met a worthy opponent. For some reason, a storm suddenly sprang up around the island. Ocean Soul cultivated diligently. He forced himself to meditate and constantly exert his cultivation base to feel out the next meridian. He chose a different method this time, considering other possibilities. He recalled the ancient tales, at least the random stories he read before in his last life, and cultivation was supposed to be a slow and gradual process. Perhaps forcing open his meridians until he nearly killed himself every time was not the right method. Instead, this time, he just gradually rotated his budding cultivation base and pushed against the next meridian, like a stream of water eroding away at a blockage within its path. Despite taking a slower approach, he realized something. Even if he used the method he did before and nearly killed himself to unlock it, he felt like it would take more effort. After giving it consideration, it made sense. Each step upon the path of cultivation was harder than the previous. Obviously the first, and even the second meridians would be rather easy to open, and the speed of his cultivation would slow down. Still, he felt like he was making good progress. At this current speed, he felt like he could unlock his next meridian with diligent meditation and cultivation in about a week. Though, he had other things he had to do just as well, so perhaps 2 weeks. First off, he needed clothes. His senior brother was kind enough not to point out that he had been stark naked with his other sword swinging in the breeze the entire time. Though his senior brother was a god, especially a Greek god, so he probably was used to such sights. He also needed to practice with his sword. It was sealed of course, but that didn't mean he couldn't swing it around with its sheath still on. He needed to learn proper swordsmanship and sword techniques. He quickly jumped to his feet, and grabbed his sheathed sword. It felt perfect in his large, monstrous hands. This would be his new routine. Every day, he would swing his sword thousands of times, he would utilize all of his chi and pour it into each movement, feeding into his sword. He didn't simply do this for a lark. Truthfully, he was worried about the future. The fragmented memories he had told him a scary story of the enemies that would appear. It would be his final trump card. When his sword was drawn, immortals and gods would be forced to retreat. Time passed on the nameless island, unknown the rest of the world. The young Cyclops passed his second month with ease. Every day, he would swing his sword thousands of times until his hands bled, with single-minded dedication. The strokes of an amateur gradually smoothened, and then they sharpened. When he wasn't practicing, either his cultivation or his swordsmanship, he was busying himself with other matters. He had crafted himself a makeshift, grass skirt, that was oddly capable considering the materials. He marveled at the almost mystical nature of his bloodline when it came to crafting. Oddly enough as well, he didn't actually need to eat very much. With his large body, he had assumed he required equally large portions of food to fuel himself, but maybe that was his chi offsetting such a basic need. Regardless, he would every so often make time to go swimming, enjoying the soothing nature of the sea around his island, and of course, bring back plenty of fish to treat himself. He made sure to offer a portion to his father out of respect in the proper rituals. Every time, he felt the vague gaze of his father, accepting it with what he felt like was a small smile even if no words were returned. Maybe it was his monster heritage, or the strangeness of his new existence, but he didn't begrudge his father for staying away and never visiting. There were a few times that he felt like someone was glancing at him through the ocean's tides, but every time he tried to reach back, the feeling disappeared. Strangely, those times were when the young Cyclops felt the loneliest, appearing just when he needed them most. Maybe if he were human, his mentality would be different. But just the small acknowledgments from his father brought about a certain pride within the young Cyclops. Gods were not human, they did not behave like humans. And he slowly stopped thinking of himself as human as well. Yet, he still felt the fatherly love, and that was enough for him. On this particular day, his sword slowly lowered despite only finishing 1,000 swings. After months of practice, his arms weren't tired from this level of exertion. Even when he put everything he had into a single swing, his heart, his chi. Every swing of his sword was a true swing that taxed even his monster physiology. But after so long practicing, he had grown accustomed to it and continued to increase the intensity. Just this enough was merely enough to work up a small sweat. Yet, he stopped, letting out a breath. His cultivation was at the 4th chi condensation stage. Previously, he used a more gentle method to unlock his 3rd meridian and he felt it was better. The power increase was about the same, but it felt more appropriate than what he was doing before. He felt the threshold of the 5th stage approaching, but he didn't push it, instead he set his sword down. He had been thinking recently, and it might be good to expand his repertoire as it were. Even sword immortals knew a few Taoist spells. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to use them. Maybe there was an easier method. There's always the Tao of talisman making he could give a shot. However, he didn't have paper, or a brush, or have any general idea on how to achieve this. Technically, he could perform a few tricks utilizing his chi. Like snapping his fingers, and making a small fireballs. But he felt like anyone could do something like that, especially with his heritage. It's not like he was without options in how to pursue the Tao of talismans though. He vaguely recalled a documentary about shaving away very thin pieces of wood and soaking them and other things he couldn't quite recall to make some primitive paper. But he suddenly had another idea. Without a second though, he jumped into the water, his larger body causing a big splash as he sunk down and used his chi to propel himself forward. The ocean welcomed him as if another of its children. He dove down deep, deep enough that he found his prize. Seaweed. He grabbed enough to fill his arms before returning to the sands of his island and tossing them on the ground. His chi was water-aligned, that meant seaweed should have a synergistic effect even if he lacked proper materials. He created a small fire, fastening some sticks to hover a bit and then setting some seaweed over top to dry it out. Then he went into the small forest on the island, rummaging around until he found a berry bush. He grabbed enough to fill a wooden bowl he carved some weeks ago. Finding a few good plants, he extracted some sticky residue, adding it into the bowl before returning to the fire and using a stone he found to mash it all together. And crafting a primitive brush was not as hard as he initially though. He had some strings from the rope his dad gave him. Tying it around a stick, he had something resembling a brush, if you looked at it a certain way. If scaled up to fit into 2 hands, it would look like an old-fashioned broom. But it would do. He took a piece of seaweed off the wooden rack, it was dried to a good degree and rather crisp. He cut it into a rectangular shape before gently placing it on a flat stone and he dipped his brush into the ink. Though, before he could write his first talisman, he realized he didn't know what to do. The talismans he was familiar with were written in Chinese script or ancient characters. Well, technically, he also had an ancient language to utilize, right? Ancient Greek was very old. The idea forming in his head, he wrote something simple on the seaweed, utilizing his chi to imbue it with his power. As he began to write, his chi drained at an alarming rate. He began to sweat profusely, it felt like he had been training for days all compressed in the span of minutes as the final stroke of his brush finished. His breathing was ragged, and he felt a little lightheaded even. However, upon completion, he could feel it. His chi was nearly empty. Almost at the 5th stage of chi condensation, and he had been sucked dry. He smiled, looking down at his work regardless. Broche Tassis. Rain fall. A basic talisman to summon rain. Though he wondered if he truly had any talent in this area since such a basic and pedestrian type of talisman nearly made him kneel over in defeat. He had been reaching around blindly in the dark this entire time since he was born. Maybe he should seek out a teacher. All great cultivators had good masters, right? He just needed to find one. Dodd. He shouted out to the ocean. No. An immediate rebuke as the waters unnaturally deformed and splashed him in the face. His first plan failed. Type for his backup plan. He would pray to someone and ask for their tutelage. Of course, this had its own set of dangers. But if a being he could pray to simple wished to ignore him, they would do so. Many pray to gods and immortals on a daily basis, he doubt his would anger anyone. Oh, should he include his talisman? Maybe it would show his sincerity, his first work, from being completely self-taught. It was a good idea. And he had the best thought on who to ask. Why not the goddess of magic? Wouldn't she be the best to teach him the ways of the magical Tao? He quickly got to work, making a small ritual altar with a fire to give sacrifices to. Her symbols were drawn in the sand as he did previously with his father. I pray to you, goddess of magic. The goddess of the mist and crossroads. The queen of ghosts. The night and the moon. The altar sort of activated, though that was simply part of the ritual, it wasn't as if the goddess was looking his way. I seek tutelage from your prestigious self. I am but a humble Cyclops trying his hand at the magical Tao for the first time, and this is my first attempt. I offer you my first creation in hopes of earning your grace. He tossed the first talisman onto the fire. Ocean Song stood there for minutes, yet nothing happened. Maybe it was an effort in futility. Now that he thought about it, the goddess Hecate only taught women in legends, didn't she? Or maybe he was remembering incorrectly, that happened sometimes. Though the fires flicked oddly, turning black. I felt it, the same as my senior brother, but more powerful. Despite the black fire snapping and crackling like normal, it produced no light, and the natural daytime seemed to slowly dissipate around his island. Rather quickly, a godly presence descended. Ocean Song was prepared. He knew how to shamelessly flatter a divine being to protect his own behind, as he did with his senior brother. He had run many lines through his head, but his thoughts came to a screeching halt upon seeing the descended goddess. She had black eyes, black hair and pale skin. Her divine clothing matched with its dark color. Even her makeup matched her aesthetics, purple lipstick, purple eyeliner. And a glance at her fingers he noticed a black fingernail polish. He was confused for several reasons. He expected a jade fairy, yet he got a big titty goth goddess with a dump truck. She was holding his talisman in her hand as she looked at him sternly. Are you the one who made this? She held it up. Ocean Song stared at her unblinkingly. She narrowed her eyes at him, a hint of annoyance as he didn't answer. Is there something wrong with you, creature? I asked you a question. Yes. Sorry. Ocean Song nodded absent-mindedly. I think I just now went through puberty. 29 comments 0 vote. Chapter 3. Ocean Song had a keen social sense. That is to say, he realized immediately that he said something he shouldn't have and made things rather awkward. It was like high school all over again. In my defense, I'm like 2 months old. He quickly tried to defer any misgivings. However, for some reason, he felt like that just made things worse. Hecate, goddess of magic, on the other hand, had a brief but rather philosophical question arise within herself. Could a child of Poseidon be drowned? It was a question she found herself desiring an answer to with each new word that left the Cyclops' mouth. Are you the one who made this? The goddess once more held up the piece of seaweed, opting to just ignore what he said moments prior. Yes, goddess. The Cyclops responded, bowing his head. I hope that my attempt at gaining your favor was not insulting. This was my first work. I had hoped I had a modicum of talent to catch your eye for tutelage. The goddess was confused. She expected something else when she received this thing. She very rarely answered calls personally when prayed to. Every now and then she happened upon an upcoming witch that caught her fancy, but that hadn't happened in a while. Now, there was a self-proclaimed 2-month-old Cyclops having admitted to creating this thing in her hand. It was then that she realized even something more amiss with the Cyclops now that she regained her composure. What did you do to yourself? She let out a surprised shout, eyes widened as she stared at the Cyclops. I don't know. Ocean Song seemed confused just as well by her accusation. Why did you replace your heart with magic? I don't think so. Her mouth hung open, utterly befuddled by the monster that stood in front of her. What did you do? I just cultivated. He responded quickly. How does farming do this? She pointed at him again. I opened my meridians and took in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. She only understood some of those words because they made no sense in that order. However, she didn't immediately get angry. It was obvious the Cyclops was a little dull. Perhaps, he didn't even truly understand what he did either. Show me. She calmed down, her tone becoming much more even. Show you. He tilted his head. You want to see me cultivate? Yes, she just nodded, not understanding what farming had to do with anything. Instead, he plopped down on the ground, legs crossed and taking an odd position. But she knew meditation when she saw it. But then she saw it. He was drawing in the ambient magic, specifically, the magic associated with the ocean and his father's domain and taking it into himself. Normally, she wouldn't have given this a second glance because that's how all demigods utilize the gifts of their godly parents, for the most part. But instead, he subsumed it. She was wrong, he didn't turn his heart into pure magic, rather he stuffed his heart full of magic until it nearly burst, among other places in his body. He took it in, beat it down until he commanded it, then stored it inside himself like a strange imitation of a god and their domain, but to a far lesser extent. How are you not dead? She blurted out. For one of the rare times in her life, she was utterly without a real explanation of what was going on. I heal good in the water. He said as if it were obvious. Hecate resisted the urge to let out a sigh and rub the bridge of her nose. Though maybe there was a nugget of truth in his words, she pondered. The children of Poseidon do heal extraordinarily well in the water. And she couldn't dismiss the chance that his father lent a hand despite it being against the rules. Those rules in general were more adopted for demigod children rather than monstrous children, even if it affected the latter just as much. Regardless, she was now curious. In all her years, she had never seen someone do something so stupid and somehow succeed. What is your goal? To learn from you, great goddess. He replied immediately with obviously practiced flattery. Hecate nearly rolled her eyes. No, what is your goal for that? She pointed at him. Your farming. My cultivation. It's to become immortal. He said casually. You're already immortal. She deadpanned. What? You're a monster. You will reform in Tartarus if you die. Unless someone destroys your essence, you are effectively immortal. She explained. She was now confused because shouldn't that be something known even by newborn monsters? It was his turn to sit there with his mouth open. I forgot about that. Once more, she questioned if a son of the sea could be drowned. But that's not what I meant. He furrowed his brow. Immortality is a state of existence, not being undying. He was right, she acknowledged. Gods and monsters both reformed when killed, yet one was more certainly higher than the other. She realized that he meant he wanted to become a god. It was a lofty goal, one that many had. For monsters, it was especially difficult, nearly impossible. What you're doing won't turn you into a god. You would die before stuffing enough magic into your body to be even considered close to a minor god. She pointed out. But more logically, there is a limit of how much magic you can take into your body through that method. The Cyclops tilted his head again. Of course, once I reach the limit of chi condensation, I'll break through to the next realm. Next realm. He was saying strange things again. Did he have some sort of plan and wasn't just blindly doing stupid things? The thought intrigued her deep down. What is this realm? Foundation establishment. He said cheerfully. And what's that? I don't know. Perhaps she was giving him too much credit. Still, she was curious to see what would happen to him and perhaps note it down for her own experiments in the future. May I ask you, great goddess, about your personal appearance? Does it mean you're willing to accept me as your student? He looked hopeful. Admittedly, the prospect wasn't offensive to her despite him being a monster. But there was one major caveat that stopped such a thought dead in its tracks. I don't take men as my students, she said rather dismissively. However, I may make an exception and teach you a few things, in an unofficial way. But I will not formalize any student relationship. However, that's dependent on what you did with this. She held up the piece of seaweed once more, the original reason she appeared. I drew a talisman. He said as if that answered everything. It's supposed to summon a light rain. I'm sorry if it's not very good, it was my first attempt. He didn't even know what he did, she realized. She had a suspicion that he was playing the fool for some reason, but after simply interacting with him for a few minutes, she realized it wasn't an act. He was in fact, a fool. What do you know about magic? Chant some words, make things happen. But realistically, it's about altering the natural world, isn't it? A decent answer, she admitted. A better one than most new practitioners. That's the barest definition of correct. The vast majority of magical practitioners utilize the mist as a catalyst to cast magic. You completely bypassed it. The mist was the dividing force between supernatural forces and the mortals. It was an extension of her domain, an aspect of the fundamental force of magic. Just like how magic is everywhere in the world, so too does the mist pervade nearly every crack of the world. It is magic solidified even if it isn't magic itself. It's the medium by which the vast majority of magic users utilize their spells and magical abilities. Sure, the best of the best can bypass the mist completely and alter reality by their own methods and skills. But for nearly everyone else, they use the mist as a crutch. This talisman, that Hecate held from the young Cyclops, it skipped several steps in the process and called upon the rain. This alone was enough to draw her attention even from a skilled practitioner. Does that mean I'm a genius? He exclaimed. Thank you, teacher. She was, somewhat regretting her words. I said I will not be your teacher beyond a few lessons. Do not refer to me as such. She said pointedly, drawing a line. Every man I've taken as a student had become mad in their quest for power, so I promised a long time ago to no longer take men. And the women don't? He asked. It's less often. She nearly huffed. I'm still the patron of witches, I can't stop teaching witches. I accept. He immediately bowed his head. Even if you don't want me to take you as my master, please let me offer these 3 bows to you. She had no idea what he was doing as he bowed to her, so she just silently stood there and let it happen. At the very least, he was showing the proper respect to her status, which could be said as something. However, I require a test. She wouldn't allow it so easily. She had never taught a monster so blatantly before and she was remiss to willingly do so without assurances. If one day this Cyclops became the bane of her own children, she would only have herself to blame. And the last thing she needs is any other gods breathing down her neck because a monster she taught magic to was killing other demigods. I will walk through fire and ice for you, goddess Hecate. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. He exclaimed with a serious look. The goddess Hecate just blinked at him, unsure of how to respond to that. Very well, I will test your heart and hidden desires. She held her hands up. Your innermost desire will be laid bare to me. That's probably not a good idea. She quirked an eyebrow. Do you have something to hide, little Cyclops? She would see his character. The measure of his heart and his desires for power and knowledge, where would it lead him? Especially as a monster, if she saw something repulsive, she would simply reject him and move on. All I'm saying is, I'm a healthy young man. She ignored his foolishness and cast a spell. Reveal your innermost desires to me. His face went blank as he spoke openly, prompted by the spell. I would very much like for you to sit on my face. Quote, comma, quote. Quote, comma, dot, dot, quote. Ocean Song flinched under her narrowed eyes and stern gaze. I warned you, he said in his defense. Silently, she threw a book on the ground, scowling and disappearing from the island. He picked up the book, dusting off the sand, and realized it was an introduction to magic written specifically by the goddess herself, something utterly priceless. However, he didn't immediately delve into the mysteries of their magic to further his own cultivation goals. He set the book down and walked over to the edge of the beach, plopping down as the tides brushed up against his feet. Dad. He reached out, knowing that while his dad would hear him he wouldn't necessarily answer. Am I ugly? Yes. An immediate reply came from across the waves. You're supposed to deny it. I threw a handful of sand into the water. Gods don't lie, son, he said, his gaze from me fading. Ocean Song furrowed his brow, pouting. Senior brother. He called out, praying to his elder brother Triton. May this lowly Cyclops have a moment of your time for a question. Surprisingly, he felt Triton's gaze turn to him. I got a minute, little bro. What's up? The lesser god's voice carried upon the waves. Dad said that gods don't lie, is that true? Nah, that's bullshit. He responded with a snort. Ocean Song pondered that, then asked another question. Am I ugly, senior brother? You're ugly as sin, little bro. Thank you, senior brother. Any time, little bro. He cheerfully pulled his gaze away. Ocean Song realized that he was right before. It really was like high school all over again. Chapter 4. Ocean Song had studied the book on magic night and day since receiving it. Likewise, he had not heard anything from the goddess of magic since her departure. He didn't know if to count that as a blessing or not, only a strange longing in his heart when he thought about her. However, he tried his best not to have those thoughts. Having a woman in his heart would slow his sword-drawing speed. The book though was rather convenient for studying. He was a proper cultivator, thus he didn't pursue their magic, but it did give insights into things. He would admit freely that he was making a lot of shit up as he went along. The book though seemed to touch on many key points that made sense to him for him to properly advance. The mist, it's like a gas, formless and existing everywhere. The goddess stated that it's like a medium for casting magic rather than the means to do so. Chi condensation realm, chi derived from heaven and earth was also like a gaseous substance. It made sense, similarly the chi was merely the bridge to true cultivation. He knew the basics of the next realm, foundation establishment, but now he had an idea of how to proceed. It was to turn the gaseous chi into liquid form inside of himself. But that was still a bit away, he was merely at the 6th level of chi condensation at this point and still hadn't touched the threshold of the 7th level. Just as well, his ability in drawing talismans had progressed as well. Now, he could draw the same talisman with a tenth of the effort and no longer exhaust all of his spiritual chi in doing so. As the book said, the mist was a medium. Therefore, he used the talisman to pull on the mist to handle part of the burden. It seems silly that he made such an amateurish mistake as to ignore the mist completely. Already, the effort into gaining the favor of the goddess of magic had paid off in spades. Ocean Song finished up his cultivation of the day and looked out upon the setting sun across the sea. He longed for the human world, the yearning for it was born not just from loneliness, but the memories he retained from his first life. But he refused to leave his island. He was scared, he didn't care if others knew. Particularly, he was scared of the fates. Technically he was immortal, but it was the wrong kind of immortal and didn't count. However, it wasn't something go ignore unless you were a fate. They could simple decide you were an annoyance and poof, you have an accident and no more respawn in Tartarus. He didn't know if he actually showed as an outlier to them, an outsider that shouldn't belong. At the very least, even if he did, by secluding himself so far away from everything, he would fly below the proverbial radar. That was until he reached Golden Core realm. There was a saying he recalled. As long as I have a golden core within me, my fate exists in my hands, not the heavens. Once he formed his golden core, he would step out of the fates' whims. He knew that the fates could not cut divine strings so simply. He concluded that it was similar for those in the golden core realm because that was also considered the realm at which one was no longer mortal by fellow cultivators. Chi condensation, foundation establishment, then golden core. He was still far away and there were even realms beyond those. Nascent soul realm felt like a fleeting dream. Next would be Tao seeking. Then lastly, that would be immortal. He wasn't going to dwell on the horizons he couldn't even peek at thus yet, but it was good to have a goal to strive towards. But, how long would that take? Cultivation was a slow and arduous process, even for a one-in-a-million-year genius like him, it would probably take them at least a decade to make significant progress. He had no idea about the state of the world right now and the fates weren't the only thing to be wary about, simply the most immediate concern. There was a true reason he sealed his sword in preparation. There was still so much for him to do. With a sigh, he got up and realized before anything else, he needed to make better clothes, because he didn't lie about what he told the goddess. Monster growth spurs were apparently very abrupt and quick, especially in certain areas. Line break. Goddess Hecate watched the strange Cyclops behind a veil of magic. She had been watching him nearly non-stop for days, even while he slept, while he ate and, well, she looked away when he was doing certain things. Though fortunately, he was finally tending to his clothing problem. She was by no means a prude, she had seen more naked bodies than there were grains of sand on the beach by happenstance of her status as a goddess of magic and owner of the mist. However, that didn't mean she wanted to constantly see the Cyclops dangling out of his obviously too small grass skirt. No matter how impressive it was. Day in and day out, he did the same activities, barely deviating. He would do his cultivating, as he called it. He would take the magic of the world into himself, crushing its fluidness and asserting his dominion over it. I watched in horror, awe, and bewilderment as I saw the true process in action, not even knowing a thing was possible. Godly domains were just a higher form of magic if you got down to it, and he was mimicking it with his bastardized and idiotic actions to a very lessened degree. That by itself was worthy of acknowledgement. And when he wasn't doing that, he was practicing with his sword which was wrapped up for some reason. He never once took it out of its sheath even when he swung it thousands of times, straining himself every day to finish those repetitions. She had honestly never seen such a hard-working person before. She thought him a simple idiot that stumbled on something far beyond him but, no, there was something in his gaze that let her know that he somewhat had an idea of what he was doing. It became clear, even ignoring her first interaction, that this Cyclops was no ordinary monster. The fact that it reached out to her was one such indication, as the amount of monsters who utilize magic beyond instinctive applications could be counted on two hands. But also because he didn't show that same ruthlessness and animalistic undertone that nearly all monsters possessed. Even the monsters that many of her fellow deities like to parade around, the tamed ones, they're merely chained, their natures unchanging, only coerced under threat. Rare was it for a monster to be so genuine and sincere. He had a certain refinement that was nearly non-existent among their kind. She noticed the peculiarities even when he dined on a simple meal of fish and berries. Even preparing the fish, he acted like some sort of chef. Where his brethren would simply scarf them down, perhaps biting them into piece or entirely whole, he would carefully prepare them, even finding basic herbs on the island to add to the preparations. Not to mention he also sacrificed a portion to both his father and apparently the eldest spawn of the Earthshaker. It was minuscule, but perhaps the gesture was the most important. And maybe, the goddess of magic had the faintest hint of a smile as the Cyclops created a small altar to her with intent to give her an offering, then bashfully destroy it in a huff. Though her annoyance overshadowed everything right now. She was thoroughly annoyed at the Cyclops. And her annoyance was usually accompanied by abrupt displays of her magical prowess, usually to the detriment of those that earned her current ire. But it was difficult in this position because he hadn't technically done anything wrong. Other than harm her pride, that is. This talisman of his, the goddess decided to acknowledge the term. She sent out feelers around and it returned an interesting bit of information that it's a type of magic far into the east out of her part of the world. A different pantheon, different gods. Something she usually didn't concern herself about because oftentimes magic from other pantheons wasn't accessible to outside gods. She would have paid a hefty price if it were possible to utilize the runes of the Norse, but unfortunately, it went against her nature as a Greek goddess. That was of course ignoring the ancient rules around such things. But it seems the Cyclops somehow stumbled upon concepts from the country of Japan and their ideology. Was his mother a Japanese nymph? It would explain a lot if that were the case. It's not as if nymphs only live within Greek waters. But all of that was besides the point. Hecate was annoyed because she owed a debt to the Cyclops. Technically, she was teaching him, thus the acquirement of his talisman wasn't something she should care about, but the value seemingly increased after testing. As the goddess of the crossroad, she has a certain claim over deals made and a particular annoying need to make sure each deal is fair. More than often, that usually falls into her favor because she is Hecate, and not many can get one over on her. But in this case, it's simply a matter of evening the scales due to unforeseen consequences. She had some newly established witches in a coven she watches over create a few of these talismans with her help. The results were, well, they were abysmal in comparison to a magical item or a true cast spell. But that wasn't where they shined. No, it was in their ease of use and production. Using magic for demigods was draining, both spiritually and physical, as they existed in both the spiritual domain and the physical as being half gods. The act of preparing the spell beforehand is nothing new, but in such an accessible and basic way. It was already annoying giving as much support to her own children in the past without running afoul the laws. Giving one of her children a basic book on magic, maybe a magical item, that was pushing the extent of her allowed interference. Learning magic wasn't easy for many, even her children had to overcome many hurdles to become competent. But an easy and accessible means to reproduce spells and able to keep them stored for ready use in an emergency. She could see how valuable that was. She wanted to observe him for several days to make sure her initial assumptions about him proved correct. And since then, he simply continued to train and practice without pause. Even his sleep time was minuscule, and that was taking into consideration his nature as a monster. It was captivating in a way, to watch someone so single-mindedly dedicated. It was hard to find a moment to appear amongst this. And she found herself not wanting to interfere as the sight was pleasant. She always favored those who genuinely worked hard even if they were not as talented as their peers. If any of the witches she taught were half as devoted as he was, she would not be without her own champion or blessed. She was also rather curious as to the reason he was putting so much effort into his actions. That expression he made, the continuous stressing of his mind and body, that was not something one did without a goal. Yet when she sought his deepest desires to test him, the thought nearly made her huff in annoyance and throw a random spell at the Cyclops from behind the veil she obscured herself with. Perhaps it was easy to verify that he had no hidden agenda or ulterior motives. Being able to observe him for so long, she had long taken his measure to that degree at least. No, it was clear he was simply an idiot. Finally have the days, weeks of his constant devotion to his training, he seemed to set his sword down, and no longer utilized his farming. Nor did he prepare himself a meal or seek the solace of Hypnosis' domain. He went to the edge of the island into the sands that touched upon the waves and sat down, silently staring out at the sea. She allowed her presence to be felt as she appeared within his vicinity. The Cyclops was startled, quickly going to his feet then down on his knees as he respectfully bowed to her. The goddess did find the gesture pleasing at the very least. Despite the oddities of his, he did show her the proper respect every time. This lowly Cyclops greets the great goddess of magic. Hecate pursed her lips, the way he said it was sincere, but for some reason, it made her want to sigh in annoyance. Have you memorized and understood the book I bestowed upon you? She cut right to the chase. This lowly Cyclops did his best to understand the profound texts you bestowed, great goddess. However, I can only claim mediocrity in front of your wisdom. Hecate could feel like he wasn't lying in that he had some measure of understanding even if he used his strange vernacular. Very well, keep studying. I will appear before you sometime in the future and I will allow you to ask me questions about things you don't understand. The goddess replied. At this point, she was becoming invested in him, nothing else if not for her interest in how he's eventually going to make himself explode through his strange actions. Your talisman. It held an unforeseen value, so I will grant you a boon. Ask of me a reward and I shall grant it. The Cyclops looked at her and Hecate's nose scrunched, barely holding back a scowl. I suggest you choose something I won't smite you for. She quickly added, realizing that he was visibly controlling himself. The Cyclops noticeably blushed ever so slightly, and Hecate caught his gaze lower to her behind for the briefest of moments. Oddly, she didn't find it in herself to chide him after watching him for so many days. His earnestness perhaps moved her to some small degree that she favored him slightly despite being a monster. She even felt like the threat to smite him was, without fang. No, she would simply try to answer the question previous if a son of Poseidon could be drowned if he dared to ask something of her that she deemed inappropriate. This lowly one has a request, but I dare not assume it is something I am allowed. He finally spoke looking unsure. Hecate knew he wasn't talking about something that would earn him a drowning, so she was a tad more understanding. I will not fault you for asking for something. If it's too much or beyond my purview, I will simply tell you. He was intelligent enough to seek leeway when asking for a boon due to his own lack of experience. There had been many mortals that had received a god's grace, receiving rewards in similar regard, and instead suffering punishment for their hubris and overreach. Please allow me to collect my thoughts for a moment, great goddess, so I can request this properly. The Cyclops stood up, turning around, as if inspecting something invisible. After several moments his single eyes returned back to Hecate. Great goddess, would it be improper to request that you alter the flow of time around the island to make it move faster inside than outside? The goddess Hecate was taken aback. Out of all the things she expected, that was most certainly not one of them, nor something she had ever had someone ask her for. You wish for me to alter the flow of time around the island to make it flow faster for you? She repeated as if she needed to hear it said again. That is correct, great goddess. The Cyclops bowed his head. If that is unattainable, I apologize, I am but a young Cyclops who doesn't know much of the world and I do not know what is proper or not. Your request is not impossible. Once more, Hecate was intrigued by this monster. If you want a permanent fixture, that would be unattainable by you. If it's a matter of a temporary one, it's within the realm of possibility. This young Cyclops is not very intelligent, great goddess. Please correct me if I'm wrong, I repeat this for my own understanding. It's beyond the allowance I'm receiving to permanently remove my island from the normal flow of time. However, a temporary, perhaps suspended moment is permissible. That is correct. The goddess nodded, pleased with his understanding. In fact, she decided to turn it into a lesson. Tell me, you have read the book, do you know the most basic magic applications? Does that involve demigods utilizing their divine domain, Lady Goddess? Hecate once more had a faint smile as he asked that question, as it was a somewhat two-sided answer. Ignore divine domains, little monster. As technically, any demigod would have a nearly perfect affinity for the domain of their godly parent. Elemental manipulation is the suggested beginner application of magic, Lady Goddess. The Cyclops answered. Hecate nodded. Do you know why? It wasn't explicitly said in the book, she was curious to see his understanding. The Cyclops seemed to ponder for several moments. Because it aligns with the natural world. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Is life not a natural phenomenon? Why is resurrecting the dead not treated the same? The Cyclops considered that, quickly answering again. Because it's backed by the collective unconscious of humanity, the dominant species of the world. Gods are altered by the perception of humanity, faith and belief. Humanity looks at elemental phenomena as natural, thus they require less magical understanding and power to facilitate. They are also perceivable, recognized as something mimicable through time and effort by non-magical means. I can make a fire with some sticks just as a witch can throw a ball of fire. Therefore, to alter the reality of the recognized world, as is the definition of magic, it requires less effort. Hecate stood there, motionless as she heard every word he spoke. She didn't know what to say because he touched on much higher level concepts than anything he could have come into contact with. None of what he said was wrong, perhaps touching on a more philosophical explanation, but it was still exception to someone who was only a few months old. Of course, Ocean Song was oblivious to this, only happy with himself that he recalled random media from his previous life that he could say to make himself sound smarter. Time is a much harder concept to utilize, but not impossible. The goddess of magic started. It's something that will earn the ire of many if used without caution. Altering time in a limited area for a short duration is permissible, however there would be limitations. Can you make it so that one day outside is 100 years inside? The Cyclops asked. Hecate furrowed her brow, considering his request. Too much, lower it. 20 years at a maximum. She studied the Cyclops to see his response, but he still seemed elated. Thank you, great goddess. He bowed once more. Hecate found herself smiling faintly this time. This will only be a one-time gesture. Even if you perform a service or render your aid to me that qualifies for a reward, I will not be doing something like this again. Time is something she doesn't touch lightly, nor do most other deities, as they can quite easily run afoul things they very much don't wish to draw the ire of. Though, a small location that will have no adverse effects on the world and with a random monster only a few months old. Well, she didn't perceive any significant backlash for doing such a thing. During this 20-year period, you will be alone. Your prayers will not go answered, nor will they be able to hear you. Hecate gave him a small warning. You will be cut off from the world until the time period is up. And in order to not to run afoul anyone else, you will be unable to leave until the time variable returns to normalcy. I understand, great goddess. I never intended to leave my island until I was sufficiently prepared anyways. The Cyclops answered. Hecate was confused as to why he was going so far but opted not to ask. He seemed resolute in his desire and she was curious to see his growth after these 20 years and to see what he was planning. It was rare for her to be entertained in such a way. Ocean Song was undaunted by her warnings. He waited until he was alone again before throwing a fist up into the air. It was time for his training arc. 18 comments 0 vote. Chapter 5. Ocean Song was tired. In his past life, reading all those stories, they made it sound so easy. Oh, I went into secluded cultivation for 10,000 years, yawn. It has barely been a year and he was already fraying at the edges. At least, he thought it was a year. It was hard to keep track of time, something he probably should have thought about before. Really, the only thing keeping him going was the steady pace at which his cultivation progressed. He could have sworn that even the early level of chi condensation realm would have become much harder as he went further, but, well, while it took longer for him, he still considered it rather easy. There was also something he hadn't thought of that he felt lucky didn't come back to bite him in the rear. He never considered if the chi in this time-altered area would thin due to being cut off from the world. Thankfully, Goddess Hecate had the foresight to prevent stagnation in his cultivation. He realized that she must have done something other than merely freezing time in this spot as there were still winds blowing from across the sea. He didn't know what the mechanism behind this was, but he could only feel awe for the goddess to know how meticulous her work was. He was truly thankful. Likewise, and in a strange contradiction to his own feeling, he somewhat enjoyed the solitary lifestyle while he cultivated in peace. Perhaps it was some holdover from his previous life that seeped in that made him nostalgic and yearn for what he once had. He could recall the stories where certain monsters lived solitary lives on islands and vacant regions far away from civilization for centuries until a random hero of whatever story appeared. The intoxicating feeling of his cultivation base progressing was enough to satiate him though. Just reaching this point, he could understand why those seniors in those stories were so willing to throw away everything for even the minuscule chance to progress their cultivation base. The days passed by without any indication. The passing of the sun and moon halted, a proverbial eternal sun hung overhead. Sometimes, he would open his eyes, not even realizing that months had passed in what felt like an instant for him as he grew increasingly accustomed to this type of lifestyle. However, he also knew that doing nothing but cultivation would be an error. A healthy mind requires other forms of satisfaction. That was why, after slowly opening up his 11th meridian after months, perhaps years of effort, he didn't immediately start on his 12th. The elation was there, so was the impulse to ride this fortune and keep going, but instead, he sat on the beach, letting the ocean's cool and salty air brush against his face. The 11th level of chi condensation. One more meridian, and he would reach completion of the chi condensation realm and begin assaulting the foundation establishment realm. However, he felt lacking. A strange feeling, instinctual, that he would fail to break through as he was now even if he progressed to the 12th layer without issues. Like a square that needed to be rounded. He was too rigid, lacking experience. So he made a rash, albeit it firm decision. He decided to no longer progress with his cultivation base and simply picked up his sword and began to swing it. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, millions. Months passed, years maybe, he lost track of time. When his hands no longer had the strength to grip his blade, he finally took a small break, only to use the ocean's miraculous healing ability to regain his strength and continue. With every motion of his sword, the water chi in the area moved. It was as if his blade fused with the ocean itself, the waves rising and falling with each swing. On one particular evening, Ocean Song held his sword up over his head with a single hand. He held it there for an uncountable number of hours, his body not moving even a centimeter from the position. Months passed as he stayed in that same spot, in that same position, never faltering. His eyes closed as he became one with his sword and relished in the feeling of his sword being absorbed into the world. Without warning, after a period of time passed, he swung his down swiftly. A simple motion, but it carried no hesitation backed by the millions of previous swings he had performed in his life. From the spot he stood on the beach, to the edges of the time-stopped bubble, the ocean split down to the seabed. Ocean Song saw the scene, simply smiling lightly. It was as if divine inspiration was bestowed upon him. Was this the legendary enlightenment? Ocean Song didn't know, but his mind worked quickly and through his mental efforts, he theorized a series of sword skills. Time continued to pass quickly. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye, and he approached the halfway point of his training period. There was a strange melancholic feeling in Ocean Song's heart. One would think he would be thankful that his solitude was becoming more bearable, but gradually, he realized it was because he was starting to forget things from before. There were times when he had strange thoughts. Wouldn't it be easier just to eat a few demigods and absorb their power? The thought scared him because he knew it originated from within him. A heart demon. He squashed those thoughts down as quickly as they came, but the frequency of them only seemed to increase as the years did. A monster. He didn't like being a monster. He continued to swing his sword, finding peace in the familiar feeling. Line break. The 10-year mark passed as Ocean Song realized something, causing his sword cultivation to pause. He had broken through the 12th layer of chi condensation without even realizing it. His sword cultivation naturally made use of chi and required constant use, he didn't even realize it had a beneficial effect on his cultivation base. He reached chi condensation realm completion and began making preparations for foundation establishment. Of course, he felt more confident now. The sword became a part of him, an extension of himself. The sword existed in his heart as his partner. He began to mediate, but not cultivate. He didn't want to rush his assault on the next realm, rather, he needed to consolidate his current cultivation and plan an avenue for attack. Previously, he came to some understandings in how to proceed. Chi was like a gas, he took in the spiritual chi of the world, specifically the water chi that permeated the ocean in such large quantities due to his connection as the son of the sea. The next task would be to turn the chi into a liquid. All 12 of his meridians opened, his chi surged within them all vibrantly. A discovery of his was that after opening all 12, there was a quantitative change far beyond simply only the 12th meridian of his. It was as if a river no longer had any blockages and the rapids surged without obstruction. The him with all 12 meridians open could fight 5 of him with only 11 open and still win handedly. That was how much of an increase of power he felt when advancing to this stage. It was at that moment that he had realization. All rivers lead to the ocean. He simply needed to form an ocean inside himself. He closed his eyes, and focused on all his meridian and how the chi of his surged around. He took hold and began to rotate the chi inside his body, slowly at first until he found the correct rhythm. He now understood properly why all 12 meridians needed to be open beyond it simply being the way of things. They all linked together in a sequence and directed the body's chi. With the connection, the chi in his body rotated faster and faster. He didn't expect to begin assaulting the next realm so quickly, but he couldn't stop due to the momentum he discovered. His chi was like a whirlpool, rotating at increasing speeds until it began to change form, becoming heavier, denser. A proverbial center emerged, filling up with this denser chi. Was this the legendary Dantian? It must be. Sweat poured down his forehead as he felt himself straining, trying to continue the rotation speeds of his chi to fully form this new pool, or rather this ocean inside of him, coalescing in his Dantian. He could feel himself reaching the limits as his chi began to deplete at increasing speeds. Like a proper cultivator, he spat out a mouthful of blood and pushed forward. The hurricane-like tempest that occurred in his body began to settle down, going from a raging storm to something resembling a fierce wind. Gradually, Ocean Song opened his eyes as a small ocean appeared inside of him. About a tenth of his full capacity when considering how much chi he could hold, but he had a small ocean of chi inside undoubtedly. He had officially entered the early stages of the Foundation establishment realm. His meridians still continued to churn with the same rotational speed, and every so slowly, like a trickle into a lake, it converted his chi. Ocean Soul only took a moment to understand what was happening and how to proceed from here. He realized that to reach the ends of Foundation establishment, he had to convert all of the chi in his body into liquid and form his great ocean. The next realm was core formation. The naming there made it rather obvious he felt in what to do next. Gas to liquid, then into solid. Though, going at the rate, it was right now without his own dedicated cultivation, it would probably take well over 1,000 years. Of course, once he sat down and cultivated in earnest, that would be drastically reduced. He was just surprised that he even had a passive cultivation in any form. Was it because of his bloodline? Perhaps due to being the son of the sea, he had certain benefits when it came to converting his chi into a more liquid form. Or something like that, he wasn't really sure. Maybe it was just due to the minuscule amount of divine blood in his veins. Regardless, he felt happy for reaching such a milestone. He felt strong. 10 times stronger than when he'd been in the chi condensation realm. He closed his eyes and realized something too. Taking a step forward, his feet left the ground and found that he could briefly take to the sky, so to speak. It drained his new chi awfully quickly, but he could sustain flight for a duration if he put effort into it. For the first time since waking up in this world, he felt free and unfettered. However, he didn't let this divert his attention from his true goal. He was still bound by powers beyond his control. He needed to consolidate his new cultivation base and digest all the new insights he acquired from reaching a new realm before doing anything else. The work of a true cultivator is never done. Line break. Many more years passed in the blink of an eye. At least that is what he would say if someone asked him. Truthfully, they all had been excruciatingly slow. He could practically feel the minutes ticking away even if he tried not to think about it. He came to the realization that even if Goddess Hecate didn't forbid this method of training again, he would never do it willingly. He was quickly reaching his wit's end even with the progress in his cultivation. There was no use lying to himself, he didn't have the mentality to seclude himself for decades on end without side effects. Maybe, and that's a big maybe, he could do it again in the future if he prepared thoroughly beforehand. Despite the passage of time becoming grating on the back of his mind, he didn't actually know precisely how long he had been here. There were points where he cultivated and he got lost in the sensation, losing himself and unsure of how much time passed. The cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm was more straightforward than chi condensation even if the difficulty increased proportionately to his strength increase. For chi condensation, he had to find his meridians, and gradually open them or forcibly like he had done initially. It felt like each stage of chi condensation was a trial in of itself. However, for Foundation establishment, it was a straight, albeit very gradual, line of progression without any true barriers. The closest he came to was when he felt he broke through to the mid-level of the Foundation establishment realm and converted half of the chi in his body to the liquid state, and his ocean inside his Dantian increased substantially. At this point, he understood the difficulties the realm posed, however. The less of the gaseous chi he had, the harder it was to overall convert into the liquid state. Like a hurricane that gradually became smaller, it was harder to maintain the rapid rotation of his cultivation base to properly convert it. He didn't merely cultivate during this period. Of course, he made sure to keep up with his sword skills, and to make sure they continued to stay on par with his cultivation base. After reaching Foundation Establishment realm, his sword skills seemed to become even more profound as he was able to reach deeper into the world to form them and give meaning to each movement of his blade. His sword cultivation seemed to continue influencing his normal cultivation as well. It felt as if he was able to absorb the chi of heaven and earth at a steady speed from continuing his sword training as his cultivation base rotated non-stop, slowly pushing forward towards the next realm. The flow of time never stopped, and neither did Ocean Song. Perhaps it was inevitable. Ocean Song could only sigh at his own genius as he let out panted breaths, sweat dripping down his brow as the last bit of chi in his body was converted and he could be finally considered to having reached the peak of Foundation Establishment realm. His power had increased many-fold after his chi became completely liquid-like and the ocean inside of his dantian surged with immense power. He wasn't actually sure how strong he was compared to the things that existed outside. Admittedly, a part of him was cautious to find out, but equally, a part of him wanted to test himself on the other monsters of the world. He noticed the smidge of arrogance in his thoughts and let it dissipate naturally. He was no longer that young Cyclops barely a few months old. Now, he was almost an adult Cyclops that is, technically a few months old still. The realization made him sit down. Did the time he spent in here count towards his age? It was a profound question that he spent many days meditating on. He came to a single conclusion that he would simply avoid the question altogether. He felt like it would be harder to get his father to accept his requests if he were an adult. Truly, he became wiser with age. He must cling to the thigh of his father as much as possible if the situation called for it, as a proper cultivator would. He practiced many times in his isolation. Do you know who my father is? It was practically second nature to him at this point. It was a path he contemplated during his isolated training and cultivation. The Tao of the young master was not one to be tread lightly. He even had great ancestors in seclusion. He thinks that his grandmother secluded herself somewhere since he never recalled her being mentioned in any stories. Thinking about all of that, it just made his heart twinge in pain, the remembrance that he was rather lonely here. He began to cultivate again to take his mind off it. Line break. Maybe it was instinct, but Ocean Song felt like he was approaching the end of his secluding training. His hair had long ground out, and he even had a bit of a beard ever since he reached what he thought was his 20th year of life. All these years since reaching the end of Foundation Establishment realm, he had yet to take the next leap forward. He worked tirelessly to continue perfecting his foundation. The ocean within his dantian continued to grow, continued to accumulate power until it reached a point where it couldn't be expanded any longer. He felt it, he was only a hair's breadth away from the next stage and he couldn't hold it back for much longer. Core formation, it was what truly separated mortals and immortals in a sense. Chi condensation and foundation establishment. If a human cultivated these paths, they would still be considered a mortal in the eyes of powerful entities. It was only when they had a golden core would they have taken the step beyond the limits of mortality and stepped onto the path towards the heavens. To break free from fate and destiny, to blaze one's own path for good or ill. The next step, he started to condense his ocean. He pulled at the fringes, pulling it on, condensing it, molding it into shape. It felt oddly easy as everything seemed to align to his expectations. Condense. He put more effort into it, more speed as the ocean became smaller, but no less dense. Slowly, gradually, it took shape forming a core. He was about to smile in satisfaction, feeling his heart accelerate as he nearly succeeded. But before he could celebrate the core he created abruptly shattered, the ocean spilling back out into his dantian and he fell over, throwing up mouthful after mouthful of blood. He heaved, sweating profusely, the blood didn't stop spilling from his lips and he barely managed to throw himself into the ocean, letting the bloodline of his begin healing him. The pain finally subsided after what felt like hours, his body feeling weak, but otherwise he returned to normalcy. Realization dawned on him, he failed in his advancement. He nearly died because of the rebound of failing to condense his golden core and reverting back to an ocean. If it weren't for the healing properties he inherited from his bloodline, he would have surely died here. Where did he go wrong? What did he miss? He thought everything was perfect. It was the first time he felt a true setback in his cultivation, and he didn't know what to do. It was as if his core was missing something to solidify it. Like he forced it into shape, but it couldn't hold and unravel by itself. What was he missing? The answer stumped him and he took up his normal spot on the beach, letting the soothing salty air of the ocean hit his face while he contemplated it. The tides always helped assuage his worries, letting him enter a peaceful state. It was always rather hypnotizing to the Cyclops, watching the waves push and pull, never stopping. Ocean Song reached out, picking up a handful of watery sand, letting it fall between his fingers. I'm a monster, the words left his lips as he had a sudden jolt of enlightenment. Monsters died physically, their essence going to Tartarus and reforming. He tried to form a core while ignoring his bloodline. Not just his monster self either, he had divine blood. He wasn't technically a demigod, as recognized by the world, but his father was a god, making him a half-god just like his half-human siblings. Of course his core would disperse if his bloodline was ignored, it was so obvious in hindsight. He closed his eyes and looked inward, ignoring his chi, ignoring his dantian, and instead he found what made him, him. His essence. The source of his immortality, his physical body merely a container. The source of his healing capabilities and his connection with the ocean. He felt silly for forgetting something so important. Ocean Song smiled and began to cultivate once more. He pulled on his essence, and the world around him sang. Line break. Far away, in the depths of the ocean, Poseidon perked up because he noticed something peculiar. A sudden surge of power, the feeling of his youngest son became significantly more predominant even at this distance. His gaze turned to the island, and he felt something around it seemingly shatter. A complex array of spells that covered the island beyond his notice fell apart and the ocean became turbulent. From the underworld, someone else took notice. Goddess Hecate was busy in her private space, doing an experiment that came to an abrupt halt as she looked to the side, as if peering across space and time. She noticed it immediately, her spell was broken. It was nearly time for it to end on its own without her input, but on the last vestiges of its existence, it was shattered. In another part of the world, three crones huddled around a series of strings. To normal people, it looked like three elderly women knitting together the threads of some article clothing or another. But with each snip of their scissors, the fates and destiny of many were decided. At the same time, all three of them froze and their eyes locked onto the same thread. Silently, as all of them frowned in unison, one reached forward with a pair of scissors, intent on snipping it, only for a golden hue to prevent the thread from being severed. Simultaneously, the three stood up with scowls, nostrils flaring, and they abruptly disappeared. Line break. Ocean Song was oblivious to those who took notice and focused only on his cultivation. He pulled on his essence, fusing it with his ocean, and he felt things slot into place, but something still felt off. His essence intertwined with his ocean and he began to solidify it again into his golden core. Though, his instinct told him that something was still wrong. Yin and yang, god and monster. He muttered, eyes closed. They are both of me, but they represent different parts of me. Should I just focus on my divine aspects and squash the monster parts? Abruptly, he noticed something. His physical body began to break down, slowly turning to dust. His essence was becoming detached from his physical form, and it was as if he was dying. He felt the pull of Tartarus, the commanding chain trying to yank him to the primordial hell. With a cold snort, Ocean Soul shattered those initial chains, but they reformed immediately, refusing to let him go. He knew that he had to complete his breakthrough, otherwise he would be paying a visit to literal hell. His essence mixed with his ocean, forming a core, a single thought, and he could solidify it properly, but he hesitated. Within his mind, it felt like time came to a halt, and he heard the untellable roars of a beast. He seemed to be somewhere else, in a space that wasn't the world, and looking back at him was a monster. A large creature with a single eye, sharp teeth, and utterly hideous and deformed. I see, are you my heart demon? Ocean Soul muttered, staring at the representation of his own dislike of himself. It didn't take a genius to know that he didn't like himself very much based on his looks. However, he didn't think it was enough to manifest an actual heart demon. Another instant, and it disappeared. Rather, he looked down at his hands and they were now overly deformed, more like claws, and he gazed at a pool of water as his face reflected that of the monstrous creature from a moment before. Ocean Song scoffed and swung his hand at the water. Is this supposed to drown my heart? I know I'm ugly, I know I'm a monster, so what? I choose who I am, and not even the heavens can stand in my way. He held his hand out and he felt his sword appear in this mental landscape and he swung it upwards, shattering the false mental world around him. It would be easy to say he conquered his inner demon, but it all came about due to his own perceptions of himself. I'm a monster, but that doesn't mean I have to be a monster. Slowly, the corners of his lips curled up. I am who I choose to be. Maybe, it wasn't even a heart demon, but a self-realization that he shouldn't ignore his monster half. He would not do so. Sever. He roared, and his nascent golden core split. On one side was his divine heritage, on the other, it was his monster parts. Two cores. He didn't know if this was the proper path, but it felt correct. His divine blood would form his golden core. Even as his body disintegrated, he continued, a golden hue glowing brightly as it was born into the world. Normally, one remakes their body during nascent soul realm, but he supposed he could be a step ahead of the curve and remake himself during the core formation realm. His second core was welcomed into the world. The chains that tried to bound him continuously, the urging of his return to Tartarus, they were shattered and this time, they didn't return. Ocean Song shouted within his mind, my fate is in my hands. His monster core roared to life and his body began to reform. Long black hair cascaded down his back. His features became soft, but with a hint of sharpness to them. He clenched his fist, his muscles tensing as he got used to his new size and shape. Two eyes opened, greeting the world. Then, a third one opened above the other two on his forehead, the power of his monster blood condensed into it. His monster core, taking the form of an eye, was perhaps inevitable in hindsight. Ocean Song looked up, a storm brewed above, a side effect of his power running rampant during his breakthrough. He reached for his sword, and gently swung it upwards. With a shockwave, the storm dispersed, and the sun shined down from the sky, the seas calming. Ocean Song smiled as he gazed out to the horizon. My name is Ocean Song, and I am a Golden Core Realm cultivator. And it was finally time for him to leave this island. Line break. A.N. Something to remember, Ocean Song is the most unreliable of narrators. 35 comments 0 vote. Chapter 6. It was hard to describe the feeling that Ocean Song was experiencing right now. He had to take a few hours to consolidate his cultivation base and digest his new state, even though his first instinct was to immediately make a boat and sail away. He felt powerful. It was difficult to put into words just how much stronger he was compared to his foundation establishment self. He also discovered a few interesting new things about himself as well. When he split his divine and monster nature, they solidified themselves in opposites as well, creating an equilibrium. His divine blood integrated with his cultivation base, becoming his golden core. His monstrous bloodline became his third eye, his monster core, and integrated with his physical body. When his third eye opened, he gained what he now called monstrous strength. The power of his physical body soured several levels. However, that was not without drawbacks either. He felt his monstrous side become more predominant. That very faint whispering beforehand was more like shouting when he pulled on his monster side. He feared that he may lose himself to his monstrous instincts if he used it for too long. There were other benefits to his monster core as well, as it having solidified into his third eye. With it open, he could peer through falsehoods, illusions would be nothing to him, and he had a faint idea that he couldn't be charmed or mentally controlled very easily. Regardless, it was not something he would use often. Thus, he kept his evil eye sealed away from the world, lest a calamity befalls it. He could now tell his enemies that they forced him to open his evil eye upon the world when fighting. Truly, he was well versed in how to be a cultivator. It was important to practice these sorts of things beforehand, as it would be rather embarrassing if he messed up his lines in the middle of a fight. Ocean Song looked up at the sky, particularly at the sun god pulling the sun on his flaming chariot. He could see it so clearly now, making out every detail. Was this the legendary divine sense? Yes, he could even see the sun god wearing a pair of sunglasses, 1 foot up on the edge of his chariot, while he aggressively ripped on what Ocean Song presumed was a godly guitar if it could withstand such actions. Oddly, it seemed as if the sun god noticed his gaze, his actions pausing as his sunglasses tilting down and the fiery gaze seemingly point back in Ocean Song's direction. Ocean Song, startled initially, regained his composure rather quickly, hands behind his back as he did his best to project elegance and refinement. The sun god blinked, seemingly smiled, and shot him a thumbs up before turning back to his own matters. Ah! Ocean Song let out a soft hum. I forgot I haven't been wearing clothes for years now. His other sword swayed between his legs clearly in view. Ocean Song felt fortunate that it wasn't the moon in the sky at this particular moment, lest an arrow flew between his legs. He made a note to be careful for now on. He didn't realize his gaze was so predominant that a god such as him would notice it from that distance. Truly, being a powerful and handsome cultivator was hard. The light of the sun began to fade as a familiar darkness seemed to creep up around the island, something Ocean Song recognized but hadn't seen in over 20 years. The goddess Hecate appeared in all her glory, not a few feet away from the Cyclops. She opened her mouth, looked at him, and stilled completely. What did you do to yourself? She paused. Again. Greetings, goddess Hecate. He clasped my hands and bowed, this time, remaining on his feet as he was different than he was in the past. He was now a refined and competent cultivator, a prestigious Golden Core realm elder. His status was elevated far beyond the normal. And why are you naked? She scowled. Oh right, he still had no clothes. The goddess's eyes did linger for a second longer than they probably should have, however. I forgot. The Cyclops admitted with a bit of embarrassment. An awkward silence ensued as he stood there, still completely naked. Why are you not putting any on? Her deadpanned. I have no clothes. He once more said with full honesty. I've never left this island. He added. The goddess resisted the urge to face palm. She opted to snap her fingers, a basic toga wrapping around the strange creature before her. Now, explain. She demanded. I broke through to the core formation realm. He said proudly as if that explained anything to the goddess. Oddly, she had that sensation appear again, the one where she really wanted to push his head underwater and see what happened. And what does that mean? She let out a breath, calming herself. This lowly Cyclops formed his golden core, took his fate into his own hands and ascended the heavens in a single step. The goddess brought her hand up to her face and rubbed the bridge of her nose. Explain it from the beginning, step by step. I don't understand. Ocean Song tilted his head. Explain the step-by-step process by how you became this. She pointed at him, the creature who very clearly was no longer a Cyclops. In fact, he had 3 eyes. And she knew for a fact he wasn't simply using the mist to hide his form, she was the mist, she could tell. He completely and utterly changed. There were things about him that even she didn't understand at first glance, and for one of the first times in a very long time, she was utterly confused. How did this idiotic Cyclops manage to pull this off? After opening all 12 of my meridians. The stupid thing where he nearly exploded himself by taking in magic by mimicking the existence of a god. I then broke through the foundation establishment realm. I rotated my cultivation base until the chi flowed through my body like a typhoon, changing shape to form an ocean in my dantian. She understood some of those words. The important bits, at least. He changed the nature of the magic inside of him. Magic through the world was ethereal in a sense, something you couldn't quite grasp, like smoke. The mist was a more solidified, a more visual indication that one could point to. Did he change the magic he subsumed into a more concentrated form? That would make sense and not something wholly impossible. In fact, there are examples of that coming about naturally. The whole fountain of youth that ran rampant in the circles of mortals centuries ago was actually just a concentrated pool of magic that gathered over the millennia that a mortal could simply return to their prime through drinking as a side effect. But to forcibly convert it inside himself. How are you not dead? She felt like she asked him this question before. Of course, Ocean Song gave a perfect and well thought out answer. You know. He shrugged. What did she expect from this buffoon? Continue. She urged him on, lest she do something she regret in her annoyance. Once I converted all of my chi. Converted all of his internal magic. That was even more ridiculous, no wonder his outer shape changed so drastically. Hecate was at a loss for words. It was like a cat deciding they wanted to be a horse and somehow it happened. This makes absolutely no sense and shouldn't be possible, yet the evidence is right before her. I realized the next stage was to solidify my chi into a core. Thus I formed my golden core, but since I'm half god half monster, I split it and formed a golden core from my divine parts and a monster core from my monster parts. He pointed at the 3rd eye on his forehead. That makes even less sense than the nonsense he spouted right before. A core. That. She realized something and uncontrollably, her eyes widened, because there was one thing that flashed in her mind when considering what a core, formed from magic was. In the world of gods, they called that a domain. Hecate was having trouble finding the words. This Cyclops somehow forced himself to begin apotheosis and somehow created a domain that lacked any domain qualities. She was baffled. He most certainly wasn't a god, she could tell that much, but likewise, he wasn't a normal, mortal, any longer. Despite monsters resurrecting in Tartarus and essentially being undying, gods still thought of them as mortal creatures. And how did you end up looking like this? She begrudgingly admitted that he looked sort of decently handsome. I kind of, almost, probably killed myself and my body started to turn to dust, so I remade it during my breakthrough. He coughed awkwardly. That, actually made some small smidgen of sense to the goddess. If taking a step through apotheosis while his monstrous body was breaking down, his essence would reform it without needing to go to Tartarus. Though for everything else, she resisted the urge to throw her hands up in annoyance at the impossibility of it. Did this lowly Cyclops answer your question to satisfaction, Goddess Hecate? She twitched slightly. If she didn't know at this point that he was an idiot, and thus he wasn't being a sarcastic little shit, she would have taken his comment differently. Do you still call yourself a Cyclops? She snorted, deciding to not think about his ridiculousness at the moment until she gets back to her home and can rage about it in private. Of course, no matter how many eyes I have, I will always be a Cyclops. He said proudly. The literal meaning of the name indicates one eye. She said dryly. Oh. He seemed to forget that, going deep in thoughts about the nature of being a Cyclops now that he had 3 eyes. Is it racist if someone calls me out on being a Cyclops even though I have 3 eyes? He asked the goddess. The goddess twitched slightly again, and Ocean Song found himself hovering a few feet up in the air, and with a flick of the goddess's hand, he went skipping across the water, a few hundred yards out into the ocean. The goddess wouldn't admit it out loud, but that was very therapeutic. She left before he floated back to the island. She feared what she would do if he spouted even more nonsense before she made heads or tails of what words he spoke randomly. The goddess would figure out what he was doing, one way or another. Ocean Song swam back to the island, a little bit disappointed that the goddess disappeared. She was certainly as beautiful as he remembered after his 20 years of isolation. It seems he will need to up his proverbial game. Just being handsome wasn't enough. Since she was a dark goddess, then he would have to become the Jade Beauty. The first step was proper clothing that accentuated his newfound handsomeness. Thus, he did the only thing he knew. Dodd. Strangely, there was no answer. He took that was a sign that his father wasn't in the mood. He would have to do things by his own hand then. There was only one thing left to do. He went inwards of the island and started cutting down trees, stacking them up neatly and tying them together with the rope he kept from his father. The prodigious strength of his making his efforts bear fruit much easier than he anticipated when he thought about it all those years ago. Within the hour, he had a raft that could easily float on the waves, and he hopped onto it without a second thought, grasping the conch his senior brother gave to him in their first meeting, and he blew it, summoning a current that swept his vessel up and took him away. He looked back at his island one last time as it slowly disappeared upon the horizon and bowed to it. It was the start of the next page in his life. Cultivator Ocean Song was going to America. Line break. He could have flown, but he felt like it wouldn't be appropriate considering that his senior brother went through the effort of gifting him this treasure. And the few hours of riding the waves wouldn't kill him, if anything, it was relaxing. He knew he was close when he passed a large cargo ship. Thankfully, he had a bit of magical know-how due to the efforts of Goddess Hecate, and he concealed himself with the mist, so he didn't raise any concerns from any humans that saw him. He saluted the Statue of Liberty as he floated into the Bay of New York. With a smidgen of control, he forced his raft to make landfall, officially arriving in the human world. He took a deep breath, smelling the air of freedom. He proceeded to nearly choke and throw up from the smog and other impurities in the air, having been much more accustomed to the pure chi of his island. But it didn't matter, he was happy to finally be here, among civilization. With sword in hand, he had a mission. One thing he promised himself he would do after leaving his island, something that kept him going even during his years of solitude. His feet carried him through somewhat familiar streets of New York, like a faint memory in the back of his mind, until he caught a waft that made his senses tingle. There was a demigod nearby. His monster instincts tickled at him, but completely overshadowing that, he smelled something much better, smiling as he walked into a pizza parlor. There was a line. A dreaded line. The anticipation killed him. He had the urge to use the mist to clear out the place so he could claim his prize faster, but he was a proper and elderly cultivator now, he needed to have propriety and respect for the nature of the mortal world. The agonizing eternity lasted for roughly 2 minutes before he got to the front of the line. What do you want? The thick New York accent was one he vaguely recognized. Can I get? Ocean Song pondered the question as he realized his folly. He didn't know what he wanted, because it sounded all good. This was, so far, the most difficult dilemma of his cultivation career. I'll get a whole pie with everything, please. $12.50. The human at the counter replied. Ocean Song then came to a sudden realization. He had no money. His years of cultivation didn't prepare him for this situation. Ocean Song blinked when someone nudged him, slapping money on the counter, and he recognized the person, but never expected to see them in person like this. Why don't we grab a table, son? Poseidon, god of the seas, was there with him. Line break. Ocean Song, despite being in a restraint, diligently set up a small altar, lighting a small fire, and offered a slice of pizza to his revered father. Son, I'm right here. Poseidon deadpanned as the sacrificed offering fell down onto his plate, by his own hand. I didn't want to be rude. Poseidon let out a small sigh, accepting it for the value it was meant. How do you like your sword? It's very good. Ocean Song nodded. Poseidon noticed it was tied up, and despite wanting to know why, he forced himself to not ask, fearing the question would make him want to give his son another spanking. Where's your trident? I forgot it back on the island. Poseidon's eye twitched slightly. He held out his hand, and the trident in question appeared, and he leaned it against the table silently. Are you allowed to be here with me, father? I thought you weren't allowed to visit your children. Ocean Song asked. I'm not. I'm simply visiting a random mortal restaurant and happened to see you here, he said casually, biting into his pizza. Besides, my brother only really cares about that rule when it comes to demigods. Not that I'm unhappy to meet you in person, father, but, may I ask what spurned your sudden visitation? Poseidon put down his food, looking at Ocean Song. Son, are you really questioning me on why I'm here after you somehow turned into this? He gestured to his son. Handsome. Poseidon let out a sigh. What did you do to yourself, son? I wanted to change, so I did. Poseidon, however, didn't have the same depth of vision that Hecate did in this circumstance. He only saw the surface level changes, and the subtle power that Ocean Song emitted. His thoughts on the matter were much less probing and deep in comparison. He simply believed his youngest son to inherit a smidgen more of his divine blood over his monster side, and thus could change his shape accordingly. It wouldn't be the first time one of his monster children inherited an aspect of his godly might, even if that's usually in other aspects. I'm aware you contacted the goddess of magic. I asked for a boon, and she set up an area that was cut off from the world. I was there for 20 years while a day passed on the outside. Ocean Song explained. His words answered quite a few questions that Poseidon had about his youngest son, and the abrupt changes that occurred. Ocean Song realized this was a good opportunity to ask him father as well. Father, hypothetically speaking, if someone wanted to court the goddess of magic, would you have any advice? Poseidon found himself blinking in surprise. Son, the goddess of magic. You should tread carefully around her. She is a three-faced goddess of the underworld. She deals not only with the dead, but offers deals to those desperate enough to take them. And she never loses out on a deal she makes. She will wring out everything from you that she desires. Her nature is that of dark and mystery. As the goddess of magic, she represents her domain fully, as magic can harm you just as it can benefit you from a single mistake. If you ever find yourself in her debt, you will never escape her grasp. She can be just as cold and ruthless as the underworld she inhabits. Father. Poseidon sighed, knowing he had to squash his son's first crush so thoroughly, but it was for his own benefit. I'm sorry, son, I know it's not what you wanted to hear. But you're young, I'm sure you can find a nice woman that's right for you. I know a few nymphs that would be happy to meet you. No, I was going to say that you're just making her more appealing. Ocean Song said rather pointedly. Poseidon looked at his son, opening his mouth to respond, but found the right words nowhere to be found. Well, good luck, son. Thank you, father. Ocean Song smiled brightly. Poseidon reaffirmed that this was perhaps his strangest son. But oddly, he found himself smiling after seeing his son smile. Father, can you have some clothes made for me? No. Poseidon answered without even thinking, mostly out of habit whenever this son of his asks for something. He contemplated what his son asked and provided a better response. Son, I already provided a substantial amount of help, an amount of intervention that straddles the line of what is allowed. If you ask for something in the future, you're going to have to offer something as a price. What do you mean? Ocean Song asked. Perform deeds, give offerings in my name. Poseidon gave him a vague answer. Truthfully, Poseidon would use any excuse to dote on his children. But he did need an excuse to do so. Poseidon's expression shifted, his eyebrow twitching slightly as another slice of pizza was offered to him and fell onto his plate through the sacrificial methods. He looked at his son, giving the driest expression he could muster, a feat considering he was the god of the sea. Though, he accepted it because he truly did like the food here. In actuality, this was one of his favorite pizza places in New York and comes here somewhat often when he's around. Like father like son, it seemed. If you prove yourself, I'll give you some assignments for which you can ask for rewards. Poseidon finally relented. That should at least keep his most troublesome son out of trouble. Hopefully. Thank you, father. Poseidon smiled towards his son again. You should be careful though, son. Things have been stirring recently. My brother, we're in a conflict right now and he wouldn't hesitate to strike at you to get to me. A conflict. Is there anything I can do to help? Poseidon was about to immediately deny him, but rather, he had a strange thought. You will probably run into the other monsters living in the city. My brother's lightning bolt was stolen, his symbol of power. He believes it to be my fault, but I had nothing to do with it. If you hear anything, well, I would reward you for the information. I'll keep my ears open, father. Good son. Poseidon didn't expect anything, but his earnestness was enough for the sea god as a father. Ocean Song on the other hand, well, he did know some things, but it was rather hard to provide an answer as to how and why he knew them. He had his own plans on what to do. I will be heading out, son. Poseidon spoke, setting a large and neat stack of mortal currency on the table along with some ancient Greek-looking coins. I'm leaving these here. If something happens to them, well, I'm simply being forgetful of where I left them. Ocean Song could read between the lines. Father, can I ask for something non-material? Poseidon frowned. Son, I already told you. He said a bit more sternly this time. While he was gentle with his children, the sea personified can also be rough and temperamental. No, can I have a hug? He whispered. Poseidon's smidge of a rising temper immediately dissipated. Ocean Song barely blinked before he was wrapped up in a hug by his father, the moment lasting a few breaths before the god vanished from the vicinity. Line break. Ocean Song finished his meal, very satisfied. He also got to meet his father, briefly, but still. It was a little awkward in person, but he was still grateful that it happened. However, he considered his father's words, he needed to make offerings and perform feats. Well, he also had his own plans in mind, and he could do both. It wasn't just demigods that monsters could smell. Monsters could smell other monsters even if it was different, more mute. Actually, he believed it to be the stains of Tartarus left on them after they reformed. His divine sense could pick up the similar taste, overlapped in one place. A gathering of many monsters all together, it would be perfect. Though, he was a little cautious. His father slipped through his divine sense, perhaps he was just untrained on it. Something he would have to figure out moving forward as it only appeared after he broke through into core formation. The smell led him to a bar of all places. He didn't care so much as he pushed the door open. Many eyes turned to him, evaluating him, but otherwise being uncaring. Dozens of monsters sat in the bar. He could peer past the mist to see their true forms. In many of them, well, it was regular drinks they were consuming, nor regular food. Contrary to what he believed beforehand, monster didn't only consume demigods. Mortals were apparently an important part of their diet. Some dog-headed monsters were loudly and messily chewing on the remains of a child. There was a snake-like woman, not the famous one, slurping a concoction that most assuredly contained real blood based on the color and smell. And there was another Cyclops here. Though, this one didn't seem to be of my own blood as they come in many different varieties. But he was munching on the bones of a person if the human-like skull on the table was any indication. There were of course more monsters present, all about the same, they all reeked of blood that they've taken over the years along with the distinct smell of Tartarus. Ocean Song moved towards the bar, sitting on one of the stools, putting his sword on the countertop. What do you want? There was a silent hiss from the bartender, a woman, but through the mists, he could see that she was a harpy. Give me your special. Ocean Song waved flippantly, setting one of his Greek coins, a drachma, onto the counter that he received from his father. She took it and turned to make his drink. She unceremoniously set it on the counter in front of him, looking at him strangely. Ocean Song looked at the glass, he could taste the essence of a demigod from it, diluted as it was. I don't recognize you, what monster are you? The harpy asked. Ocean Song looked at his glass, a slight frown forming on his face. I just arrived in town. This should be one of the popular gathering places for the local monsters, right? Well, I would like to make an announcement if that's alright with you. The harpy narrowed her eyes. What are you talking about? There are going to be a few new rules for operating in this city. As he spoke the words rather casually, the room went silently, as all the monsters inside looked directly at him with varying expressions. No more hunting demigods. No more preying on innocent humans. A moment of silence ensued before the room erupted in laughter. Ocean Song smiled good-naturedly, giving a chuckle himself before grabbing his sword and swiping it horizontally across the room. Silence once more returned, all except a few dozen thumps, as heads hit the ground and started rolling before turning to dust. He set the sword back up on the counter, never once being unsheathed, and looked back at the harpy. Would you like me to repeat the rules? Line break. A.N. Since the snippet passed 5 parts, I figured I'd give my P.A.T.R.E.O.N. people one chapter ahead, so if you want to read one chapter ahead of this snippet, head on over. 19 comments 0 vote. Chapter 7. Ocean Song was in a good mood. Despite an almost instinctual disgust towards the environmental impact that society had in the area, he loved it here. He made a mental note to find a good spot to set down some proverbial roots and perhaps cleanse the area so his cultivation wouldn't be impeded. On that note, he didn't quite know how to progress on his cultivation, he would need to meditate on it and devise his next course of action. Regardless, he found a nice and secluded spot away from prying eyes and the hustle and bustle of the mortal city. He carefully constructed several altars. One to his father, one to his senior brother, one to the goddess Hecate, and lastly, he made to the great mother of the ocean, his technical stepmother, but he was careful not to call her that unless it was earned. He figured it was probably a good idea to get into the good graces of his father's wife if he was going to be making a name for himself. He knew that his father's wife was nowhere near as malicious as his uncle's wife, but it was still best to err on the side of caution. After his little reveal previously, in making a statement, he was left with quite a few trophies from the monsters he killed. Oddly, sometimes, a monster will leave behind a trophy on their death. A famous example would be the Nemean lion leaving behind its impenetrable pelt. A monster gotcha. Ocean Song didn't know the rhyme or reason behind this, but he figured it was just a quirk of the heavenly Tao to encourage the continued status quo of heroes slaying monsters. Regardless, he had a bit of a hoard now that he didn't know what to do other than sacrifice them for maybe some future boons or to build towards them. Senior brother, this lowly Cyclops has killed his first monster. If you would be willing, I would like to bestow you this trophy in your honor. He made sure to butter up his senior brother while simultaneously offering a sacrifice. He tossed some kind of big spike from a lizard-like monster that was in the bar. The flames ate it up, indicating that the sacrifice was accepted. It wasn't just a matter of giving something to a deity. When sacrificing a trophy in such a way, it was an act of worship, but far beyond simply praying and acknowledging a god. Monsters had weight behind their existences, and while it was a drop in an ocean in comparison to a god, they happily accepted those drops of water from such actions. It was these continued drops of water over the years that solidified their existence. Ocean Song could vaguely feel a nod of satisfaction from his senior brother, even if the elder brother didn't respond. Next, his father was more casual. Of course he would show the proper grandiose if others were around, but when it was just him, he didn't need to be so grand in his offers. Ocean Song dropped a few odds and ends onto his father's fire, sacrificing them to the sea god. For a moment, he grabbed his father's attention, and he felt a small bit of pride. It made Ocean Song smile. Thirdly, well, that was the goddess of magic. Great goddess of magic, please hear my prayer. I have slayed my first monsters, I offer these trophies to you, please accept them. He prayed towards the altar he constructed to the goddess Hecate. Deep in the underworld, Hecate blinked in surprise. Having trophies offered to her was a rare enough occurrence that even if it wasn't the stupid Cyclops doing it, she would have looked over. Not many pray to her, rarely when they need assistance in some way that it involved the mist. Or usually when it involved her children. However, her children weren't monster slayers. Her children took after her, the uncommon occurrence they popped up. They were generally content to stay inside, performing experiments and exploring magic. Rather than let the fires consume the trophy she was offered, and taking in the worship and wisp of existence behind them, she let the physical objects fall to the table she was standing at. Talons of the Caucasian eagle. The fangs of one of my runaway Empisa, scales of a Geminus. She listed off, along with a few things that were just trash. Not particularly rare materials, other than the fangs of one of her Empisa just because they knew better than to run away. But, it was never bad to have more materials around for her experiments. A small smile crept up on the goddess's face as she sorted the items. Lastly, Ocean Song politely knelt in front of the altar to his father's wife. Great Mother of the Ocean, Queen of the Tides. Goddess Amphitrite, he spoke, lighting the small brazier on her altar. I submit this humble offering to you. This lowly Cyclops is a child of the sea, and I hope you accept this offering of this one's first kill. Technically, he killed a bunch of monsters all at once, and it was his first time killing, thus they were all his first kill, which held a certain significance. Far away in the depths of the sea, in Atlantis, the goddess Amphitrite blinked as she heard the prayer given to her, something that while not rare, was uncommon for land-dwelling inhabitants. But what grabbed her attention was the admittance of the one praying to be the bastard child of her husband. Husband. Yes, dear. Poseidon answered back, as they sat at a table having their dinner in a small but intimate setting. Your son just prayed to me. She spoke with a surprised tone. Rather bold of him. Quote, dot. Dare I ask which one? Poseidon replied, but deep in his heart, he had the faintest idea of who. He didn't give a name, so maybe he isn't completely foolish. Only referring to himself as a lowly Cyclops, she said with clear humor in her voice. Is this the son I've heard about from Triton that's been causing you so much grief? In response, and due to the private setting, Poseidon let out the most exasperated sigh, slumping in his chair. The corners of Amphitrite's lips curled up. This is the third one, yes husband. That's right. Poseidon nodded. Remember what I told you, you get 2 more until the next period. She held up a finger with one hand, and with the other, she made a scissor snipping gesture. Otherwise, you know what happens. Poseidon swallowed audibly. Of course. He forced a smile, knowing she truly meant good on her threat. He was just glad that his wife was much more accommodating to his dalliances than his brother's wife. As long as he didn't rub it in his wife's face, she was willing to put up with his wandering beyond their marriage for intimacy, to an extent. He recalled the last time he went over his allotted dalliances. It grew back, eventually. Amphitrite held her hand to the side, summoning from across the world as the offering manifested and spilled onto the ground. Now, did you tell your son that I was needing a new pillow, and I prefer harpy feathers? She smiled at him warmly, glancing at the pile of feathers on the ground. She preferred the combination of firmness to softness that harpy feathers gave. Poseidon cleared his throat. Of course. He shamelessly took credit. I remember you complaining about that not long ago. Amphitrite knew that her husband was lying through his teeth. She had yet to meet this son of her husband in person, but at this point, she liked him. Of course, Ocean Song had no idea about any of this, just happy that his offering was accepted. He was about to stand up and leave until he heard a faint whisper through the altar for his father's wife. You can call me stepmom. Ocean Song didn't have the chance to respond as the presence receded immediately, but he decided it was a success. Part of one's cultivation journey was making sure that one had powerful backers. Or at the very least, had as few powerful enemies that could smite him with a glance. For Ocean Song, he wanted as few of those as possible, unless he was the one who intentionally antagonized them. As a cultivator, he would face his own enemies, he just didn't like the fact that certain entities would dislike him simply because of who he was born to. A clear conscience was his desire. If he had an enemy, he wanted it to be by his own hand. Speaking of enemies, he cleaned up his altars and moved to rejoin the hustle and bustle of the mortal city. He thought it was a good amount of time to check back up on things. He wasn't naive, he was more than aware that he would have to perform multiple demonstrations to get his new rules across. But he also wanted to make sure that word spread, and he gave all the monsters in the city enough time to make their choice. While his declaration wasn't made to everyone, he was sure his words were passed on by the survivor of the incident in question, considering that the bar he visited was a hot spot for monster activity in the city. Oddly enough, most monsters do have things they do in their free time, hobbies if you will. They can't always be doing monster things, for the monsters that live in the mortal cities that is. And it wasn't some misguided and blinded love merely for humans and demigods that drove him. Truthfully, if the situation were reversed, he would have severed the heads of either of those two groups if they were hunting down peaceful and innocent monsters. Simply, he decided the city belonged to him and the monsters were the primary concern for now. But his pursuit is a city where such things don't occur on either side. Regardless, he was sure there were a few movers and shakers among the community that oversaw locations like the bar, and my words should have spread to them. If not, well, there were plenty of monsters in the city to continue making his point with. Ocean Song frowned, because he sniffed the air, the familiar scent of a demigod was on the winds. It was strong, too. He knew somewhat the mechanism, if a demigod learned of their heritage, their scent was amplified many-fold. Also, the strength of the demigod played into it was well, but that usually was reserved for demigods after they received training. The scent was moving rather quickly. This wouldn't normally make Ocean Song frown, but he also smelled a handful of monsters chasing the scent. His divine sense spread out and he tracked the source, a young boy, perhaps 10 or 11. Chasing after him were a bunch of dog-headed creatures, not dissimilar to some he slayed in the bar. Considering there are enough monsters to form literal armies from what he recalled, he wasn't surprised that the bottom chaff subsided off numbers. It seems he would need to further make examples. Line break. Several blocks away, a young boy ran for his life. Malcolm let his curiosity get the best of him. His father passed away a few months ago, and he was shipped off to an orphanage because he didn't know who his mother was and he had no extended family. A few days ago, some of his father's belongings were sent to the orphanage when they should have been put in storage. By chance, he rummaged through them and found some letters that were meant to be opened when he was older. He quickly found out who and what he was. Of course he didn't believe it, but he always knew he was a little bit different. He always felt a little smarter than other kids his age, so he tested the contents of the letter. Suffice to say, monsters started popping up all around him within hours. No one else could see them, and in his panic, he ran away. They were gaining on him too, their faces were twisting and changing like an illusion. They looked like people, then they looked like monsters with sharp teeth, like wolves or dogs. No one else helped him, everyone around him pretended that he didn't even exist while he was running for his life. His little legs carried him as much as possible, but he was getting tired and he was scared. He didn't know how much longer he could run for, but thankfully, he didn't need to find out as a strange light soared through the air between him and the monsters, making them come to a quick stop. Malcolm fell to the ground in a panic, not knowing what was going on, only for a new person to step between him and the monsters. I believe I made my rules clear. Demigods were off limits. Humans were off limits. I'll give you a chance to explain yourselves, fellow Taoists. The strange man spoke, holding a sword in one hand. Malcolm couldn't see his face, only his long black hair and weird white skirt dress thing. For Ocean Song, courtesy was important, even if you were fighting to the death. He would give them a chance to explain themselves so they wouldn't question their deaths at his hand. Since when do we have to listen to you? Yeah, I've been eating demigods for years. Why do we gotta stop? I heard about some bastard telling us we weren't allowed to eat demigods anymore. The last one spit on the ground. We ain't scared of you. You're a monster just like us and you just want all of the demigods for yourself. Ocean Song's frown deepened. Very well, I've heard your responses. Ocean Song's blade flashed out, and the monsters' bodies were split in half. You were given the path to heaven, but you decided to descend down to hell. He sighed. Malcolm froze behind him in fear. Ocean Song didn't feel better because he could sense more monsters coming his way. The demigod behind him was practically a beacon in a city this big with such a large monster population. So, Ocean Song did the most logical thing. He closed his eyes and let his cultivation base burst out, amplifying his divine sense to a degree that it covered nearly the entire city. My name is Ocean Song, and this is my city. Humans are off limits. Demigods are off limits. If you disagree with my new rules, then you are welcome to come and exchange pointers with this lowly Cyclops. It reverberated through the mists. Every monster could feel it. It wasn't true sound, it was intent lapsed with chi that every magical creature in the city could understand. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of different monsters all looked at the source despite the distance between them. Ocean Song didn't keep himself contained, he let his presence be felt. While they all looked towards him, he looked back at them. The many monsters that were converging on the demigod's location, the vast majority of them stilled, a handful, they slowed down as if considering their options. Ocean Song thought he made his point clear as he had no challengers, but the ground rumbled and he felt something moving far beneath the ground. Several blocks away, it was as if a sinkhole opened up, and two massive, scaled claws grasped at the edges, something pulling itself up out of the earth. A drakon. Not to be mistaken with a dragon, as drakons are similar, but they predate the concept of dragons in Greek culture by millennia. It was like an odd mix between an Eastern and Western dragon, but without wings. Its elongated body made it larger than most buildings in the area. And Ocean Song could feel it, it was old. Monsters, well, many of them got stronger with age. Age made their legends and myths only spread across humanity, and added more weight to their existence. The drakon looked at Ocean Song, a miasma leaking from its sharp teeth, corroding the concrete road. Each of its steps caused the ground to rumble and its tail swiped to the side. A building a half-dozen stories tall fell over without any resistance. Thankfully, the mortals had moved since its initial arrival, thinking that an earthquake was occurring. I heard your declaration, little monster. The drakon spoke, though not in the normal sense. Its words were still clear as they shook the air with each syllable uttered. How funny, this is the first time in my life that another monster told me what I can and cannot do. I'm going to eat that little demigod behind you, and you're going to watch me do it. Then, I'm going to send you to Tartarus. Spend a few millennia down there as punishment for thinking you could order me around. Ocean Song silently measured his opponent. The massive serpent took a few steps forward. Do you have nothing to say now, little monster? The drakon chuckled, causing windows in the surroundings to shatter. Fellow Taoist, you have eyes, but you fail to see. Ocean Song replied evenly, shaking his head. The drakon looked at him, unsure of what he said, but for some reason, he felt like he had been insulted. The drakon's mouth pulled back in a snarl, revealing its many sharp teeth, each one about the size of a person. The drakon took a deep breath, the miasma around it intensified and it blew it out, melting everything in its path. Ocean Song gripped his sword, a small smile formed as he now had the chance to utilize his true sword skills since leaving the island. He had cultivated a handful of sword techniques. He even had a forbidden sword technique that he sealed away. But for this drakon, that wouldn't be needed. Ocean Sword, first form, crashing waves. Like thousands of waves overlapped atop one another, they collided with the poisonous breath of the drakon, slicing through it and tearing up its scales as the sword flashed across its back and down the street. The drakon let out a roar of pain and confusion. It didn't know what just happened, only that the scales on its back had been cut apart, it was hurt, and its breath didn't do anything. The drakon didn't survive this long by being foolish. It knew when it was outmatched right away, and despite its grandiose words moments prior, it chose the wisest action and immediately turned to run away. You can only blame yourself for courting death. Ocean Song spoke as the drakon attempted to flee and he held his blade up to the side. Ocean Sword, second form, chaotic tides. Thousands of flashes of light descended on the drakon, blood splashed everywhere, and its body pieces could be counted in the hundreds as they all fell to the ground. Ocean Song landed gently on the ground a dozen feet away, letting out a breath, lowering his sheathed blade. The monster's body swiftly turned to dust in the aftermath. He turned back, the demigod was on the ground, his eyes rolled back and he was unconscious. Right, he forgot about that. He scratched his head because he realized something. He forgot where the camp for half-blood children was. Line break. A true cultivator must harness the power of the cringe. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 18 comments 0 vote. Chapter 8. Ocean Song stood there, wind bellowing, making his clothing and hair flutter. The sun shined just perfectly through the tree canopy, illuminating him. You've awoken. Ocean Song spoke with an elderly tone. What, where? The young demigod that Ocean Song saved previous finally awoke. His eyes widened, Ocean Song glanced back and saw them dilate as the signs of panic set in. Fear not, child. If I wished you to come to harm, would you have awoken after a period of unconsciousness in my presence? He spoke a logical sequence of events, and he had a good idea who the child's godly parent was, thus the proper way to calm him down. What happened to that big dragon? Drakon. Ocean Song corrected. In the Greek cosmology, they predate dragons by millennia. He spoke, holding a hand up, pointing to the side without turning around. The demigod, Malcolm, swallowed as he saw a pile of scales, claws and other things that very clearly came from the big monster he saw before. Why you killed it? Are you a god? Ocean Song laughed. I'm afraid I'm still far from the level of a god. You seem to have some knowledge of the world, which is surprising for one such as you considering you were being chased alone. I read a letter my dad left me after, and suddenly monsters started turning up around me. I didn't mean to, dad left it for me for when I turned 18. He pulled up his legs, burying his head into his arms. Ah, I believe I know who your mother is then. Ocean Song spoke with some manner of confidence. Her children, while very intelligent, can often be blinded by arrogance and self-assurance in their own wisdom. You know my mom. His eyes went wide. Does that mean I'm really a? He lowered his head and whispered. A demigod. Do you question it after what you experienced? But yes, child, you are half divine. Ocean Song hummed. So, you're like me then, right? I remember my dad reading me a lot of stories and stuff about old heroes and monsters and gods I just didn't realize, but you're a hero. He sounded hopefully. Sorry child, but I'm far from a hero. He turned around, smiling with his third eye, while shut, was still visible. I'm a monster. Malcolm's body went cold and stiff. Are you going to eat me? Are you tasty? Ocean Song tilted his head. Don't think so. How about you compare yourself those fish I have cooking over the fire? Ocean Song pointed towards a small campsite he created, a handful of fish being roasted on sticks over it. I think the fish would taste better. He gulped. I think so too. Ocean Song chuckled, walking over and picking up a couple, handing one over to the boy. You were sleeping for several hours, and I'm sure you didn't have time to eat while you were running. Malcolm hesitantly took it. Logically, he knew that he was hungry and didn't want to reject it when his stomach was rumbling. They silently ate for several minutes. The young boy, while starving, mentally didn't have much of an appetite. He took several bites, settling the hunger pains before stopping. Why did you save me? You're a monster, right? All the stories Dad told me, if they're real, shouldn't you be trying to eat me? Do you want me to eat you? What? No, why would I want that? He squeaked out. You seem to be bringing it up a lot. Ocean Song chuckled, teasing him a little bit. He could see the boy's demeanor shift slightly, less guarded, relaxing. The children of his godly parent, they could embody the phrase, curiosity killed the cat. Fear not, child, I don't eat humans or demigods. I find my kin who lose themselves to such things an eyesore. So you're like a good monster. That's a good question. What is good, what is bad? It's okay if I eat cow meat, but if it's the cow, they would say I'm evil, right? My Tao heart is firm and unwavering. I simply do things with a clear conscience and don't worry about dividing into good and evil. If the world were different and it was humans or demigods hunting monsters that wanted to live peacefully, my blade would be turned against them just as well. Ocean Song didn't hate monsters, nor did he have some unconditional love for demigods and humans even if he felt a slight bit of kinship towards the latter due to his previous life. Simply, monsters hunting the latter two groups was the immediate issue he settled while making this city his own. Just as he told the young boy, if the situation were reversed and peaceful monsters were being hunted down, his blade would turn on any humans or demigods responsible. Peace in his domain extended to every group. The young boy was silent, seemingly contemplating Ocean Song's profound wisdom. You must have a great deal of questions. Come, ask. Ocean Song had a soft spot for children. Perhaps it was his true point in exerting his influence over the city. He despised the idea of children being hunted. Why did monsters suddenly come after me after reading Dad's letters? He finally asked. Long ago, a monster that suffered at the hands of the gods cast a curse on every child born from their union and immortal. They release a scent that is intoxicating to monsters, making the less intelligent forego everything in hunting them down and consuming them. The more a demigod knows about their heritage, the stronger the scent. The moment you found out who and what you are, your scent became amplified enough to be sensed within miles of your location. That's stupid. The young boy huffed. Indeed. Ocean Song was also awed by boy's profound response. Are there more like me? There are a great many. Ocean Song nodded. There is a camp. I believe it's not far from here, somewhere reachable by foot, but I'm unsure of its exact location. However, it is protected magically and houses other demigods, some of your half-siblings. You will be taught how to fight, how to defend yourself, and how to harness the latent power inside of you. You killed that big thing so easily, right? Can I be strong like you? Ocean Song smiled, seeing a younger version of himself in the young boy. Mostly the bad parts, the anxiety, the fear, and desire to get stronger. Mind, body, soul, essence. Those are the four paths to power. They have many differing branches, but it comes down to those four. If you master any one of them, your potential is limitless. What's essence? Essence, Ocean Song hummed, thinking how best to explain it in terms the young boy would understand. Essence, you can consider it your divine heritage. It's to cultivate the gifts bestowed upon you by your godly parent from being of their blood. Ocean Song paused, holding his hand up, and the nearby river some dozens of feet away had water rise up and flow to him. I am a child of the sea god. Thus, I have an affinity for the water. But I thought you said you weren't a demigod. Ocean Song smiled wryly. Monsters don't get the title. We are monsters, first and foremost. Can I learn to do things like you did with a sword? I remember you swinging it around and cutting things far away, I could barely see it. Ocean Song raised an eyebrow. It's impressive that you could perceive it in any regard. Truly he was a son of the goddess of wisdom, having sight beyond the regular. Interesting, you may have a talent in sword cultivation. However, we walk different paths. I can't do what you did. Ocean Song considered the question. He actually didn't know if the demigod before him could duplicate his cultivation. He succeeded, he believes party, because he was a monster. He didn't know the differences that a human component would add. Come, sit before me cross-legged. Ocean Song took a similar position. The boy hesitantly, but silently complied, sitting cross-legged in front of him. I'm going to use my chi to peer into your body, don't resist. Chi. The boy repeated the foreign word. Many call it magic here. Ocean Song revealed, calling forth his chi to inspect the boy's body. He quickly found his meridians and they weren't dissimilar. I will bestow on you an opportunity. Whether you can grasp it or not, I'll leave it up to chance. I will do this once, memorize the locations and the feeling of my chi. Ocean Song, like a proper elder cultivator, wanted to bestow the chance of a fortunate encounter. He used his chi to touch upon all of the boy's meridians, letting it linger there for the boy to feel. Those are your meridians, you must use your chi to open them, gradually. If you are too aggressive, you will cause potentially fatal damage to yourself. Like water wearing down stone, you must wear away at them until they're all open. If you can open all 12 meridians, you may find me again and I will take you as a student. The boy, he seemed lost in the feeling of my chi penetrating his body. Ocean Song smiled. It was his first time acting as a proper master. Success. If he were alone, he'd be pumping his fist in the air. Truly, he was a proper cultivator. Line break. Ocean Song looked at the boy, who was passed out on the ground again. He had been exhausted, both mentally and physically at this point, it was best to let him rest. Now, Ocean Song had something he had to do. He created an altar to his father, sacrificing a few pieces of the drakon he killed to get his attention. Father, I seek your wisdom. He spoke, his father's attention turning to him, albeit only a part of it. I have rescued a child of wisdom from the fate of death at the hands of a monster. What should I do? As he finished speaking, he felt his father's attention fully turn to him as if inspecting him intently. He could vaguely feel it turning to look at the boy too. You should have let him die. His father's voice gently swaying towards him. Father. Ocean Song frowned. He is but a child. Ocean Song perhaps forgot until this moment that his father and the child's mother had a long-standing grudge and feud. He's one of Athena's. Poseidon scoffed dismissively. Ocean Song let out a sigh, reminded that his father is literally the sea. He can be warm and comforting, just as it can be treacherous and deadly. Father, I know it's futile to tell you to give up any grudges you have against wisdom. However, please respect my position in such matters for now on. I don't mind running errands or answering your calls to arms, but I will not raise my blade, or turn a blind eye in this case, when children of others are involved. It goes against my Tao heart. Poseidon went silent for a moment. He didn't know what Tao heart meant, and chalked it up to one of the strange things his strangest son says. But opposite of that, he felt a tinge of pride for his son standing up to him. It wasn't as if his son was admonishing him, nor insulting him in doing so. Heck, his son even acknowledged his own unwavering stance in his grudge against Athena. He demanded loyalty from his children, but in return, he allowed them leeway. After giving it a moment of thought, Poseidon accepted his strangest son's stance. He wouldn't force him to observe his own grudges against the other gods. Poseidon likewise felt proud of his son even more. Very well, was his simple reply. Thank you, father. Ocean Song smiled brightly. That being said, do you know where that camp is so I can help him find it? Poseidon, from across the ocean, raised an eyebrow. While he wouldn't push his son to adhere to his own grudge, he didn't find it in himself to assist his son's efforts when it came to her children either. The silence was palpable to Ocean Song, but he had a sudden idea. You know, father. Imagine how much it would annoy her when she finds out it was you who secured her child's safety and sent him to camp. Poseidon perked up at that. The thought of Athena being annoyed did please him. And truthfully, he didn't inherently hate her children outright, it was just an extension of his grudge with her. If the child found himself on the sea, it's not that he would even spare the brat a look, much less intentionally move to harm him. And he was a god. Doing a good deed, well, it was within his godly principles to do so occasionally. Truly, he was a great god. Line break. Is there really a camp here? I don't see anything. Malcolm looked around. See not with your eyes, child. Open yourself up to the breath of the world. Ocean Song sagely replied. What does that mean? It means it's hidden. He chuckled. Obscurity is the first line of defense. He spoke from his own experience. Ocean Song, however, could see the massive waves of chi that rolled off the barrier that blanketed the camp. If he wanted to, he could easily push through the barrier, but he came to a stop a few feet in front of it. What a powerful formation. He knew of the formation that covered the camp for the half-godly children, but to see it in person, it was an enlightening experience. Though, he barely had a moment to admire it as he swung out his sword, deflecting an arrow coming from the other side of the barrier. Malcolm nearly jumped out of his skin as a half-man half-horse came running up, bow drawn and a significant amount of chi coiling over it. Perhaps the first arrow was merely a warning or a probe. This one, Ocean Song felt like it was comparing a pebble from before to the shot of a cannon. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I am here to deliver one of your wayward children. Ocean Song clasped his hands, politely acknowledging the righteous and famous figure before him. Long have I heard the name of the trainer of heroes, Chiron. The legends do not give justice to your elegant figure. The centaur hesitated, blinking, surprised. He didn't know how to respond to that as it was far divorced from how he expected, sensing a powerful monster approaching the barrier from going. He ran out here first because of the pressing concern, not even taking the time to gather the demigods in camp to prepare for battle. Go along, little one. Ocean Song gently nudged Malcolm forward until he passed through the barrier. The eyes of the centaur narrowed, once more widened in confusion mixed with surprise. He didn't expect the monster to give up the demigod without any kind of price being paid. Ocean Song looked at the mighty centaur and clasped his hands again. Fear not from this lowly Cyclops, great teacher of heroes. I shall take my leave as my goal has been achieved. Before Chiron could answer, the monster threw out his sheathed sword, and it floated there, enlarging. The monster hopped onto it and flew away. Chiron looked at the silhouette disappearing in the sky, then back down at the apparently newest camper, then back at the figure. What? Line break. One chapter ahead on my page A. T. R. E. O. N. Circa O. M. AStoryForOne if you want to read ahead or support me. 26 comments 0 vote. Chapter 9. Ocean Song let out a small sigh. Flicking his wrist, a few dozen droplets of water shot out, piercing through the heads of some low-level monsters. The kind of monsters that indulged in their instincts above higher thinking. Thankfully, and noticeably, it seems that monster attacks had been reduced since his arrival in the city. And not just because he'd been killing the ones disobeying his warnings. It had been well over a week now since his proclamation of ownership over the city, and it seemed that the majority of the monster population was adhering to his new rules. Despite reforming eventually, no monster wanted to die. It was painful, annoying and a dreadful experience all around. Tartarus was not a nice place, even for monsters. And then they had to crawl back out of the pit, avoiding things in the realm of the underworld in order to make it back to the human world. Who knows how many years that would take. He was sure there was something else as well. He was highly unlikely that a monster didn't lose something every time they died and came back. Be it part of themselves, their mind, or even their power as a price. Giving it some thought, it seemed like monsters in modern day, or most things compared to their older status, are weaker. Comparatively to their myths, he recalled their appearances from his previous life, and it certainly seemed like they degraded a degree or two over the years. Perhaps it was a happenstance of their constant reformation in the depths of Tartarus. Regardless, Ocean Song had a goal for today. Cleaning up the stray troublemakers was something he considered simply a chore at this point and not worth mentioning. He collected a great deal of trophies and various odds and ends that he felt like the one receiving them would be happy. He had been staying at the small campsite he made previously when he hosted the demigod, and he even started building a small house. It was slow going. Mostly because he had no idea how to build a house. Stacking trees on top of each other proved to be incorrect. His father didn't respond when he questioned him why he didn't have that kind of talent when he should be an expert crafted by default. However, he put such thoughts to the side and lit up a proper brazier he had procured and created a proper altar to the goddess of magic. With everything set up, and a literal pile of monster parts as tall as he sat down and slowly started throwing the trophies into the fire. Minutes, hours, he lost track of time as the massive pile slowly decreased, each of the trophies disappearing into the brazier, accepted as an offering from the other side. He grabbed a horn of something or another, he didn't remember where it came from, and he tossed it into the brazier nonchalantly, only for it to be set firing back out, bouncing off his head and knocking him back. A familiar darkness descended as a goddess appeared on the mortal plane once more. Do you have nothing better to do than to send all this trash in my workshop? She let out a huff, stepping out and kicking over the pile of materials. Ocean Song sat back up, just happy that she appeared. He didn't think she would, he was just hoping for acknowledgement. Greetings, Goddess Hecate. He clasped his hands politely towards her. To what do I owe your personal visit? Her lips thinned as she looked at the stupid Cyclops in front of her. Do you think it's normal for monster parts to be sacrificed to me constantly over the course of hours? Do you, not like my offering? He asked with a strange look. The goddess Hecate glanced his way, her projection of annoyance cracked ever so slightly. She waved her hand, and all the monster parts disappeared. They are acceptable and useful, even if nothing of extraordinary quality was among them. She admitted, crossing her arms. Ocean Song looked down. If you desire, I will stop. She kicked him over, gently, with another annoyed huff, not even giving him a proper verbal response. What do you want as a reward? She turned away. This lowly Cyclops requires no reward, great goddess. As long as they make you happy, I'm content. Ocean Song smiled. Hecate scowled and marched over, grabbing his mouth and pulling him up to eye level. When a god asks you what you want for a reward, you answer. Do you understand? Ocean Song, unable to speak, nodded. Good. She dropped him, her expression for a brief moment turned faintly gentle as her gaze swept past him before returning to normal. It's in our nature. She decided to explain to him properly. Mortals worship us, and we bestow blessings upon them. If you reject outright a god telling you to request a reward, it can be insulting to the god. Gods do not like owing mortals. And if you refuse a reward, they may become paranoid about your intentions. Ocean Song didn't consider that. What if I wanted to postpone a reward and build up to a bigger reward? Then speak openly about your intent and what you desire. She said simply. It is not wise to reject a god without a good reason to placate him. Would stating that your presence is enough of a reward be an insult? Ocean Song smiled. Stop speaking nonsense, you're testing my patience. She rolled her eyes. However, there was the briefest illusion of a smile from her before being quickly squashed. Now, tell me what you want as a reward. This one does admit he has a few things he wants. I intended to request a reward from my father. If it is not too much trouble. I have a list. Ocean Song offered, producing said piece of parchment. A list. She went through the effort of getting him to properly ask for a reward, and he had a list already prepared. Hecate scowled, snatching it out of his hands. Once more, she had a similar thought regarding him. If she didn't know he was actually an idiot, it felt like he was intentionally being a little shit. She looked it over. A bag that is bigger on the inside. That's rather common and easily producible. Hardly worth the number of offerings she received. Second was a gourd with the same properties, able to hold a larger amount of liquid than what should be possible. Slightly odder, but just as easy to produce as the first. Lastly, the third thing on the list had her furrow her brow. It was a very detailed description and even a scribble to go along with it for a visual regarding a set of clothing he wanted. 3 small things, well, she wouldn't be stingy. Despite calling the offering trash, it was rather convenient. She was a goddess, she wasn't going to go out and collect these kinds of low-level materials herself. The best of which could be said to only be moderately valuable and impressive. That being from a Drakon of all things. Which was impressive that he slew one so soon. There were many branches of magic and witchcraft that utilized monster parts, especially for new practitioners. She had a few daughters that could use these materials to a greater extent than she would. She put the list away. Do you intend to do something absurd again with your body and nearly kill yourself? I believe this is the longest I've seen that you haven't tried to kill yourself in new and fantastical ways. Great goddess, I admit that my cultivation has stagnated to this point. I will need to meditate to understand the next path in my cultivation. Ocean Song quickly stated. At this point, she was used to him throwing out nonsense and could interpret his words to some extent. She understood that he hasn't found a new way to kill himself or do something absurd. Yet, deciding that she was done, she disappeared, going to work on the reward for him. Line break. Ocean Song mediated. It had been 3 days since Hecate had left, and after admitting he didn't know what to do next with his cultivation, he resolved himself to figure it out. After spending a lot of time on it, he came to a realization: his golden core could be improved. His golden core was mixed with his inherited divinity and the chi he absorbed. However, what if it was purely divinity, as divinity is a higher form of chi? He would slowly convert all chi of his golden core into divinity. That seemed like the correct path. As for his monster core, it was the same. However, instead of divinity, he would be refining his monster essence until it was made of purely such. He recalled the tales of the primordial Cyclops, a type of god in its own right that didn't lose to the titans of old. Both paths reached towards the heavens, and they were combined in his singular body. Truly, he was blessed with talent in cultivation. While engrossed in his cultivation, his eyes suddenly shot open because a bunch of objects fell onto the ground in front of him. He wasn't even unhappy because he had been waiting for these. Without hesitation, he quickly grabbed the new clothes. Carefully and rather awkwardly, he attempted to put them on. After several attempts, and about 30 minutes of nearly falling over, he tightened the strings on his boots, and pulled his hair back, tying it back properly. He grabbed the storage pouch and tied it to his waist. He did a double take because there were things inside it as well. A few books on magic, and some supplies to draw talismans. He felt a happiness in his heart and smiled, knowing that the goddess bestowed on him a gift beyond a reward. He would need to make sure and give her a proper thanks later. And on his opposite, he tied his gourd as well. As a proper cultivator, he should have a gourd of alcohol to drink from. For reasons. He was actually never really much of a drinker in his past life, but it was something a cultivator would do. With his sword in hand, he felt like a true and proper cultivator. It was true what they said: clothes really do make the man. And Ocean Song felt elegant and refined in his new clothing. He summoned a cool breeze, letting the winds bellow through his hair and his new black and blue cultivator robes. With a newfound, albeit already possessed, confidence, he threw his sword out and hopped onto it, shooting into the sky. He held his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face. It was then that he had a great thought. He should go find his brother that lives in this city. Line break. A.N. Smaller chapter, but Ocean Song is now dressed for success and going to find his brother. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this snippet, or support me, go to my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. 20 comments 0 vote. Chapter 10. Camp Half-Blood was an interesting place. Chiron knew that you could never call it normal despite him having been running it for so long at this point. There was no normalcy when gods and demigods were involved in any capacity. Yet, he considered it a normal day when one of his campers didn't try to eat the lava in the lava wall climbing obstacle. Despite that almost happening, again, it could almost be called a normal day. Almost. That's what. The 6th on this month. Mr. D, also known as the god Dionysus, shuffled a deck of cards between his hands, looking at our newest camper. Yes, Mr. D. Chiron nodded politely. Adam here makes the 6th this month. So far. It's not even halfway through the month. They're usually lucky if they get a new camper every few months. Adam, meet our camp director, Mr. D. Hello. He somewhat hid behind me. Well, he's only 10. Mr. D hated the demigods here, but he was just a tad gentler when it came to children. If they accidentally did or said something he didn't like, he would actually give them a warning and a lesson before immediately turning them into dolphins. Look at you, Chiron. Employee of the month. He snorted. I can't claim credit, Mr. D. He found his way to camp by himself. I happened upon him when he was already nearly here. Chiron informed him. Oh. He quirked an eyebrow. That's the 4th, this month with that same situation, isn't it? Little Anthony here made it all the way to camp without any issues. Yes, Adam was brave and courageous enough to come here all by himself. Chiron pondered, probably a son of Ares by the look in his eyes when he saw some of the other children practicing with weapons. The centaur didn't bother correcting his naming sense. He does it on purpose. Eventually, he gets one of the kids to get annoyed and act out. It gives him an excuse to curse them for his own amusement. Though, to his credit, it's usually temporary. Mr. D continued to shuffle his deck of cards between his hands. No any card games, kid. No sir. He shook his head. Polite. He grunted. Tell me about your oh-so courage and bravery, brat. How'd you manage to make it here all by yourself? Chiron suppose it's finally reached enough of a threshold that even Mr. D is curious as to what's happening. I met a nice lady. I thought she was really scary at first because she was also a spider. But she told me that my dad is here, and she drove me here herself. Adam smiled. Oh, a nice spider lady. Well, lucky you. Mr. D's sarcasm wasn't picked up by the child. Maybe she wasn't hungry. What do you think, Chiron? A nice spider lady giving rides to her favorite meals. Adam looked up at Chiron in confusion. Chiron realized, they going to need to have a talk about Monster Slater and his view is going to be completely skewed. The important thing is that he made it here safely. Chiron coughed, changing the subject. There was also a nice lizard. And a nice dog head person. But they looked really scared of Spider Lady. Adam frowned. Oh, Spider Lady wanted me to say something, she sounded really scared too. She asked me to tell someone that she followed the rules. She followed the rules, did you hear that, Chiron? Mr. D snorted again. What a kind and virtuous Spider Lady. Thank you for telling us, Adam. Chiron gestured for someone standing at the side to come over. Adam, meet Luke. He's the head of the Hermes cabin. Until your parent claims you can set up a bunk in the Hermes cabin for now. Before he could answer, Luke stepped in, having a lot of experience with this. Hey, your name is Adam, right? I'm Luke Castellian. I'm the head of the Hermes cabin, why don't I show you around and help you get settled? He quickly diverted the boy's attention and got him to follow along silently. Tell me, Chiron, did Pops make a new set of rules for monsters that I wasn't aware of? Mr. D set his cards down. Because I sense a hint of madness on the air and it's a distinct flavor I don't recognize. I am unaware of any new rules, Lord Dionysus. He bowed my head. If Lord Zeus deemed such rules necessary, I believe he would at least send down a messenger and not let us find out this way. A faint rumbling was heard above in the clouds, as if he were keeping an ear open and he agreed. Mr. D looked up and frowned. Strange, it seems like a lot of odd things are happening all at once. You're meeting with the three-eyed Cyclops you reported. And now a bunch of monsters are playing nice with demigods. A Cyclops can't have 3 eyes, Lord Dionysus. Chiron sighed. Don't be racist, Chiron. He called himself a Cyclops. As you say. The centaur knew that there was no use arguing with him. He would play devil's advocate just to annoy someone. Chiron was mildly concerned because it was happening at a poor time. Could it really be coincidence that all of this was happening after Zeus had his symbol of power stolen and a war was potentially on the horizon? Zeus and Poseidon had been at each other's throats for a couple weeks now and someone seems to be moving behind the scenes. Chiron came to the decision that they would have to investigate. We should have dear sister come investigate. Lord Dionysus suggested. It took significant self-control on the centaur's part not to react negatively. Artemis is the greatest huntress in the world, one of the ones who even taught him. However, her way of doing things is. I believe we shouldn't bother Lady Artemis with such a trivial. Too late, already contacted her. He smiled cheerfully, looking off into the distance. I made one of the deer her Girl Scouts were about to carve up explode and wrote the message in blood. Quote. The deer's blood. He clarified after a moment. Quote. I forgot to sign it with my name. Lord Dionysus pursed his lips and he looked down at the can of Coke in his hands and threw it. There, I smacked one of them in the noggin, they should know it's from me. Chiron didn't see where it was thrown to, only that it disappeared far beyond his sight and trusted that Lord Dionysus truly did lob a can of Coke at one of Lady Artemis's huntresses from miles away. He trusted this blindly, because it was exactly something Lord Dionysus would do because he was always ornery when sober and alleviates this by causing problems, albeit small ones, just so he would be entertained. And people were saying that I wasn't a good camp director behind my back. Can you believe it, Chiron? Look at me going above and beyond for all the little dolphins. Demigods, Lord Dionysus. Ah. He raised a finger. What is a demigod, but someone who has yet to shit the bed and be turned into a dolphin by me? He spoke rather sagely, taking a sip from his Diet Coke. Right, father. He held his can of soda up to the sky. Surprisingly, or not, the sky rumbled as if to agree with him. At the very least, it was one headache Chiron wouldn't have to worry about himself. Lady Artemis, through methods he probably wouldn't utilize himself, would certainly get to the bottom of things. Regardless, he had schoolwork to grade, something he had been procrastinating on for hours now. Thankfully, it was the weekend. He had time to unwind before having to pretend to be a teacher again as he watched over one young Percy Jackson, for whom he suspected very highly to be a child of someone in a precarious position. It's always something. Line break. Ocean Song hummed a tune he vaguely recalled from his previous life. He was in a good mood. His robes bellowed in the wind as he walked, giving off a majestic aura. So what if he hid himself beyond the mist so that the normal people didn't see the strange person in strange clothes? He still felt majestic, and that's all that mattered. Of course, people still gave him looks. He could only sigh reluctantly that manipulating the mists could do nothing to hide his own handsomeness. Truly, it was a burden he would have to bear. He only had a vague idea of where he was going. He could only really recall that it was in Manhattan, he thinks the East Side, but he wasn't positive. And simply wandering around would do absolutely nothing. How many people lived within this part of the city? How many apartment buildings were there? Though, he had a good idea. He found a small little park and used the mist to keep everyone away and set up a small altar. Great goddess Hecate, this humble Cyclops has a magical request. I wish to find someone, I know their name, but I know not where they are. Is there a means by which I can locate them? While he didn't want to be going to a god or goddess for every small issue he encountered, this did fall under the purview of goddess Hecate being his semi-teacher. A few moments later the mist swirled and a couple books were deposited onto the ground along with a large piece of parchment. Ocean Song looked over the books and they seemed to be extensions of the first one he received to further his magical knowledge. The parchment, however, he looked over it and he vaguely felt it was similar to his talismans. It even had written instructions on it. The ink looked fresh too, as if it were written just moments ago. It was rather easy to use, there was a spot to write the name of an individual, and it would create a pre-made tracking spell for them. How convenient. He simply used a minute about of his chi onto his index finger and was about to fill in the correct spot, writing his junior brother's name, but he paused considering the implication. He was aware that his junior brother was the target of a prophecy, and he wasn't sure what would happen if he used a magical method of tracking to make him proverbially light up. Not to mention he should be unaware of his godly heritage at this point in his life if he was correct about the current timeline. Likewise, he did not wish to bring unwanted attention upon his junior brother's mother. Thankfully, he recalled the name of the stepfather. I happily wrote Ingabe Ugliano after putting the books away in his storage pouch. The parchment burst into flame in his hand. Ocean Song blinked, secretly worried that he messed it up until the ashes reformed into an arrow, hovering over his palm as it spun around before settling on a position. Thank you, great goddess, I am once more awed by your knowledge. He quickly thanked the goddess, and snuffed out the makeshift altar. Funny enough, it wasn't that far away. A few blocks down the road and he found the apartment complex, the arrow pointing somewhat upwards. Though, Ocean Song scrunched his nose when he looked at the state of the place. He knew they didn't live in a particularly desirable place, but he didn't realize it was this bad. Technically, Ocean Song was homeless as he hadn't finished building his home, yet he felt his living situation wash better. Ocean Song casually walked up several flights of stairs until the arrow leveled out and dissipated as I approached a door, indicating that he was at the right place. He assumed the spell simply vanished once its purpose had been fulfilled. Ocean Song hesitated to knock. Now that he got this far, he didn't know what he should do. Truthfully, he hadn't put much thought into this behind simply doing it. It might be rather awkward to appear and claim to be a brother. However, while he pondered this question, he heard shouting behind the door and the sounds of something breaking along with a scream that sounded distinctly female. Without hesitation at this point, he gripped the doorknob and yanked it off, pushing the door open. He was greeted with a sight that made his blood boil. He had a vague idea about his junior brother's mother, her description, as well as the description of her husband. And now, the mother of his junior brother, the lover of his father, was knelt on the ground, a red mark on her cheek in the shape of a hand and her husband standing over her. Who the hell are you? The man, if he could be called that, looked at Ocean Song in accusation. Ocean Song's nose scrunched up. He recalled some details from his previous life, a claim that the husband smelled so foul that his scent was able to hide his junior brother's demigod scent from monsters. He believed that to be an embellishment or simply false, but standing here, the man truly left a foul smell. He walked up to Ocean Song, jabbing his finger into his chest. Hey, are you listening, pal? You can't just walk into someone's home like you. Ocean Song considered his options, threw them to the wayside and slapped the man. To the Cyclops' eyes, it was slow, as the meme was lifted up off the ground, his cheek indented, and quite a few of his teeth flew out of his mouth before he went head first into the kitchen table. He was unmoving. However, Ocean Song could still hear a faint heartbeat. He glanced back at the mother of his junior brother who looked at him with obvious fear and trepidation. She slowly stood up. Ocean Song opened his mouth to politely introduce himself, but rather quickly she reached into her purse that was on the counter and retrieved a small revolver and fired a shot directly at his face. Surprised, Ocean Song reached up to catch the bullet, followed by another pause of silence. It was smart to aim for my eye. A monster's body is usually durable enough to withstand bullets, but eyes are almost exclusively a weak spot. He admired her bravery in her presumed face of danger. It's not my first time, she said softly. Ocean Song found himself admiring her more. No wonder my father was so smitten with you. He smiled. Father. She breathed out, her brow furrowed until realization dawned on her. You are Hassan. Ocean Song nodded his head. I apologize for my abrupt entrance. He glanced at the unconscious body of her husband. However, I will not apologize for slapping him. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ocean Song, son of the sea god. He clasped his hands, bowing politely to her. And your son's senior brother. Hesitantly, she put the gun down, not that it would do any good. You're not here for my son. You assumed I was here for him immediately. Dare I guess that you can see through the mist and noticed my eye? She nodded, staring at it. A little bit, she admitted. I noticed that monsters, even when hiding, never quite fit in. Your outfit was eye-catching. What did she mean by that? Ocean Song was confused. Once more, I apologize, mistress, for barging in and showing you an unsightly scene. This lowly Cyclops simply wanted to visit his junior brother. I intended no harm to yourself or your son. Mistress. She whispered in confusion. You are father's mistress, you hold seniority over someone like me, mistress. Ocean Song briefly explained. Sally Jackson looked at him, rather confused by what he was saying, though able to glean some things from it. She started to relax slightly. Realistically, she knew that if he wanted to hurt her, there was nothing she could do, but he seemed genuinely peaceful to her. I guess you know me then, I'm Sally Jackson. She awkwardly introduced herself as well. Ocean Song, he raised her hand, and she flinched back. He felt another surge of anger in his heart and resisted the urge to kick her husband's unconscious body. He extended a finger and used a wisp of his chi towards her cheek. He wasn't studious towards the healing arts, but he could heal a mortal swollen cheek rather easily. Sally took out a hand mirror from her purse and looked at herself. A lot more of her hesitation dissipated and she found herself smiling. Thank you. It's no effort, mistress. You don't have to call me that. She still found it rather awkward. I must show proper respect to father's mistress. Ocean Song shook his head. Sally let out a sigh. I could hardly be called his mistress, when I haven't seen him since Percy was born. He probably forgot all about me. Mistress, I can say for certainty, that not a day goes by that he doesn't wish he could be at your side. Ocean Song was nothing if not supportive of his father. Sally smiled despite herself. She picked up the gun, with a little bashful expression and stuffed it back into her purse. I'm sorry for shooting you. No, it's my fault, please don't worry about it. He quickly soothed her. You did the correct thing. Though he had a thought, and he reached into his storage pouch and pulled out the trident his father gifted him. As an apology, please take this as a gift. My father bestowed it upon me when I was born, but I feel it would be useful for you and you can pass it on to my brother when the time is right. Sally didn't know what to say. She took it, feeling it was heavier than it looked. The mists will make it look like a broom. Ocean Song made sure to say. Do you know about the mists? Yeah, Haas had told me about certain things. Ocean Song nodded, happy that she was aware of certain things. Especially not to speak the names of gods so openly. Are you here to finally take Percy away? She hesitated for a different reason. He told me that eventually, Percy would have to go someplace. that monsters would start showing up. You mean Camp Halfblood? I apologize, mistress, I am here for my own reasons. I am no member of Father's court, nor a participant in that camp. As you can see, he pointed to his third eye. I am a monster. He chuckled lightly. Monsters and the children of gods don't mix well. Oh. She relaxed but still looked at him. Doesn't that mean you being here would make things worse? He said that anything abnormal would make monsters more attracted to him. Please allow me to alleviate your concerns, mistress. While I am around, I can promise you, no harm shall befall you or your son in my presence. He made a solemn oath, not one based on any god or thereof, but on his own pride and honor. But I also have been pacifying the inhabitants of the city in recent weeks. The monsters of the city know that I Sunwise to target humans or demigods. Sally Jackson didn't know what he meant by that, but she felt a shudder go down her spine and for some reason, she believed him. Ocean Song looked down at her husband. You are a strong woman, your son is lucky to have you as a mother. Willing to submit yourself to this disgusting thing for his protection. If you desire, I can craft a few talismans that can shield his innate scent just to assuage your worries, mistress. You should not have to submit yourself to the torture of being married to this creature, you are worth far more than that. Sally Jackson blinked at the sudden information she received. She was having trouble processing everything, because it had been all so sudden and rather emotionally whiplashing. Mom, why is the door broken? We both heard the voice coming in. Sally looked the slightest bit concerned, glancing at him with an understandable suspicion. Even her hands around the trident tightened, ready to stab at him if she needed to. Ocean Song actually admired her quite a bit. He could put several pieces together, filled in with what he recalled from his previous life. She suffered torment and degradation at the hands of this disgusting person she called a husband, all to protect her son. And she was more than willing to fight Ocean Song to defend him without a single ounce of hesitation. Mom, Percy Jackson walked into the room. The half-brother of Ocean Song. They shared a few similar features, mostly their eyes and hair color. The two brothers, meeting for the first time. Why is there a pimp in here? Percy. His mom exclaimed in embarrassment. Pimp. Ocean Song was confused. He reached out, hidden from the view of his half-brother and snatched the hand mirror from Sally's purse. While the mists hid his form, they would still show the hidden state in a simple mirror. His eyes widened because he was wearing a bright purple suit and did indeed look like a pimp. Even his sword looked like a pimp cane. He then realized why so many people were staring at him while he was walking down the street. He made a silent promise to himself that he would better master the use of the mists in the future. Line break. A.N. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this snippet or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 23 comments 0 vote. Chapter 11. What happened to Gabe? Percy asked, looking at said smelly person on the ground, passed out. Please tell me he got a pimp hand to the face. Percy. His mom squawked again. Quote. Jesus, I was kidding, really. He turned to his mom. Is it actually my birthday today? Finally, she reached over and grabbed his cheek. I'm sorry. He quickly tried to apologize. Apologize to? His mom paused, looking at me blankly. Ocean Song. The Cyclops filled in for her. Quote. Ocean Song. She seemed to hesitate to say it. That name is made up. Percy deadpanned. All names are made up. Ocean Song countered. Percy opened his mouth as if to retort with something, but his eyes went wide, and he just stood there, his mind seemingly blown. The strange silence was interrupted by the sound of the smelly man groaning and slowly climbing to his feet. Ocean Song looked at him, then at Sally Jackson as he slowly raised his sword, which oddly looked like a pimp cane in this moment to Percy's eyes. Sally Jackson met his eyes then looked away as if to say she didn't see anything. The silence returned with Gabe having a few more lumps on his head and his body unmoving once more. I like him. Percy smiled happily. If he's going to be your pimp mom, then at least. Alright, where's the soap? Sally grabbed his cheek, pulling him to the sink. It was a joke. I don't know where you learned that kind of language, but I think it's time to clean your mouth out. Ocean Song just whistled to himself as his junior brother dug his hole deeper with each passing moment. A few minutes passed before Percy's head lay on the table, as if he were dead with his mom looking very pleased with herself. Though the thing was, neither side knew where to go from here. Ocean Song took this moment to manipulate the mists around Percy, to loop the surroundings around him, and to distort everything else in the room. His mother frowned looking at him, like she was about to speak up but stopped herself once she realized it wasn't anything harmful. You made it so he can't hear us. More or less. I will iterate that it's nothing harmful if it puts you at ease. He wasn't naive to assume she trusted him just because he and Percy were related. I believed you would like a moment to collect your thoughts before deciding how to move forward. Do I really have an option? She dropped her head into her hands. If you don't want him to know yet, I will respect your decision and leave. Ocean Song said with a small smile. You, really? She looked at him in surprise. Is that strange? He tilted his head. The reason I came here was to simply meet my younger brother and check up on him. Sally Jackson pursed her lips because, well, it was hard to believe that's all he came here for. Percy's father had warned her about a great many things, especially when it came to trusting basically anything or anyone when it came to Percy's heritage. If I asked you to leave and never show up in front of me or my son again, I would honor your wishes, mistress. Ocean Song bowed his head. Sally Jackson was once more taken aback, mostly due to the sincerity she felt in his words. She knew her bluntness was rather rude, but she wanted to test him, despite how disarming he had been so far. Not mistress. Sally said softly. If you're going to be around, don't call me mistress anymore. It sounds weird and people will give me looks. Madam. Ocean Song blinks. That's better. It was still a little awkward, everything in general for her, but Sally found herself smiling lightly. Finally, she took a deep breath. I'll tell him that you're his brother, and we'll see where things go from there. Knowing that was a cue for Ocean Song, he manipulated the mists again, so Percy's head shot up. What the hell? I felt like I was listening to the Barney song on repeat over and over. Seriously, I swear I saw the purple dinosaur doing the worm through the living room. Percy looked around, shaking slightly. Sally Jackson looked at Percy, then at Ocean Song. Do you think it's intentional that I look like this? Ocean Song admitted awkwardly. I'm not very good at manipulating the mists. Yet, he would need practice. Percy, we need to have a talk. Sally said. Mom. Percy said it with full sincerity. Even if he looks like a pimp and is like 10 years younger than you, I would happily take him as your boyfriend over Smelly Gabe. Sally Jackson twitched slightly. You're just sprinting towards the finish line in the race for a spanking, aren't you? I'm being serious. And that just makes me want to smack your behind even more, Percy. His mom deadpanned. I swear, where did this side of you even come from? Since when do you even know what a pimp is? Mom, I go to school for delinquents. Do you really think I don't know about things? Don't talk about your school like that. She lightly smacked his shoulder. It makes you sound like a delinquent. Well, according to my parole officer, the judge, and my last 6 schools. Percy, it was 2 schools. Which proves I belong in delinquent school. I can't even count. Sally let out an exasperated sigh. Percy, serious time. What's wrong? His expression changed. The young man was able to read the room. He looked at his mom, who was looking at Ocean Song, then he himself looked at the Cyclops with eyes narrowed. Ocean Song was surprised because the trident on the other side of the room trembled slightly, and it wasn't from him. I'm your brother. Ocean Song realized it was a good moment to assist the madam. She looked thankful that he just ripped the band-aid off. Half-brother, mind you. But we are siblings. Can you teach me how to pimp slap Smelly Gabe if we're brothers? Percy, one more comment. Sally warned. Okay, that was my last one. It was starting to feel like beating a dead horse anyway. Percy held up his hands. Ocean Song, however, found himself liking his younger brother. I'm guessing he's not your long-lost son, Mom. We share a father. Ocean Song smiled good-naturedly. Right. Percy pursed his lips. The father I've never met, but I've been assured is amazing and awesome, but there's a reason he can't help us, and you married someone like Smelly Gabe for reasons. That father. Sally Jackson opened her mouth, but Ocean Song was the one to respond first. Yes, that father. Ocean Song, despite his own feelings towards his father, wouldn't deny Percy's legitimate grievances. All right. Percy nodded, pushing up out of his seat as it scrapped against the tiled floor. I'm out of here. I don't want to hear whatever crap this is. Percy, sit down. Why do I have to care about someone who never bothered with us? That's not the main point. Placated. It's always complicated, that's all you've ever said. Whenever I asked you why he wasn't here, why he never met me, why we had to put up with that, he pointed at Gabe on the floor. It's complicated. Percy, sit down and I'll explain it properly, alright. His mom tried to calm him down. It's the same song and dance every time, Mom. Percy's emotions rose rather quickly, and with Ocean Song's connection to water, he felt the water in the pipes of the house vibrate. Ocean Song held up his hand as the mother-son duo began to argue, and the trident, disguised as a broom, shot across the room right in front of their faces and fell between his fingers, abruptly stopping any more shouting. Slowly, Percy sat back down. I think I'd like to listen now. That's probably for the best. Sally said softly. My name is Ocean Song, I'm not human, and I'm your brother. An alien. Yes. Ocean Song replied without missing a beat. I knew it. Percy nodded. You both. Sally let out another exasperated sigh. He's not an alien, Percy. And you, she pointed at Ocean Song. Explain properly. Ocean Song cleared his throat. I'm a Cyclops. An alien Cyclops. No, just a regular one with 3 eyes. Don't they have 1 eye? I remember them from some games. Don't worry about the details. Ocean Song waved off. The point is, I'm a Cyclops, and I'm your brother. Oh Jesus, am I half Cyclops? He looked at Sally. Percy, that makes no. It's why you have 2 eyes, like a weirdo. Ocean Song informed him. I knew it, I was a freak all along. Sally began to rub the bridge of her nose as she counted down from 10. Your father wasn't human. But he wasn't a Cyclops. Your father is a god, you're a half-god. Neat. Not the reaction I expected. His mom admitted. I'm still on the part where my half-brother over there pimp slapped Gabe into a coma while apparently being a Cyclops with 3 eyes. Percy responded. So, who's my dad? Greek god of the sea. Don't say his name. Names have power. Don't speak the names of any gods or monsters. Ocean Song quickly delved into the important bits to avoid any unfortunate accidents. The reason you never knew before is that demigods put out a certain smell that attracts monsters. The more you know, the stronger the scent. Gods can be far worse than monsters if you get their attention. If you call a god's name, as well as a monster, it's basically a big spotlight telling them to look over. There's a reason he couldn't be around, Percy. He literally couldn't. His mom said. There are rules that he's forced to follow. Gods are not allowed to meddle in the affairs of mortals overtly. They stepped back from the world for a reason a millennium ago. Ocean Song finished. That sounds stupid. Percy settled on. It is. Ocean Song didn't disagree. You're taking this very well. I want to punch something. Percy replied. Well, that was a normal reaction for a kid to be confused and angry, especially with these kinds of bombs dropped on him. Wait, you said that it's bad for me to know, but you just told me everything. Percy blinked in realization. Isn't this bad? I'll tell you what I told your mother. While I am around, you will come to no harm. Ocean Song said firmly. The purple suit makes me skeptical. Ocean Song waved his hand, dismissing the mist around him, so he returned to his normal looks. Less cartoonish. Percy blinked again. Is that magic? Can I learn magic? Yes to both counts. Okay. Okay. Percy nodded. Percy, are you alright? I think it's just finally hitting me. Am I crazy? I think I'm going crazy. Magic, haha. Percy chuckled. Perhaps, you should take over this talk in privacy. Ocean Song offered, knowing his role came to an end here. To him, it seemed like something intimate that they should speak about from mother to child, and he didn't want to intrude. Thank you. Sally spoke with clear gratitude in her tone. But, if you're gone. Don't worry, I anticipated this. Ocean Song said with pride. Truthfully, he didn't anticipate this, he was playing everything by ear. But he did have a solution, like a proper cultivator. He took out his talisman writing supplies that he was gifted by the goddess Hecate and rotated his cultivation base to begin drawing a talisman. It was his first attempt after breaking through to the golden core realm with knowledge of how he was supposed to write it. Frankly, it still took an obscene amount of chi, but considering what he was doing, he didn't find it strange. The talisman was complete, imbued with his chi and power from his golden core cultivation base, yet it was only a temporary measure. It was a talisman to hide his scent, so to speak. It also hid him on several other layers for extra protection, but the important thing was to hide Percy's newfound scent. Ocean Song noticed it throughout the time he had been here. Despite shedding of his mortal coil, he could still smell demigods. And Percy's scent had increased substantially over the course of his visit. It just showed how powerful the curse cast for all Greek demigods truly was. To permanently hide such a thing was beyond even his golden core realm, but a temporary measure was good enough. This will hide you from monsters for now. He handed it to Percy. It should last a few days. A piece of paper, just what I wanted, Santa. Percy, we're going to have talk about your sarcasm after. Sally snorted. Thank you. She looked at me. I'll return in a few days to check up on you, junior brother. Ocean Song smiled. Percy didn't have a witty thing to say at this point. It seemed like all this newfound information was weighing on him. Ocean Song noted this and didn't linger for goodbyes, opting to depart immediately after his role ended. It was a good time to seek out another of his goals. He was still at the beginning stages of the Golden Core realm, and while he knew the general path forward, there were many things missing. Specifically, he was lacking in experience. Cultivator's fight against the heavens. He hadn't done much fighting. Sure, he had corralled most monsters in the city, but he had only swung his blade a handful of times and never been pushed. He needed someone to fight. Someone strong. He considered his senior brother but pushed that thought away. He didn't wish to ruin the budding relationship in case he overstepped. And asking any of the gods of Olympus or minor gods around the area for sparring seemed unwise, considering his familial connections. Thus, he had to think outside of the proverbial Greek box. He hopped on his sword and flew northeast. With his speed, it didn't take long for him to arrive at his destination, several states away. Nor did it take long to find his specific target in this large city that he had entered for the first time. The way the mist surged and rolled, gathering in one area, he found it rather easily. The closest he's felt this kind of usage of the mists from so far was when he could view Mount Olympus from a distance in its hidden form. He wanted to find someone to spar with, and what better place than those that claim a warrior culture. He stopped and smiled as he looked at the sign out in front of him. Hotel Valhalla. Line break. A.N. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this snippet or support me, visit my page A.T.R.E.O.N. Company M. AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 10 comments 0 vote. Chapter 12. Ocean Song smiled as he approached the door to Hotel Valhalla. It was much more open and welcoming than Olympus that sat on top of the Empire State Building. Funny enough, there were even mortals entering and leaving. Of course, the entrance they took wasn't the true entrance, which led to a mundane hotel. But it just made things easier as the little bit of traffic made Ocean Song not feel out of place. Ocean Song didn't dally, and he simply walked up, ignoring the coercive effect to use the wrong door, and pushed open the true door that led into Hotel Valhalla. Immediately the world changed, both metaphorically and quite literally. He had left Midgard, according to Norse beliefs, and entered Valhalla proper. The whole, and unnaturally large, room had quite an air to it. It held a rustic charm as spears were utilized as rafters and polished shields decorated the walls. The many stuffed animal heads decorated all the free space, along with animal hides that laid out across the hardwood floor. Eye-catchingly was a gigantic heart about the size of a car with a large wolf's head stuffed and overlooking it. Ocean Song's eyes examined everything curiously before he found the main desk. An overturned boat's keel, if his bloodline of the sea god was to be believed, with his instinctual recognition of nearly all things boat. Ocean Song then met the gaze of the person behind the desk, a woman. Was it a Valkyrie? Her eyes widened upon seeing him, and she reached for a spear at her side hesitantly. He put on his best and most disarming smile as he approached the help desk. Excuse me, I would like to schedule an appointment if possible. I beg your understanding, but I'm not quite sure how to do so otherwise. Ocean Song made sure to keep his manners even when addressing this young lady. Well, he was guessing she was young. Of course, he wouldn't automatically assume in the world he lived in that gods could look like infants if they desired. But the look in her eyes made him feel like she was still inexperienced and young. The manager is currently occupied with other matters. She cautiously eyed him in the distance to her spear in case he made any more, clearly aware that he was a monster. You're welcome to wait. She was ready to grab her spear and stab him through the heart. She waited for him to show his aggressive side, to attack, to do anything. A bead of sweat falls down her forehead. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song cupped his hands and bowed politely before walking over to take a seat and began patiently waiting. To Ocean Song, it made sense. He vaguely recalled that it was a man who ran the hotel who sat at the front desk. She probably didn't have the authority to give him an answer, so he didn't explain further and just decided to wait. She was taken aback because she genuinely expected to be attacked. She had been warned that every so often, a monster may stumble into the hotel, and they were always hostile from the stories. Of course, the manager usually handled them easily, but since he was gone, she was the one assigned to man the front desk until he returned. While she had slain plenty of monsters in her life, for some reason, the one in front of her was giving a very foreboding feeling. Her carefully honed instincts told her that she would die if she wasn't careful. Her continued cautiousness didn't abate as she nearly stared at him without blinking for an hour as he sat there, unmoving with eyes closed and seemingly sleeping. No, he was just sitting there peacefully with his eyes closed. Another hour passed, and she started to feel exhausted from the continued high-strung situation. She almost wanted to ask him when he was going to attack her so her heart could calm down. An hour passed as her eyes never left Ocean Song. He hadn't moved a single inch since sitting down, making no aggressive moves, nor even looking her way. It gave her enough time to truly inspect him. She didn't know what kind of monster he was, only that he was in fact a monster. As a Valkyrie, she had a sort of sense towards those with humanity in them, as well as a certain sense towards gods. The one sitting down had neither, so it was obviously a monster. He was kind of handsome. He wore weird clothing, but strangely, it only made him look more impressive. And he had a sword at his side. He must be a great warrior, right? She was about to open her mouth to talk to him, but someone else finally walked into the lobby. Ocean Song also opened his eyes, noticing the person who joined the room. A monster. He questioned in his heart but realized that monster seemed to have been birthed from a human parent and carried a significant human appearance and temperament. He also noted that it's never died before as it lacked that same smell that monsters died and went to Tartarus had. Except, do monsters from this cosmology go to Tartarus when they die? It was a question he had no answer to. Mr. X, the Valkyrie politely greeted. Good morning, Kala. The no-named Mr. X spoke. He had an oddly shaped body, a bit bigger, a bit misshaped, by normal standards. His nose was rather large too, with some bumps on his face. But he spoke politely, if with a strange mannerism in his tone. Is Mr. Helgi not at the front desk today? He asked. Mr. Helgi is preoccupied with the Thanes meeting and asked me to handle the front desk until he's done. The Valkyrie stated. Thank you. He said politely once more, turning to Ocean Song with curiosity, walking towards him. Ocean Song smiled and stood up. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Mr. X blinked at the greeting. Hello, what are you doing? I'm waiting. Ocean Song said bluntly. What are you waiting for? The Valkyrie said that the manager is busy. I'm waiting until he's done. Ocean Song replied. Maybe I can help you. He offered. What do you need the manager for? As an Einherjar here, I can do a lot of things that Valkyrie Kala can't. Ocean Song pondered that and felt that there was no reason to hide it. Greetings to you, great Einherjar. I hail from the Greek side of the world. This lowly Cyclops is a son of the sea. I come here in hopes of exchanging pointers with a mighty god of Asgard. I have long heard the reputation of the warriors born from this pantheon and wished to test my mettle to see where I stand. Mr. X scratched his head as he heard the words from the strange monster. Did he say Cyclops? Why didn't he only have one eye? You want to fight a god? A good-natured spar, I have no ulterior motives. Ocean Song nodded, hoping to make it clear he wasn't here to cause problems, as he knew cross-pantheon politics might be a touchy subject. This is Hotel Valhalla, we don't meet very many gods as Einherjar. Mr. X spoke. The manager might be able to contact Asgard, but it's unlikely any would answer even if he was willing. Ocean Song let out a small sigh. I had no other means to contact the Norse gods, I'm afraid. I am but a lowly Cyclops, I do not have the ability to travel across the 9 realms. If I am unable to achieve my goal, then I can only say my luck is poor and leave with regret. Mr. X rubbed his chin. Kala, I'll take him inside and keep him company until Mr. Helgi comes back. He called out. Are you sure? I don't know if, well, I don't think it's against the rules. She seemed hesitant. I'll take responsibility. Mr. X waved off being oddly persuasive as if something laced his voice, and the Valkyrie just nodded without saying anything in opposition again. A look at Valhalla. Ocean Song's eyes widened. Even if my goal is not achieved, such a tour would allow me a lifetime of bragging to anyone outside. The Cyclops was a daft hand at praising. Mr. X looked at him strangely, just deciding to nod slowly rather than give a proper response to his words. I'll show you around. He gestured for Ocean Song to follow. Ocean Song quickly caught up to him as he looked around curiously as they left the lobby. You saw the lobby already. This is the lounge, he said as they walked to the next room over. There was a large sign that read, "No impaling," for everyone to see. Various comfortable-looking furniture sat around with games set out. Some card games, dice games, and even more modern arcade machines. Actually, Ocean Song noticed a Monopoly box in the corner that looked to have been used quite a bit. How progressive. Ocean Song praised. Here is one of the most important places in the hotel. Mr. X led Ocean Song to a door that sat rather haphazardly at the side. It read, "Custodial Closet." Is it? Ocean Song questioned. Mr. X pressed his hand to the doorknob, and Ocean Song felt something happen as the door creaked open and a bright light shined from the threshold. It was as if the sun shined through, a warm breeze met his face, and he was sure he heard the rustling of leaves. Ocean Song peered over the edge of the threshold and noticed that it was an entirely different world. He looked back at Mr. X, and Mr. X met his gaze without any emotion revealed. There was a single beat that passed before Mr. X gave Ocean Song a swift kick, pushing him through the door. Ocean Song's eyes widened as Mr. X waved goodbye to him silently, and he began to fall through the air, and the door disappeared. Ocean Song continued to fall through the air as the hotel had completely disappeared from view. He didn't know how long he had been falling, a few moments. But that was impressive enough, and he looked around to see a rather large tree that seemed almost like a mirage in the distance. Was that the legendary Yggdrasil? He must be somewhere in the Nine Realms, obviously. He was just confused as to why Mr. X had pushed him through without warning. But such thoughts came secondary to the fact that the ground was approaching into view. He, of course, would have summoned his sword to fly, but for some reason, he felt himself unable to move. How unfortunate. Ocean Song utilized his special technique, breaking his fall with his face. The ground, he found, was rather hard. A discovery for the ages. Thankfully, whatever restriction was imposed on him, he could move again, and he pushed himself up out of the newly established crater in the ground. He dusted himself off quickly and made his appearance tidy, noticing that someone else was there, staring at him. A man was sitting down at a fire, roasting a large and very alive goat over it. For some reason the goat had a nonchalance about it despite this. There was another goat, or what remained of it, being eaten by the person. He had a head full of red hair and a red beard to accompany it as he bit into goat ribs without pausing even if his eyes landed on Ocean Song. Ocean Song also noticed the hammer sitting at his side and realized the person's identity immediately. Greetings, great god. Ocean Song clasped his hands and bowed towards the god of thunder. Thor, who was eating his lunch, specifically his regenerating goats who pulled his chariot, looked at the strange monster silently. He merely raised an eyebrow as the monster greeted him so respectfully. Admittedly, his first instinct was to just throw his hammer at it and have a meal in peace, but he found himself curious as to why a monster fell from the sky. Ocean Song remained bowing his head, not daring to move unless ushered. He was aware that he was far away from the same level as a god the likes of Thor, and he didn't want to test his luck if the god was in a foul mood. Why did you fall from the sky, little monster? Thor finally asked, swallowing the food in his mouth. An Einherjar kicked me through a closet. Ocean Song said truthfully. Thor blinked, scratching his head. He felt the monster wasn't lying, but his answer sounded like nonsense. Why did he kick you through a closet? I'm not sure, great god. I arrived at Hotel Valhalla with the intent to exchange pointers, hopefully with a magnificent god of Asgard, to test myself. I heard the great legends of Asgard's mighty warriors and wanted to know where I stand in the world. Unlikely my own pantheon, the names of the Asgardian warrior gods reverberate throughout the entirety of Midgard, and I simply wanted to see such magnificence for myself. Ocean Song activated his other special technique, shameless bootlicking. Thor rubbed his beard, ignoring his greasy hands. You're pretty strong for a monster. Thank you, great god. This lowly Cyclops has dedicated his entire life to cultivation. My meager strength is nothing compared to one as magnificent as you, but I am happy with my progress. Ocean Song continued to praise the god. Thor smiled happily, not realizing the praise was rehearsed. As a god, why wouldn't he like to be praised and fawned over? It was basically in his nature. A Cyclops. Thor hummed. Greeks don't usually come over this way. If you wanted to fight, why not one of your own? You jest, great god. Who would care enough to acknowledge a lowly Cyclops like myself? Only the warrior gods of Asgard would be willing to look at my meager skill without dismissal. Everyone knows that the great warriors of Asgard are honorable and righteous, they don't look down on those of lowly background like myself, only the strength of their will and measure of their deeds. He laid it on thick, but the Norse god ate it all up. All right, Thor said, standing up. Pardon. Ocean Song was confused. I don't mind a little workout after eating lunch. He began to stretch. As a protector of humanity, I don't smell any human blood on your hands either, so I don't mind. I'm not foolish to believe all monsters are, well, monsters in how they act. Since you're already here, let's have a good fight. Ocean Song found himself blinking in realization that it was rather easy to convince him. He knew for a fact that every Greek god would turn their nose up and find his request insulting to them. They held themselves to a much higher and loftier status, they wouldn't lower themselves to fight a monster like him. Well, maybe the war god, but that wasn't an ideal opponent to get the attention of for a simple spar. Truly, Ocean Song felt he was wise for something to the Norse pantheon. Then let's fight, great god. Please, teach me. He bowed again, but he gripped his sword tightly with a big grin. He could finally let loose. Mr. X walked the fields of Asgard far from the city. He could smell the scent of burnt goat from far away and knew where to go. With each step, he could taste the light crackle of lightning in the air. Passing through the fields, gradually his form changed. The half-troll Einherjar shifted forms. In the blink of an eye, Mr. X disappeared, and an old man with one eye and two ravens on his shoulders continued onwards. He came upon the scene that caused the commotion to reverberate through Asgard. Thor noticed his arrival and awkwardly scratched his cheek. Father. Thor greeted the arrival of Odin. Odin looked at his son, specifically the cut across his chest and the swollen and bruised cheek of his. His one eye then turned to look, not far away, at the prone body of the Cyclops from before in a massive crater that held the occasional crackle of lightning as it danced across the charred earth. Did you need to go so far, son? Odin looked at him. He startled me. Thor responded with a hint of bashfulness. You allowed a boy to wound you. Odin stated. Thor blinked, looking at himself. The cut on his chest wasn't very deep, but it was pronounced. He then looked at the Cyclops in the crater. Father, Thor's expression turned serious. Please tell me I didn't just beat up a child. He was worried about his father's wording there. Thor was many things, but a child beater that would be an embarrassment for him. Odin hummed. He was born less than a year ago. Thor paled. But someone messed with his time. He's a man despite that. Thor let out a breath. Thank the Norns. Odin gave one more look towards Ocean Song, then turned back to his son. Tell me what happened. Thor let out a breath again. We had a good fight. He cleared his throat. The monster was stronger than expected. His swordsmanship was odd, but impressive nonetheless. I underestimated him, and he got a good one on me. He let out a laugh, not angry at being wounded by a mere Cyclops. Your cheek is swollen. Odin pointed out. Though, that was saying it lightly. Thor's cheek was already turning purple and looked like he was hiding an apple on the inside of his mouth. Thor rubbed his cheek. I, mayhaps became annoyed that he refused to unsheath his blade and disarmed him and gave him a good-natured taunt. He then did something. That third eye of his opened, and he then punched me with such speed and strength that it startled me. I may have used a bit too much strength in my response. How much strength did you use? Almost all of it. Thor looked away. You attacked him with your full strength. Odin was surprised as he looked at the monster, who was very much still breathing, if only wounded and unconscious. Of course I didn't assume my divine form. I'm not that petty, father. Thor defended himself. Though his final strike was one with his full strength below his divine form. Quote. Is he truly only scantily a man, father? Thor asked seriously. He is stronger than a great many Jotun I've faced in my life. He would be able to fight against some lesser gods and not lose. Is he truly a Cyclops as he claims? Odin was silent for a moment, his one eye looked at Ocean Song, as if it could unravel every secret in the universe. He is a Cyclops, and he has the touch of Poseidon. Odin spoke evenly. I don't know what he did to himself, but he was born a Cyclops. How marvelous. Thor said with a rare hint of respect. I've killed some of those ugly things before, but never have I fought one so strong. It reminds me of those stories of the primordial Cyclops of their ancient history. Thor marveled as he rubbed his beard. Odin walked into the big crater, easily hundreds of yards in diameter, as he slid down the side and found Ocean Song's unconscious body. The boy wasn't overly hurt, so he wasn't in a rush. Rather, his one eye moved towards his blade that was impaled in the ground next to him, and he reached for it curiously but came to an abrupt halt as his eye widened. His eye could see through the nature of its creation. It had all the distinct markings of a Greek-forged blade right down to the normal imperfections in its craft. The celestial bronze they use, the other metals, and such that were added. He could see the magical enchantments that allow it to change size and shape. All of that was unimportant compared to the malevolent feeling it held deep within. Almost immediately, Odin wanted to rip apart its bindings and unsheathe the blade to discover the secrets within, but he hesitated for a moment and decided against it. Odin had the premonition that the blade wasn't meant to be unsheathed by him. Whatever the Cyclops had been doing, Odin realized that the moment the boy unsheathes his blade, his opponent will no regret. It had been a long time since the old god had been completely bewildered by something. The feeling actually caused the usually stoic and expressionless Allfather to smile. He rummaged through his pockets until he found what he was looking for, a piece of fruit if one were to see it. It held a golden color, and Odin picked off a small piece and walked towards Ocean Song and pushed it into his mouth. Ocean Song's eyes immediately shot open as the piece of fruit was swallowed. A huge burst of energy filled his body. He panicked, looking around as the energy surged through him, his eyes landing on Odin. Of course, Ocean Song noticed the one eye and the two ravens, but before he could utter a word, the old god held up a hand. Handle your own matters first. Ocean Song didn't know what he meant by that, only that he felt the instinct to start cultivating. He plopped to the ground, cross-legged, and began to rotate his cultivation base. He didn't know what entered his body, only that it had something to do with the god before him. The impossibly pure chi rampaged, and it took all of his effort to force it under control. His gold core vibrated, and his dantian began to absorb the rampant power. Slowly, his golden core grew in both size and purity. Eventually the rampant power settled down as he merged it all with his cultivation base. Ocean Song let out a breath, a wisp of chi escaped and dissipated into the world as he opened his eyes. Mid-stage golden core realm. He blurted out in disbelief. He felt like he reached a new threshold of his realm as his golden core reached a new size and purity. Is that what you call it? Odin looked at him curiously. Ocean Song's eyes widened as he remembered where he was. This lowly Cyclops greets the Allfather. He stood up and clasped his hands, bowing his head. Odin just waved his hand dismissively. You were able to absorb all the power of the golden apple piece. He noted. Golden apple. Ocean Song now realized what he had eaten. Odin ran a hand through his beard. Here. He tossed the remainder of the apple slice to Ocean Song. I don't suggest eating it all at once. I don't know what you've done to yourself, but I can understand a thing or two. If you eat too much all at once, you will change in a way you probably don't want. Secondly, Odin pointed at the eye on his forehead. Your existence seems to be balanced between the thing in your forehead and the one in your chest. If the one in your chest gets stronger, you might have an accident without the one on your head matching it. Ocean Song understood immediately what Odin was talking about. Despite Odin not knowing the context nor the proper names, he could clearly see some issues that might arise if he ate the remainder of the apple slice haphazardly. Thank you for your teachings, Allfather. Ocean Song bowed again as was respectful. Odin nodded, accepting his thanks as it was intended. You are an interesting creature. Thank you. Ocean Song didn't know what to say to that. You are a true warrior. Thor laughed, walking over to join them. Father, give him a pass to come back, I wouldn't mind fighting again. Odin expressionlessly tossed another thing to Ocean Song. It looked like a piece of wood that had runes written on it. He didn't know what it said, but apparently it allowed him to come and go. He accepted it happily and stored it away in his storage pouch. Thor cleared his throat. I apologize for being heavy-handed. Oh, it's all right. Ocean Song cleaned himself off, standing up. To be able to experience the great Thor's prestigious strength, I have nothing but contentment. Good lad. Thor smacked his shoulder, nearly knocking him over. Come, after a battle, it's tradition to share a drink. Thor forced a bottle of mead into his hand. Ocean Song, not wanting to be disrespectful, drank it and found himself chugging the entire thing as his head became hazy. He had never been drunk before, but apparently the god Thor gave him something meant for gods because he already found it difficult to keep standing straight. Father, why not make him an Einherjar? Those Greeks probably don't even care about him. We could probably find a good woman for him to marry. Odin stroked his beard with a thoughtful look. Those Olympians wouldn't be able to say anything even if they learned what happened after he marries an Asgardian goddess. Ocean Song nearly stumbled over. I thank you for your kind intentions, great God, but, Ocean Song blushed slightly. I have someone in my heart already. He was able to force it out. Oh. Thor raised an eyebrow, laughing. Come on, tell me about what woman moved such a warrior as yourself. Ocean Song cleared his throat. This lowly Cyclops is unworthy, but after knowing the goddess of magic, no other woman will ever enter my eyes. Thor paused for a moment and laughed. The goddess of magic. I remember her. She lives in the underworld, right father? A dreary place. And such a cold woman, you deserve someone better. A man's wife should be warm and welcoming, an eternal hearth for a weary soul after days of battle. What makes you so enamored, my warrior friend? Well, Ocean Song found himself in an awkward position. She's been so kind to me. She's beautiful beyond words, and her cold aloofness is charming. He said quietly. And she always seems perpetually unhappy whenever I see her. His body swayed lightly from side to side. I just want to make it so she smiles more. Ocean Song's eyes glazed over, but he smiled brightly, speaking earnestly. He barely finished before he fell face forward into the ground and passed out again. Both Thor and Odin looked at Ocean Song. Quote. I think I gave him too strong of a drink. Thor said. I thought that if he was a warrior of such a level, he should be able to handle his drink too. He's still a boy. Odin replied. Ah, I forgot. Thor said with a bit of embarrassment again. Take him back to the hotel and let him sleep it off. He should be fine with a little bit of a nap. Odin waved his hand. Very well. Thor lifted him up easily, giving his father a wave goodbye. As Thor left with the strange monster, Odin took out a crystal orb. Within the orb, the previous conversation replayed magically, having been recorded from the moment that the monster started drinking. He held it up to his bird, who took it into its mouth. Go deliver that to the Greeks Hecate. He said softly as the bird needed no more ushering, and it flew off towards the horizon. Odin smiled lightly. He turned back into the form of the half-troll he had been masquerading as, humming to himself quietly as he went back home. Line break. A.N. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this snippet, visit my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. I also have my main story, a nascent kaleidoscope with 10 chapters ahead over there and plenty of other things to check out. 21 comments 0 vote. Chapter 13. Ocean Song woke up, groggy and with a strange headache. Considering he was smacked by a hammer, that was probably understandable. But he vaguely recalled something else happened afterwards. The memories slowly returned. Meeting Thor and Odin both was surprising in hindsight. I felt like they talked about something, but he couldn't quite recall properly. Oh well. Ocean Song wasn't particularly perturbed, he remembered the important tidbits. Especially Odin's advice on his cultivation. As expected from such a wise god, he didn't even know the intricacies of Ocean Song's profound cultivation, yet was able to point out a potential troublesome point that Ocean Song didn't consider. It made sense. His body was currently in a harmonious state. Divine and demonic if one wished to be more elegant in descriptions. Yin and yang respectfully. The two opposite forces existed together in a harmonious state, and if that state was disturbed, the potential backlash could be catastrophic. Despite his golden core being elevated to the midstage and his demonic core, which he used to call his monster core, being still at the early stages, the balance had not yet broken, even if it were strained. Still, he was excited. Any increase in cultivation was cause for celebration. It was a most fortuitous encounter to be able to consume such a legendary spiritual herb from the great god Odin. It made him feel even more like a proper cultivator, knowing that he luckily stumbled into a cultivation increase by doing almost nothing. He rose from the couch he was laying on and quickly sat in a meditative position, letting himself feel his own body. There were no hidden dangers inside, and if anything his body was in perfect shape. One thing did stand out to him though, his demonic core increased in size slightly. That was odd, he didn't think the golden apple piece would increase his demonic core. In fact, he recalled how his golden core absorbed all of it. Was it a side effect? As a coexistent state, if one increased by a substantial margin, the other inevitably had some sort of increase. No, that didn't make sense because they had separate properties. His golden core represented his cultivation base, while his demonic core represented. At that moment Ocean Song wanted to chide himself for being so blind. Of course, his demonic core represented his physical body. The fight with Thor, even the liquor that was enough to bring him to his knees, they affected him physically, and thus his demonic core received a measure of cultivation. The more he trains his physical body, the more his demonic core increases. Though, after all of that, it was only a small increase. While he now had a vast mountain in his mind that he knew would be exceedingly difficult to climb, he was also happy to know how to progress. One step at a time. Regardless, with the newfound strength of his mid-stage golden core, he felt stronger than ever. The difference between the early stages and the mid-stages was like the difference between heaven and earth. Or something like that. He remembered that every time a cultivator broke through, they must compare their previous cultivation to their current cultivation and use that same comparison. Realistically, he was noticeably stronger. How much? He had no idea. It's not like he could look at himself and attribute some arbitrary percentage by which his strength increased with so many metaphysical concepts attached. He had yet to reach that level of cultivation insights, thus he must work harder. Once Ocean Song realized he was in good condition, he hopped up off his seat to look at his surroundings. He was still at the Hotel Valhalla if the decor was anything to go by, but he was simply sleeping on a couch in a room he didn't particularly recognize. However, he eyed a letter on the table next to him. He assumed it was from Thor. Mostly because it smelled like goat. Come back again whenever you want to fight. You're welcomed as a friend of Asgard, just show anyone that piece of wood and no one will stop you. Thor, God of Thunder. Ocean Song slapped his storage bag, and the block of wood mentioned in the letter popped out. He looked it over and it seemed rather ordinary, merely runes carved into it. However, after staring at it for a few moments, he seemed to feel an archaic and primordial aura to it that left his mind a little shocked. Don't probe any longer, boy. There are some secrets to the world that are more dangerous than beneficial at your level. Ocean Song's mind snapped back to place as he blinked and looked around, eyes landing on Odin who was now sitting in the corner. The Cyclops hadn't noticed him before, or if he wasn't there, hadn't noticed him entering. Either way, he could only bow to the great god's superior cultivation. Wisely, Ocean Song heeded the words of the Allfather and put the block of wood away. Thank you for your wisdom. He bowed politely. Odin grunted. Anyone here will recognize it. Only a god will know its worth. If need be, you can flash it to one of those Olympians and they might hesitate to kill you if you anger one of them. Otherwise, no one will bar your way if you want to come and go. His tone was very dismissive as if it were a small thing. If I may ask, how long was I asleep? Ocean Song asked curiously. Little over a day. Odin hummed. I expected you to only sleep for a few hours, but your body is strange and even I'm surprised by how it responds. A whole day. Ocean Song's face paled because he was supposed to have been back and checked up on Percy and Madam Jackson. Great God, I do not mean to be disrespectful. If you have any need for me, I will gladly walk through fire and ice for you. However, I do have a pressing matter. I beg your consideration. Ocean Song said with some urgency. Odin casually waved his hand. Get going if you need to go. You don't have to put up with all that nonsense around here. We aren't those Olympians, speak what you want to speak. If someone doesn't like what you say, they'll simply punch your teeth in rather than curse you or whatever they get up to over on your side of the world. Ocean Song blinked and nodded, once more politely bowing his head in thanks. Regardless, he would not stop being polite to any gods he meets. At least until he knows he can cut them down. Odin silently pointed at a door at the edge of the room which Ocean Song happily went through, only realizing that he was now back onto the streets in the human world. The door behind him slammed shut and he read it as the emergency exit from the hotel. He simply scratched his head and chalked it up to godly shenanigans and threw his sword out, quickly jumping onto it and flying back to New York. Line break. Ocean Song flew through the city and arrived at their apartment quickly. However, he only sensed one life within it when he swept it with his divine sense. It was that smelly man from before. He furrowed his brow and swept his divine sense outward across nearly the entire city. It felt a lot more effortless this time compared to beforehand now that he was mid-staying in the Golden Core realm. He didn't find Percy or Madam Jackson. He wasted no time entering their apartment. Madam Jackson's husband was leaning against the kitchen counter with an ice pack on his head. Who the hell? He smacked the man again, knocking him out again. Luckily, Ocean Song found a piece of paper on the ground and picked it up, noticing there were words on it. I took Percy out to Montauk Beach. I wanted to wait to tell you before we left, but you didn't come back. If you need anything, you can find us there, but I wanted to give Percy a chance to relax before he has to go off to that camp of his. Ocean Song wasn't obtuse, he caught the hidden subtext. She basically was asking him not to come ruin the trip unless there was something important. Obviously, she wanted to spend some alone time with her son before he inevitably goes off and learns how to be a proper demigod. He felt a twinge of sadness that he missed the opportunity to assuage his younger brother's worries due to his own mishap. He wouldn't be such a brute to ignore everything and rush over there. He would have the opportunity when they come back. Well, he had more time to kill now, and with nothing better to do, he left the apartment and flew back to his almost house. That is to say, the house only had a vague outline as of now. However, he easily began to chop down trees with a wave of his sword and cut them into proper dimensions before stacking them up. He had the instinct to almost immediately start meditating and cultivating, but he had yet to digest the new breakthrough he experienced yesterday. Rather than a forceful method, he believed that a simple and mundane method would be better. Carefully carving up wood beams for his house, and meticulously assorting them to build up the foundation of his soon-to-be house. The actions carried no hint of obscene power or displays of shocking might beyond some minor superhuman means. However, it allowed Ocean Song to calm down, let his mind focus, and enter a relaxed state. Yes, everything in Ocean Song's world calmed down in this moment. The worries he currently had along with his own anxiousness that came with trying to increase his strength, they drifted away. There was nothing to disrupt Ocean Song's peace. The only thing that he noted was the passing of time due to the sun disappearing in the sky, and nighttime quickly approaching. Yes, there was nothing that could disturb him in his tranquil work. Except for the annoyed goddess standing there suddenly with arms crossed, staring at him like she wanted to beat him up. Great goddess. Ocean Song nearly fell over and quickly bowed politely to her. I apologize, I did not expect your arrival. Hecate stood there silently, glaring his way. Do you know what this is? She asked, holding up a glass orb. Ocean Song blinked. A crystal ball that you use to tell the future. Do I look like some street performer? She huffed indignantly. Do you really not recognize this? I apologize, but should I? Ocean Song questioned. Hecate pursed her lips in deep thought. You changed again. You've gotten noticeably stronger. What have you done since I last saw you? I went to find a sparring partner. Ocean Song smiled. I was lucky enough to have the great god Thor spar with me, and the great god Odin passed on a piece of golden apple to heal my injuries, and it also allowed me to achieve a breakthrough. Hecate twitched. She expected him to hide it, but he just blurted it out so easily when she asked. Honestly, it made her want to kick him even more. Several questions she had now also made sense. Like, why the chief god of another pantheon used his familiar to drop off a magical recording right to her doorstep. When was the last time she even interacted with the Norse pantheon, let alone any other pantheon? She mostly stays in the underworld. Really, it only happens when she consults with other magic gods with regards to managing the mists. While she may be the creator, there's no plausible way to manage it across the world with every other region and pantheon. All the major magic gods of each region help manage it even if they rarely interact. Of course, the contents of the recording are what's making her the most annoyed. Particularly that she can't beat up the stupid Cyclops because he seems completely oblivious to its existence. She simply grumbled indignantly. Why did you go seek out other gods from another pantheon? You are a Greek monster. Who would spar with me? She paused because he made a very good point. Who among the gods of Olympus, or even lesser gods under Olympus, would willingly lower themselves to spar with a monster? In hindsight, it was actually a smart decision. She knew a bit about the Norse, she wasn't one to particularly become enthused by other pantheons, content to keep to herself. But she knew they were more brutish. They'd be more than willing to start a brawl at the drop of a hat, but likewise, they didn't really carry grudges the same way her fellow gods did. If two gods of Asgard found themselves at odds, they would simply fight until a winner was decided, and most of the time, things were settled there. Regardless, she put the magical recording away carefully. To preserve it, for reasons she hadn't yet decided on. But she knew it was important and must be kept safe. Then she kicked the stupid Cyclops to release some of her pent-up annoyance. What kind of idiot goes to challenge the god of thunder to a fight? She began to chastise him. Thor was nice. Ocean Song defended himself. Hecate paused because she felt the gaze of a god look over after he called the name. She scowled, throwing up her hand to obscure the area around her, and vaguely she felt the laughter from said god of thunder as it pulled away. And what part of me looks unhappy? She kicked him again with a huff. Don't go around saying things like that. Ocean Song was confused but just nodded. His profound cultivation allowed him to instinctively navigate some dangerous situations. That is, he nodded along to anything she said to appease her. Once her anger was vented, she finally relaxed a little. Did you at least find what you were searching for when fighting with that man? Yes, great goddess. Ocean Song nodded enthusiastically. I'm still far from where I need to be. I was only able to land a couple of good blows on the great god before he smacked me with his hammer and knocked me out. I have a long road to walk still. Hecate raised an eyebrow. Being able to land a few hits on the thunder god was by no means an easy feat. She too was somewhat curious how strong this strange Cyclops was considering his everything. He was an anomaly of the highest order. Great goddess, I have a question if you would honor me. Ocean Song spoke. What great goddess? She repeated with an eye roll. Speak my name, you have my permission. Quote comma dot dot. Hecate. HMPH. She let out a grunt in acceptance. None of those empty platitudes, they only make me want to hit you. Just speak my name from now on. There was very faintly a certain gentleness to her tone as she finished. Ocean Song smiled happily. I ran into a strange human. Hesmeld, not just a normal smell, but it was enough to mask the scent a demigod gave off. I've never heard of this before, and it left me confused. Truthfully, Ocean Song was confused by the existence of Gabe. He recalled the original text, and it seems like the existence of Gabe being smelly was never really answered. Oh, you met one of those. Hecate drawled, but her demeanor shifted to that of a teacher. You have heard of clear-sighted mortals, yes? Yes. Ocean Song nodded. You can consider those to be the exact opposite. What do you mean? Ocean Song found himself confused further. Hecate let out a breath. I keep forgetting how inexperienced you are. She looked at him strangely. Do you know how a clear-sighted mortal comes about? Please enlighten me, great goddess. Hecate raised an eyebrow, her gaze hardening. I mean, Hecate. He corrected. She snorted but continued. There are three sources, primarily. Of course, any god can basically force a mortal to be clear-sighted if they want, so that doesn't really count. But the first source is a type of legacy. A descendant of a god or monster can develop the ability to peer through the mists at any point in their lives. The second are individuals who have great talents in magic. And I don't believe I need to overly explain that one. Lastly, and the most random, are a certain type of rare mortal that can peer through the mists due to their outlook on life. The type of person who is so willing to accept the nonsensical and open-minded enough to not dismiss the supernatural that happens in front of their eyes. This last type of mortal can sometimes perceive the world openly, thus penetrating the mists. Quote. Thank you for your insight. But how does this relate back to the smelly man I met? It correlates to the last one I mentioned. Where one is so open-minded that they can peer through the mists, the man you met is the type that is so horrendously narrow-minded that they actively reject anything beyond their own reality. Commonly, they carry some of the more disgusting and vile traits among humans. Egotistical, narcissistic, self-absorbed, I could keep going, but you get the idea. Of course, there are many humans with these traits, but it's rare for one of them to develop the smell you experienced. Well, beyond actually just plain smelling awful. I see, thank you. Ocean Song was polite in his thanks. It made sense, he supposed. And she was probably dumbing it down for him to understand. He wanted to ask another question, but a strange thundering above cut him off. Both he and Hecate both looked up at the sky, and very quickly, a thunderstorm appeared overhead. Hecate furrowed her brow. Who angered him enough that he would make such a scene? Is that who I think it is? Ocean Song hesitantly asked. I would suggest not doing anything to stand out at the moment. She replied. Zeus isn't known for being reasonable when he gets in a mood. There was a hint of disdain in her tone. However, Ocean Song's eyes widened. He didn't put it together beforehand, and it's not like he knew the timetable he was thrust into. Honestly, he only vaguely recalled the texts he read in his previous life, so he didn't know exact dates or times. Hecate's words died because Ocean Song was already stepping on his sword. My brother is in danger. He said solemnly before shooting off into the sky. He made a promise to his brother, no harm would befall him or his mother. He intended to keep that promise. Line break. A.N. Cannon starting and Big Brother Cyclops to the rescue. Chapter 14. Ocean Song's divine sense spread out before him, pushed to its limit. He flew faster than he had ever before, becoming a shooting star in the air. He followed the direction of the lightning storm, the proverbial eye of it. He was beyond worried, panicked even. Was it his fault? The timeline was completely wrong. Did his actions cause deviations enough that Calamity found his younger brother earlier than expected? He wanted time to help his junior brother, to give him aid and direction so his early years would not be so painful. Yet, everything had turned to chaos without warning. It was his instincts as a cultivator. He knew that Percy was the center of the divine turmoil he perceived high up in the sky. The Lord of Heaven was angry, and the world was feeling his wrath. It wasn't just the skies, he could feel it as well, the source of his own divine bloodline. His father's power also manifested, as if to contend with the sky, the two forces clashed, invisibly to most the world, revealed only in the form of a chaotic storm. Madam Jackson and his junior brother should have been on the coast, enjoying a small reprieve from the world, yet the storm was centered more towards the camp. It didn't take a genius to know what was going on and where he should head. His cultivation base rotated at extreme speeds, and he covered the distance of miles in the blink of an eye, his divine sense finding his target. As he got closer, he began to notice lightning dropping from the sky indiscriminately. Ocean Song didn't know the reason for this wanton display of power, but it was a move by the Lord of Heaven to sidestep some restrictions. His direct moves were limited if he wanted to strike down someone he wanted to. He had yet to make a direct strike against them yet, and the ancient laws and rules prohibited too many direct moves even against a mortal. However, a random lightning storm had nothing to do with him if it just so happened to turn his intended target to ash. No, Ocean Song had no time to contemplate any deep meanings as he flew through the sky at his fastest speed. His divine sense narrowed in and finally found them. He vaguely recognized the car, albeit the side of it was scorched from an assumingly recent lightning strike and it had come to a stop. It wasn't just the lightning either. His divine sense picked them out from far away, but getting closer, he could smell them too. There was a plethora of other monsters around, a handful were particularly powerful. Sweeping his divine sense over Percy, who was awkwardly huddled in the car, he noticed that his protective talisman was nowhere to be seen. The sky above them rumbled and another bolt of lightning dropped. Ocean Song's eyes lit up with anger and from a distance away, he slashed through the air. Dozens of sword slashes tore through the air, monster body parts were severed from all over the place. With grace, Ocean Song landed on the top of the car before the lightning landed, and he gripped his sword with both hands and swung upwards. Despite it being a random lightning bolt, it still carried with it a weight that was hard to describe. It took Ocean Song releasing his chi in earnest to deflect it away from the car. Despite the sky still rumbling, and various lightning falling in other places, there seemed to be a strange silence that overcame the surroundings. The ministrations of the monsters ceased abruptly, at least the ones still alive. The majority who had just been killed and turned to dust were but cannon fodder not worth mentioning. It seems that my words were taken for wind. Ocean Song's voice carried, reaching the ears of every monster in the vicinity. I will be sure to do a thorough cleaning once tonight's matters are settled. The car doors were forced open, ignoring any sense of delicateness to the vehicle as both mother and child nearly fell out. Pimp bro. Percy called out to him. Junior brother, madam. Ocean Song greeted them. Despite him feeling pleased at their safety, there was a strange foreboding feeling that tingled down his spine. There were eyes on him, and Percy. Eyes that he couldn't shake, thus he could only summarize that they were divine in nature. Other than the two forces colliding midair at the moment. He wasn't obtuse to not realize he wouldn't enter the eyes of the Lord of Heaven the moment he made his arrival known. He felt lucky that his presence previously, when he was flying through the domain of the sky, was treated as nothing more than an insect not worth noticing. What happened? Ocean Song looked at them both, confused at how this sequence of events came to pass. It was earlier than he remembered Percy's escape to Camp Half-Blood should have occurred. In realization dawned on him, that satyr friend of his was nowhere to be seen either. Things had changed drastically. Some biker dude saw me playing with the water and grabbed the paper you gave me. Percy threw his hands up wildly, still clearly trembling and his adrenaline running high. Then a little bit later, a bunch of monsters came after us. I grabbed him and quickly tried to drive to the camp. Madam Jackson finished, shivering herself, less excitedly than Percy, like she was forcing herself not to freak out. Ocean Song could fill in the blanks there. He knew one person who could be described as a biker dude, as Percy said. However, the coincidence was staggering, enough to make Ocean Song guess that it wasn't merely coincidence, perhaps certain forces moved to try and force events on a certain track. If the god of war ran into Percy, an undisclosed son of Poseidon, there's no way he could just let him be. Finding the talisman, he would certainly take that away to watch Percy scramble to protect himself. Maybe he found out that the monsters in the area refused to make a move, and resorted to other means. And undoubtedly, it seemed he informed the Lord of Heaven if the sky was anything to go by. Suffice to say, it turned into a complete mess. Ocean Song's thoughts on the matter were disrupted as a roar shook the surroundings. Trees nearby trembled and were knocked down in the forestry. A big figure pushed through the foliage, two horns on its head and the body of a bipedal bull combined with a man. The Minotaur. Ocean Song's gaze landed on the creature. Let's run. Madam Jackson quickly blurted out, recognizing the creature of myth and legends as well. That's a buff cow. Percy helpfully added. Come on, pimp bro. Don't mess with a guy wearing tidy whities, they got nothing to lose. Percy reached up to grab the corner of Ocean Song's robes while his own mother grabbed at him to pull him in the opposite direction. Ocean Song found the gesture warming. And what Percy said was true. Why was the Minotaur wearing a pair of white underpants and nothing else? Do you remember what I said, Madam Jackson? Ocean Song lifted his blade, casting a disdainful look towards the Minotaur who was kicking the ground like he wanted to charge. As long as I'm here, no danger will befall you. He accentuated it with a swing of his blade. A single flash of light shot out, cleaving the ground and through the forest. The Minotaur who commanded a certain presence, it halted in its movement, and slowly its two sides slid apart, each falling to opposite sides, hitting the ground briefly before turning to dust. Ocean Song gracefully stepped off the top of the car to the gobsmacked looks of his younger brother and his mother. Holy shit, you're like an anime character. Percy blinked. Foolish younger brother, the only thing more powerful than anime is Shanja. Truly, he had much to teach his younger brother. Ocean Song's smile faltered as his eyes widened, instinct screaming at him. Without even a second to speak a word, he grasped at the air around both of them and threw it to the side abruptly. It was rough, they hit the ground hard and rolled several times, scrapes and bruises inevitable, but Ocean Song couldn't worry about that. He grabbed his sword, and his chi exploded, the sky above turned into pure white as a large bolt of lightning came crashing down, carrying with it the weight of authority in the sky. Ocean Song's cultivation base rotated at its fastest speeds, utilizing all the chi he could muster in this brief moment, he swung his sword up. Ocean Sword, third form, calm waters. The most aggressively gentle of his sword moves was released. The first form, crashing waves, was a means to put as much power possible into a singular attack. The second form, chaotic tides, was a means of speed, attacking plentifully and quickly, but less powerful in each strike. The third move, it carried neither of those two principles, and it was the most difficult of the three grouped sword moves. The third move, its purpose was to render all attacks ineffectual. It wasn't a means of attack, but of defense. To forcibly turn the rampaging sea back to calmness. To anyone watching, it looked like a single and casual horizontal slash by Ocean Song, but the world seemed to be split in two. An area around him turned to complete harmony and peace, and the desire for destruction coming from the sky crashed headlong into it. The sword collided with the divine lightning and a cataclysmic thunderclap resounded. Percy and Sally had to shield their eyes and brace themselves, not clearing seeing what occurred. However, many more eyes had been attracted to the Lord of Heaven's overt move. They had witnessed who he attempted to smite, and who stood in his path, and they witnessed the sword move as well. Once the dust settled, all eyes fell on the Cyclops. Ocean Song stood in a crater, breathing heavily, the edges of his robes were charred and burnt, with some of the same across his arms and skin. He threw up a mouthful of blood, and his legs trembled slightly, but he stood tall. Ocean Song was gratefully to Thor for letting him experience the divine might of a god's divine lightning. He feared if he never went to Asgard, he would have been in much worse shape. However, he avoided the vast majority of the attack through his sword move, proving its power to anyone who watched. Thunder boomed overhead, and there seemed to be a hint of surprise and confusion coming from it. Likewise, Poseidon who was watching, while utterly furious, also seemed to pause in surprise at the power of his son. Oh, he was most certainly surprised at his sudden appearance, but he had no time to question it and simply felt grateful to his weirdest son for protecting his younger brother and his mother. Despite what was happening, just as Zeus was limited in the aggression he could dish out, Poseidon was possibly more limited in the help he was allowed to give. Pimp bro. Percy tried to run at Ocean Song, but the Cyclops held a hand up, and Percy felt like he hit an invisible wall before his mom grabbed him. She looked at him with clear worry and helplessness, but it was obvious where her priority laid at. Take him. He gave her a good-natured smile despite the situation. I have a plan, don't worry. As long as I draw breath, you will come to no harm. He took a deep breath and swung his sword again. A path through the forest was opened up, hundreds of trees felled and any monster still lurking nearby had been killed or scared off. She couldn't relay her thanks verbally. Her concern was getting Percy to safety, and she basically dragged him away, the camp being nearby. Though, realistically, the Lord of Heaven could just smite them at any time. But Ocean Song was being truthful when he said he had a plan. Only, it was a bad plan. Ocean Song wasn't the source of Zeus's ire, simply an annoyance at the moment, and he would focus his attention on Percy. Therefore, the only course of action was to draw Zeus's attention away from them. How does one do that? By challenging their pride. Ocean Song's face hardened. Lord of Heaven, dare you strike at me again? His voice rang out, loud enough that everyone could hear. It was a challenge towards Zeus's authority. The rumbling skies, and the gaze he had locked onto Percy was abruptly torn away and it landed back on Ocean Song. Ocean Song could feel it. The intense gaze of a powerful god was drilling into him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up and he felt death approaching quickly. Far from the fight with Thor, this was a genuine desire to destroy him. Zeus couldn't ignore the challenge. Everyone was watching, and his pride wouldn't allow him to look weak to the other gods. Poseidon knew what he was doing and said nothing, even letting up on his own release of power against Zeus's. I have long heard the name of the Lord of Heaven. This lowly Cyclops has withstood your strike, this one has earned the right to make a request. Ocean Song spoke full of confidence despite speaking complete bullshit. Half of his nonsense was just to keep Zeus's attention and buy time, but to his surprise, he heard the voice of Zeus. And what do you want to say, monster? Zeus's voice boomed, yet it was restrained. Sure, the other deities could hear him, but he wasn't projecting himself to every set of ears like Ocean Song did. Despite Zeus's anger and his own pride being ruffled, he contemplated Ocean Song's words and found himself curious about the Cyclops. My brother is but a child, and his mother but a mortal. I know not what righteous anger they have earned from the Lord of Heaven, but I will take their punishment in their place. This lowly Cyclops is ignorant about the world, the ancient rules and laws are fantastical concepts that I know little of. However, gods are limited in their actions. I openly invite the Lord of Heaven to strike me in their place. He held up 2 fingers. 2 strikes, 1 for each, one has been used. Thus, I will take 1 more strike and let all karma be reaped and all debts settled, regardless of the outcome. There was a strange silence overhead. Zeus was surprised by this monster. And Ocean Song chose his words carefully, making sure not to paint Zeus as a bully, but someone seeking righteous punishment, giving him face and an out despite challenging his pride. The fact that so many eyes were now watching did make Zeus reluctant to literally strike down a child and mortal for petty reasons. Sure, his masterbolt had been stolen, but genuinely, it was hard to prove that this young demigod was responsible. The situation escalated because Poseidon matched his anger and as the king of gods, Zeus couldn't back down. And if Ocean Song so blatantly challenged Zeus, that means Poseidon couldn't interfere at all. And lastly, Zeus was wary of a Cyclops suddenly popping up that could withstand a casual smiting of his. If he could remove possibly one of Poseidon's carefully trained and raised children, wouldn't that still be beneficial if they ended up going to war over his stolen masterbolt? There was no reason to refuse as the younger demigod could be killed at his leisure when no one else was watching. Zeus considered his proposal, but Ocean Song was wrong about one thing. 1 strike for each of them, but you forgot your own strike, for your impudence. It was the punishment for challenging him. 3 strikes in total would be allowed in accordance with the ancient laws, 1 had been delivered, so 2 more remained. Ocean Song didn't argue, this was already the best outcome he could hope for. He made a promise, he intended to keep it. Then this lowly Cyclops requests pointers from the Lord of Heaven. Ocean Song lifted his sword up, inviting him. Zeus, despite having the desire to turn him into a pile of ash, did admire the monster. He could recognize the eloquence in which he spoke, and the courage to face his lightning head on even if it angered the god. If the Cyclops had happened to be born a son of Zeus, the sky god would have treated him very well and lovingly. The sky above rumbled, and from one horizon to another, dark clouds gathered and condensed. You have strayed too far from the sea. Zeus's voice boomed outwards. Ocean Song smiled wryly. He spoke confidently before, but he didn't have much confidence. Just the feeling along, he could tell it was about as strong as the blow that Thor used to utterly defeat him. But he was stronger this time around. He had increased his cultivation base by a whole small realm. And Ocean Song had his own tricks. The 3 ocean swords weren't his only sword moves. He still had a handful of others that were created separately. Ocean Song ran 2 fingers down the edge of his blade, his chi swirling at his movements as he pointed the tip of his blade up at the accompanying thunderclaps high above. The swirling chi took form, and a dragon's roar shook the world. It started from his blade and coiled around him almost protectively, the faint image and outline of an eastern dragon, and it looked up to the sky in anticipation. Even the smallest carp can become a dragon and ascend to the heavens. Ocean Song looked up along with his manifestation. Intertwining his water chi and sword intent, it created the phantom of a dragon. The sky illuminated with lightning and it encompassed Ocean Song's entire vision, but he met it head-on. Flood Dragon soars to the skies. He swung his sword up to meet it head-on and the dragon let out a roar, meeting the lightning bolt in the sky. The Flood Dragon created from his water chi and sword move collided with the divine lightning of Zeus, creating another cataclysmic impact in the sky. Despite the grandeur and power of his sword move, Ocean Song could see right away that he had lost the exchange. It only held on for a few breaths before the lightning tore through the attack and cascaded downwards onto him. He didn't panic though. His third eye opened, and power filled his body. His physical body's strength increased by several degrees, and a baleful demonic chi enveloped him before he swung his sword again with a roar of his own. The bolt of lightning landed upon him and created a pillar that connected heaven and earth, consuming everything around it, and Ocean Song did his best to protect himself. His Flood Dragon soars to the skies, and even opening his third eye to make his physical body stronger, it was merely enough to keep himself from dying. Once the lightning cleared again, Ocean Song was forced to the ground. More blood was thrown up, and his robes had been torn to tatters. His body was cracked and scarred, charred and blackened in various places. Blood flowed down his body and his vision became blurry. Despite this, Ocean Song pushed himself up to his feet, wobbling and nearly falling over, using his sword to support himself. The full attack from the Lord of Heaven, yet the Cyclops in the eyes of all the gods remained alive and standing. Not even Zeus's fellow gods would want to be struck by that attack, let alone a mere monster. Zeus had the intention to immediately throw another bolt of lightning, destroying this monster and nipping a potential worry in the bud. However, a strange feeling rose up inside of him and stayed his hand. Admiration. He admired the courage of the monster before, but this was on another level. Your name. Zeus's voice reached out again. Ocean Song was breathing heavily, but he forced himself to stand straight under the cries of his body. Ocean Song, son of Poseidon. I will remember it. The skies crackled and boomed again. Zeus decided not to give him another chance. He put in a significant amount of his power into this lightning bolt, going far beyond the last one, and the last one could be compared to the strike from Thor by his hammer that completely took out Ocean Song in their fight. Ocean Song slapped his storage bag and produced the remaining bits of the golden apple piece and swallowed them without hesitation. The chi inside of him exploded again, the new surge did a bit to start mending his body, and his golden core began to refine everything it could, but it was far too much and extremely dangerous. Unfortunately, he had no other choice. The chi inside him rampaged and he couldn't refine it properly, so all he could do was direct it. He had a trump card still. He could unseal his sword, but he rejected that notion for now. Rather, he had a sword technique he had yet to utilize. He created it during a moment of enlightenment and inspiration, and totally not something he stole from somewhere else. But he couldn't practice it properly because it was a move far beyond what his current cultivation could support. Barely, he managed to get the basic outline of the sword skill solidified and kept it as a forbidden technique. With the surge of chi flowing through him, he looked up at the gathering lightning that reached a precipice and fell down. It was many times larger and more powerful than the previous one. With the confrontation imminent, and all eyes locked on the Cyclops and Zeus, no one noticed the mists around Ocean Song acting oddly. Ocean Song put every bit of chi he had and pushed forward into his blade, and ground beneath him trembled violently and quaked in response. He swung his sword up and the world shattered. Breaking the sky. Line break. Ocean Song finally gets his lightning tribulation. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this snippet or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 15. Apollo, god of the sun, hung around the throne room of Olympus. He was waiting. He was expecting something to happen. In particular, he was waiting for the big man to call a meeting of the gods. Meetings had definitely been called for lesser reasons. Heck, he remembered a year ago when his father called a meeting because some oblivious mortal created a serial with his depiction on it. They had to vote on whether to smite him or not. He wasn't usually one to care about that sort of thing. Mortals died all the time, he wasn't going to lose sleep over it. However, even he felt a little bit of sympathy for the mortals who had a hand on it without knowing any better. So he just used his influence in the mortal world to smooth things over and calm his dad. They went out of business before it could gain traction, and his dad was happy. Nobody died, so he'd called it a win-win for everyone. That's why he was here early without any prompt. He knew his father, so he was expecting it any moment now. The thunderous roars of his, the demands for revenge or vengeance. The pointing of fingers towards everyone and the rampant paranoia. However, the king of gods was absent from his throne. Even Poseidon was sitting there currently. Silent, without any decipherable look on his face. In fact, all the gods currently sat on their thrones, and even Hestia was there tending to the hearth in the corner. All except one. Yet, no one blamed Zeus for not being there at this moment, because he was doing something rather important. He was currently fixing the sky. A simple glance from Apollo, and he could peer out from the realm of Olympus to look back onto the earth. Across the sky, the mists were gathered in such a dense amount that it was staggering. And it was all used to hide a particular facet that appeared not long ago. It looked like someone had cut a chunk out of the sky. Hey uncle, got a question. Apollo raised his hand, the awkward silence disrupted at his words. Poseidon's head turned to him, eyes narrowed. So, since when are your kids so strong? That earned a snort from Ares. Are you sure he's one of Barnacle Beard's? I've never had a Cyclops as one of my brats before, but who knows? Watch your words, Ares. Poseidon warned. It's surprising that this is the first we've heard of such a child, Poseidon. Even Athena looked at him, trying to get him to speak. Since when does Olympus care about monster children? He countered with a beat of silence from everyone else. It was true, they didn't care about monster children. Even with the great prophecy, they never once believed it spoke about monster children of the gods. Actually, I already reported this or something. Dionysus waved his hand rather flippantly through the air. You can ask Artemis over there. We had a talk about something strange happening with the monsters near the camp, so I enlisted her help. All eyes turned to her. You pelted one of my huntresses with a can of your stupid drink. She hissed. How is that at all a proper conversation? Dionysus let out a sigh. I guess I expected too much from you. Artemis's eye twitched. My huntresses were on their way to the camp. They should be there in a couple of days since we were literally on the other side of the country at the time. Ares leaned forward, putting his head in his hands. And what's this about monsters? Apparently, no monsters in the city were hunting demigods anymore. Not only that, but some spider monster, maybe one of Arachne's children, literally delivered one of the broths to the camp. That's when I realized that we needed to investigate and enlisted the help of Artemis due to her expertise. Unfortunately, I believe she didn't view it with the same urgency as I did. You just threw a can of soda at one of my huntresses. How was I supposed to interpret that? Dionysus just ignored her. Are we sure he's even a Cyclops? I don't think I've ever seen a Cyclops that handsome before. Aphrodite chimed in. He called himself a Cyclops. Apollo shrugged. He had 3 eyes. Hermes pointed out. Is this really the important question to ask? Athena looked around. Besides, Poseidon should be able to answer a lot of these questions. She expertly navigated the talks back to Poseidon. Poseidon looked at them and frowned. He was born a Cyclops. He just said cryptically. Despite the humorous tone before, there was a certain tension in the room between everyone, and it seemed like everyone was dancing around the subject. That was until one god decided to cut to the chase. Hey uncle, how did you raise a brat that could survive Pop's lightning for so long? Ares finally decided to be direct. That isn't something a normal monster could do. Heck, even your other son would have trouble surviving after that. He was, of course, talking about Triton, who was only considered a minor god. I didn't raise him. Poseidon said simply, not elaborating any further. All the other gods present were a little annoyed, but it wasn't like they could force him to speak. It was already a delicate situation all around. They were only speaking so openly because Zeus wasn't there as well. The truth of the matter was that all the gods here were taken aback. Let alone demigods, when were any of their kids that fierce? It was no secret that the more ancient demigods were cut from a different cloth. The old names that even the mortals knew were of a higher standard than the demigods of today. And the same thought they all had was that the son of Poseidon they witnessed was almost certainly born in the wrong era. Poseidon couldn't help but feel regret. He knew his strange son was strong, but he didn't realize to what extent. How did all of this happen beneath his notice? And he even sacrificed himself to protect his youngest. He made a promise in his heart to give more attention to his children in the future. Line break. Percy sat on the steps of the Poseidon cabin, staring up at the sky. Or rather, he was staring at the big gash in the sky, like someone took scissors and cut out a piece of it. He hadn't done much else the past couple of days than just this. He wasn't the only one either. Every one of the kids at Camp Halfblood was aware of what happened at this point. Beyond just the residual effects, they could hear and see the action from a distance even if the details were missed. Percy had been slapped with a lot of new things these past few days. From finding out about his father to meeting a brother he never knew he had, and now to learning that the brother he met is now dead. It was a whirlwind of emotions he was experiencing. And he wasn't stupid enough to not realize that his brother died to protect him and his mom. For the longest time it had just been him and his mom. He didn't consider Gabe at all part of his family, more like a rash you couldn't just get rid of. And after meeting his half-brother for the first time, he finally felt like he was adding someone else to his family. And now, he was gone. He was confused, angry, and more confused. Frankly, he didn't even know what was happening. Things just went to shit all of a sudden for him, and everything blew up. And none of the other campers came near him. They were terrified. Rarely have they ever seen displays of powers from their parents. At most, it was something simple like teleporting or creating something out of thin air. For the majority of them, this was the first time they saw someone tear the world apart. Percy looked up because a familiar face was approaching. Well, half familiar for the demigod, as it was the face of his teacher, only that he had a horse body as well. Percy. Chiron greeted. Mr. Brunner. Just call me Chiron. He smiled good-naturedly despite everything that's been going on. How are you holding up, Percy? Have you been adjusting well? Yeah, I just found out I had a brother, and he sorta just died. Is that normal around here? If so, I'm adjusting pretty well. Percy shot off. Chiron winced but didn't really have a retort. Unironically, that was normal around here, but he refrained from saying something so idiotic to an obviously distraught boy. It also answered some of his questions from when he first met the supposed ocean song previously. He had been utterly confused about the strange monster, and now, well, he was still bewildered by everything that happened. There was a hole in the sky. He could sense Zeus using his power to slowly mend it, but the fact that it wasn't already healed, for lack of a better word, spoke volumes about what actually happened. There was a hole in the sky, and it was caused by a Cyclops swinging his sword. No one knew what to say to that. Chiron knew plenty of gods that were not capable of such a feat. The number of mortals, Anthe term was very loose in this situation, who could be capable of achieving that could be counted on one hand over the past several thousand years. One of which was his most famous student, now a god himself. Though frankly, he didn't know if Hercules could do that either. Similar feats of greatness, sure. But gouging out a literal hole in the sky, Chiron found himself shaking his head. If Oranos were still around, he was sure that the primordial being would have woken up. The whole camp was rife with the smell of magic due to the sheer amount of the mists that were being gathered to hide it from the mortals below. It threw off Chiron's own senses just from this distance. Chiron felt it was unfortunate that the young monster was dead. From what he understood, the child of Poseidon did not take after its kin in the slightest. A young monster who dreamed of heroism and had such frightening talent. It was truly a waste for the old trainer of heroes. You're supposed to train me, right? Percy suddenly asked. Chiron, grateful for the change of subject, happily answered. That's right. All demigods will be trained to the best of my ability here. Whatever you want to learn, I'll do my best to teach. Really? Percy looked at him skeptically. Then can you teach me how to use a sword? Chiron chuckled lightly. Of course. Swords are a very popular weapon. But he also knew the reason he specifically asked for swords. What about magic? Magic. Chiron repeated. While it's rarer for one of the campers to want to learn, it's not impossible. He said it a little bit more awkwardly. Most just focus on the gifts they received from their godly parent. I want to learn magic. Percy said firmly. I'll see to it then. he said, mentally deciding on how to go about that. It's not like he didn't know magic, but it was far from his area of expertise. Maybe he could contact the goddess of magic and ask for a favor. She has plenty of students who don't have a notorious reputation that could be swung as a teacher for the camp, and she had her own kids here, so it wouldn't be strange. Well, it wasn't an absurd request, so he was more than willing to try his best to accommodate, maybe. Oh, can you also teach me how to do that? Percy pointed upwards. Chiron followed it with his eyes and looked back up at the big hole in the sky. He felt himself twitch slightly. Even he couldn't do that. What was he expected to teach there? Chiron did the sensible thing and pretended he didn't hear him ask that. By the way, there's someone here who wanted to meet you. He gestured to the side, and a boy walked out. Percy, meet Malcolm. One of our newer campers, beating you by a couple of weeks. Hey. Percy raised a lazy hand in greeting. Hi. Malcolm awkwardly greeted back. I have some matters to take care of. Why don't you have Malcolm show you around the camp? Chiron offered, giving no time for a response before hurriedly going off. There was a beat of silence as the two looked at each other. He's your brother? Malcolm asked, pointing up to the sky. It didn't take a genius to know who he was talking about. Yeah, I just met him for the first time a few days ago. Percy said quietly, looking away. Malcolm, as a child of Athena, was adept at reading people. He could clearly see the melancholy that Percy practically radiated at answering the question. He saved me. Malcolm said in an equally quiet tone. Killed a drakon, you know. He glanced at Percy, whose attention sort of peaked. They're almost like dragons but kind of different too. He killed a dragon. Percy perked up even more. Malcolm wanted to correct him after literally just saying they were different but decided against it. Yeah, it was awesome. He swung his sword and was all like, you court death. And cut it in half. He excitedly explained. Percy snorted with a growing smile. I only knew him for a little bit, but he's the biggest dork I've ever met in my life. Malcolm smiled along with Percy. He taught me something too. Did he teach you as well? Teach me. Percy shook his head. I think he said he was going to teach me some things, but, again Percy seemed to fall back into a depressed state. Malcolm swallowed and knew what he had to do. I'll teach you. He said firmly. It's the least I could do, right? I'll teach you what he taught me. Malcolm had been hiding it. He never told anyone, even at the camp, about what his savior taught him. And he hadn't even showed it off either. To everyone else, he was a normal child of Athena. He realized he was taught something significant after observing the camp for the first few days of his arrival. Right at this moment, he was already one of the strongest in the camp despite only having been here for a couple of weeks at this point. But he would teach Percy to pay back the debt he owed. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? Line break. Deep in the underworld, something stirred. In a far corner, away from all the other deities and monsters that inhabited the place, the workshop of the goddess of magic existed. No one approached. Even Hades himself would send word ahead of time and be polite when intruding on her domain. Besides her immense power, she had a particularly protected status in the underworld due to the role she played in Hades and Persephone getting together. However, rarely did she show up amongst the other gods, rarely did she participate in anything relating to the gods in general. She was reclusive even for the ones who lived in the underworld. So, no one would have guessed that at this moment, the talk of the Greek world was currently lying unconscious in her home. Specifically, Ocean Song was lying on the ground in the middle of a ritual circle as Hecate desperately did her best to keep him from dying. In fact, it was easier to count the ways he wasn't dying at the moment. His soul was breaking down. His physical body was shattering. And even his essence was starting to leak out. What made it worse was the fact that his body seemed to be greedily devouring any magic she cast around him, as if to use it to nourish itself. While it was beneficial, it was also impractical compared to actual spells. It was already a miracle that he was alive. Not just from Hecate's end, but the fact that she was able to sneak him away in the last second under everyone's notice. Just the sheer amount of the mists that were forced to gather to hide what they were doing made it so she could pull a fast one under all those godly eyes. With what felt like hours, Hecate finally relaxed as the stupid Cyclops she was healing finally stabilized. If he wasn't nearly dead, she would have started kicking him. Against all logic, somehow, her stupid Cyclops was still breathing. If she weren't so angry right now, she would have been impressed. Not many can say they stood against Zeus and lived to tell the tale. Especially 3 times in a row, even if a couple of those were half-hearted at best. That final lightning bolt, however, had surpassed what was normally permissible by the ancient laws. Hecate was perhaps the most knowledgeable about them. One had to know the rules thoroughly to be able to break them or to establish deals. Magic in general could be thought of as how many rules one could get away with breaking. Hecate was aware. For Zeus to put forth that much power, he had to have released his divine form even for a brief moment. And the stupid Cyclops under her care had survived. She was more than aware that many gods would have perished under that might. She peered out across the realms and looked at the results of their battle. The remnants that were left behind, and she frowned. Hecate watched briefly as Zeus did his best to mend it, slowly and methodically. Space and time had been torn asunder in a very specific part of the sky. And it wasn't merely a scar left behind on the face of the world. She knew without a shadow of a doubt that Zeus felt it just as much. And she was utterly baffled at how the stupid Cyclops had accomplished such a feat. The only reason that more waves weren't being created was most likely due to the fact that everyone believed him dead and that currently Zeus was preoccupied with mending the remnants. As for Ocean Song, slowly his eyes began to flicker open. Pain was the first thing he registered. The second was also pain. The third was who was standing over him when his eyes were able to refocus. I thought angels were a different pantheon. He was barely able to utter a few words. Hecate crossed her arms with an annoyed huff. I was going to ask you how you were feeling, but now I stopped caring. Am I dead? He asked. HMPH. She let out another annoyed noise. After all the work I put into saving your stupid behind, you dare ask me that? If you weren't so close to dying, I would have given you a thrashing already. Ocean Song just smiled brightly despite the fact that his body was still screaming in pain. However, that just seemed to anger her even more, scowling deeply. My younger brother and his mother, are they safe? He finally asked. Hecate relaxed slightly, perhaps even adopting a more gentle expression. They arrived safely at the camp and remain living. She informed him. Good, that's good. He forced himself to lean upwards, the pain intensifying by quite a large margin. You're lucky to be alive. She pursed her lips. Your soul is nearly shattered. Not to mention your body was breaking down to the point of collapse. And you started leaking your essence everywhere. And you, she paused, blankly looking at him because he silently looked down at himself. Ocean Song let out a long sigh, seeing himself completely naked under her gaze. I prepared myself for this the moment I decided to become the Jade Beauty. Quote. What in the world are you talking about? Ocean Song could only praise his earlier self for anticipating this very scenario. Yes, the dark and mysterious protagonist accidentally seeing the Jade Beauty naked. It's a tale as old as time. Thus, he must follow the ancient texts. It's okay, my heart is prepared. He said again, turning to her, meeting her gaze. Since you've seen my naked body, I'm now ruined forever, you must take responsibility. Hecate's words died in her throat. Anything she wanted to say in this moment had completely disappeared as she stared at the Cyclops. She looked at him, he looked back, completely serious, without an ounce of insincerity in his eyes. It only took a moment before Ocean Song was sent flying out of her home. He briefly admired the architecture as he went headfirst through her front door. Weirdly, he experienced absolutely no pain whatsoever, even as he hit the ground outside of her home and bounced a few times. Yes, and despite eating a mouthful of dirt and the immense pain he was feeling, he was smiling brightly. She didn't reject him. Line break. A.N. If you want to read one chapter ahead of this or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty under the same name.